Okay. Right. What are we gonna watch? I am later than I wanted to be, but less late than yesterday. That's a win. What's the mainstream is Emerson Loue. Then we've got Vortix Gully and Corvinus B. I love Vortex, but I think Corvinus B is probably a better watch. Has anyone else committed to what they're watching yet? Let's see what KP and the mainstream are doing. Is there anyone else?
You know, he's probably gonna have
KP are still doing Demo Marine Lord. Okay, no one cares. Not that no one cares about the game. I don't care because that's not one of the answers. Leone must be doing that as well. We must be going into like game 4. Alright, let's have a look at what's going to come up first then on the picks. Bam, 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 bam. Map drafts. Can I search? No, that's code. Oops. Where's Civ Picker? Corv B. Ah, the picks are in. And do we have first snipe? Or not yet? Looks like Gully and Vortix are at it already. Yes, B and Corvinus are already at it as well. Okay, let's do B Corvinus. Why not? Bum, 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 bum. Bam, 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 bam. Hello! Does that work? How's my hair? Audio's in? I didn't do an audio check earlier. That was a mistake. That's fine though. Alright. And Civ-wise, we're going to have Macedonian against French. Corvinus put forward Macedonian and Jeanne d'Arc. And Jeanne d'Arc got sniped out. I don't know what the map is. And B put forward French and Malian. And Malian got sniped out. That makes sense. Why doesn't the rest of it make any sense, huh? Alright, let's go have a look. See how far in we are. Looks like MSN's game is rolling as well. Corvinus's game is on coastal cliffs, and we're not too far in. Let's go have a look. We'll catch up to live, though. Ooh la la. I'm excited. Oh, my days. Well, I think we'll have like 4 or 5 minutes to catch up to live. Very doable. Alright, let's get into it. Ooh, buddy. Custom mode, perchance. And we've got B on the left. Alrighty, let's get into it. Game 1 of Game 5 between Corvinus and B in the bottom right in the green on Macedonian. It is Corvinus, the beautiful golden elephant. And his opponent today in his beloved orange that we've seen time and time again for 3DB, playing on the French and coastal cliffs. Not a water map, it is fake. And already, as we saw hovering over Corvinus's base, we get up to some shenanigans. And that means that even though I want to speed up to live, we are going to at least see a little bit of these shenanigans in 2 to 4 times speed to catch us up. B's gone for the early wheelbarrow. And is the stronghold. Let's have a look to see if he sees it. No siree. Perfect spotting there. And I believe, yeah, the scout is nowhere to be seen either. So B's got no idea this is coming in. So we're going to see the Varangian stronghold Dark Age Spearman Rush. Which is something that Corvinus has done a bit. So let's go back down to 1 times. Corvinus has done this a bit when Macedonian were newer. Making the most of the ability to get the arrow slit upgrade as well. So these become more of a defensive structure and you can kind of just proxy your opponent to death. Pulling off that villager as well, by the way. It is going to go back. B, he has got his 200 gold and isn't going to lose a villager. So that's big. We'll speed up again. And the School of Cavalry is going to come in, but obviously going to have no chance to get onto gold. And Corvinus, yeah, he's not done. He's going to make another stronghold on the next gold. It does mean there is still 1 left, but it is going to secure up these positions. The wheelbarrow sets them back a little bit timing-wise, but not too much. It's not the end of the world. This would all be happening the same regardless. The mining camp goes down, unable to touch the house, or maybe with that range actually. But leaving it for now as I slow back down as B comes all the way out to the gold again. Hippodrome is going to be the decision for Corvinus on the other side. Nothing too crazy there. Oh, he's going to, yeah, now we can make a lumber camp there. B has seen a second stronghold, and there are spears at the other one, but there's nothing here. So Corvinus is just now getting in the, does he see as well? Oh, I hate how this thing sometimes doesn't work. He does see, he can click on this to see that it is being mined. Well, he can see a villager, that does make things a little bit easier. But this will get the slits very soon, as I'm going to speed up just again. But these spearmen, they perhaps left too early. That's a lot of gold. That's a good, you know, what's that, 200 gold that B was able to get extra, plus he's still going as the archer now comes in. And archer's being made here, but the slits is in being researched on this one, or it's halfway in, excuse me. Oh, and this archer is not fighting the archer, which means it's going to be in a bit of trouble. Does get the charge damage off as well, and another hit. The archer will be able to pick it up, and then it's going to be able to push back the spearman somewhat. It's, oh, let me put do not disturb on. Apologies. It's like this guy's never done it before. Okay. But that's the first champion coming out. Just the scouts coming in for Corvinus. But now there's a bit of an archer mess here, and it doesn't really seem like Corvinus is going to be able to make enough of whatever he wants to. This is not producing either, so it's just out of this ranking stronghold. And B is, you know, he's free to mine up as much gold as he wants in this situation. There was obviously the initial denial on the gold, but then as the spearman walked away and the second stronghold got built down here, he actually just waltzed back up to his gold and took it. So this mass of archers at the front is never going to exceed B's. Unless the eco gets touched, which it is not. And with with knights in the mix as well, it does mean that even against, you know, those strong Macedonian units, it is an advantage militarily for B. A little bit of just scouting information there from Corvinus to poke in and see. I'm going to speed up again because I've realized we're still not up to live a little bit. We needed to catch up about 5 minutes. The ram being built here, so wanting to break out of this. B really can't push any further because of the arrow slits, but we can see the arrow slits doesn't reach these. It reaches... Shit, that's crazy, actually. So, trying to go side by side. If the archer walks up here, the arrow slit reaches, but the villagers here, it doesn't reach. So, if this was one tile closer, B sees it. But where it is, it didn't reach those mining villages. So the effective tower rush from this Rangoon stronghold just doesn't work out in the end to deny the gold. And that's actually pretty huge because everything that Corvinus was trying to achieve, which is denying the French's gold with that push, was entirely unsuccessful. Now, with nothing else here, B is going to be able to take that out very easily, which sees the army turn to get the fleeing reinforcements, and one of these archers is going to go down. Actually, there's no spearmen. No, there is one of the Akhamada, but that's about it. This one is producing now as well, but militarily it's just in such big favor for B. And knights are obviously the ideal feudal troop, as the champion horseman is going to go down. Its buff doesn't make a big difference because it is the buff to cavalry damage, but of course it is a free champion unit which is going down, and now the knights are on top of the archers. That's a quick game one. That's a very quick game one. I mean, for Corvinus, obviously sucks, but you kind of just chalk it up to the tower rush not really working. First, the initial denial of gold worked, but then the follow-up B was able to get back out for a couple hundred gold, which is huge because that is a couple of knights there right off the bat. But even without those knights, he probably would have been able to get back out there, only having to fight archers against the spearmen and archers of Corvinus. And then, of course, it wasn't in range anyway. That poor stronghold means there was no further denial of gold, and as a result, B can just basically do whatever he wants and then come out and kill him. Unfortunate result there for Corvinus, but I respect the effort. I respect the attempt. Throwing a little bit of craziness at the man. Now we are into the next game. We're going to be Dry Arabia, and it is going to be Tuklak on Dry Arabia for Corvinus, and then China for B. Let's go have a look at what the draft was then. So that was a win for French, yeah, and then they lost for Macedonian, and now we have Tuklak coming in against China. The Civ picks there were Bomb Bomb. We got 2 minutes of observer delay. Actually, I can show you, can't I? Please work. Marlians picked again for B and sniped out, and JD also picked for Corvinus and sniped out. So a lot of respect there, but looking at the last game, allowing Macedonian through and sniping out Jeanne d'Arc, and B snipes out Jeanne d'Arc again, but this time meaning Tuklak is being played on Dry Arabia not probably as big of a deal as the last map, which went in B's favor anyway. So we are going to see something a little bit different out of Corvinus. Now, he was a huge proponent. I don't know how much he liked it, but definitely a player who did the took Lagobad Fort Rush. And I don't know if I've seen him. I haven't seen too much of his Took-like play recently, especially since the most recent changes, as to whether he is one of those 2TC fort enjoyers or whether he mixes things up and is a little bit more aggressive. It's got to be, at least on paper, in my view, a really tough matchup into China, because you're never going to have the scaling eco element as you can do with all of those greedy tactics into other civilizations. But I don't see it really being an effect into China. And if China can just get that, like, the old school, not old school, but the most common China strat in recent times, which is the feudal pro scouts, get castle, and then go at them. It seems like that's gonna work pretty well against Took-like. We'll see. The ball is in Corvinus's court for sure. See what he's got cooking, and we don't have to wait long. And we are up to live with this one, so we're not going to have to worry about speeding through as well, which is good, because if we saw shenanigans from the very start from Corvinus before, I'm sure we're going to see we're not going to have to wait too long this time either. We are going to have a flip, and we'll do the scores. It is B who is in the lead, 1-2-0. All right, game 2, introducing our players in the south of the map. In the green on Took-like Dynasty, we have Corvinus, the elephant, Civ with the golden elephants. And in the top, we have B, the winner of Homestead Cup and current challenger of at least this series, leading 1-0. In the orange on the Chinese, it's 3D B. I don't know why he's got the LL in his name, by the way. There must be something there that I don't understand about his the origins or the legacy of his name. But he's had that for a while and I've never really questioned it. But he is B in our hearts and on paper as well. Whether that's Beal or B the second or something of that ilk. Now, we don't see anything too nuts out of Corvinus to start with. Dark Age wise, which is not too surprising how it took, like, right? And we see the house being put in an interesting position, which probably suggests that he's going to go for that. I can't remember the name of it. What is it called? So B, the food hut, the food fort, to get that up, and can sort of put that right in the front of his base, which is nice. Corvinus' spawn, kind of, I wouldn't say particularly secure, but if he can secure up this side and this left, which actually, that's actually not too bad of a wall. He's got Hunt here, as well as all 3 golds tucked away towards the back. And actually the next 2 golds from Beer towards the back as well, which is kind of interesting, and the deer, of course, which kind of make for interesting spawns on Dry Arabia, as you never really know where things are going to end up. Even on EGC Dry Arabia, it can still be a little bit of a lolly scramble as to where things are going to be. Let's take a look at sheep, because they are, both scouts are right near each other. The Dry Arabia, of course, you do have the sheep spawn near your TC, so you see a little bit of a loop there from Corvinus. This is the view of, and then going out across the map. And then for B, it is kind of all over the place, to be honest. And then going across in front of Corvinus' base, and then making his way home. There are only so many sheep. We can't see neutral sheep on the UI, which I hate. There's another one over there, but there's not very many sheep to contest with. I assume it's 7 EGC Dry Arabia, unless they have changed it so it's not. There's 2 in the back actually as well, still to be picked up from B, which means he should get a higher sheep count at the end of this. But the normal version, the ladder version of Dry Arabia now only has a handful of sheep. Is it 6 that you can contest on the map? And the rest of them are around your base. Which makes things a little bit different. And honestly, I've kind of been a proponent of not messing with the sheep mechanic too much. But maybe I'm wrong, because I've quite enjoyed having the sheep around your base with Dry Arabia. The changes on ladder, at least. Now we see it's going to be Tower Victory coming in for Corvinus. And yep, straight on to the stone. We'll see how much he picks up and how much he wants to commit to that fort, or whether it's fort plus, either a second fort or second TC, as people have experimented with both, or the combination of with 2 TC, 2 fort, as how greedy you can get away with it. China obviously being a civilization which has tempo to its name, which can make things a little bit different. One interesting thing we see from B though is he pulled off gold right away. So just getting enough gold to start making the IOs, which means it's not going to be a professional scouts, which probably makes sense regardless of the matchup. You just got the safe there sitting in the back anyway, and this doesn't make for a bad like song placement like, with Barbican, I should say, if that was going to be a choice of his. Being able to put the Barbican just on board isn't too bad, but if you can secure up also Deer and a woodline and also a big stone, that's quite a nice thing to have. We are going to get a lot of the stone coming in. We'll see the fort come in soon, but it's going to be a second TC. No, forts out on this way. So I think this means that we are going to see 2 forts, as the house one, the food one, Bakar, that's what I was thinking of, is going to come on this side, which means we'll see which one he goes for. But this is going to secure up more stone, which suggests that there's going to be more gathering of that. And then the deer as well, which is quite a nice spot for Corvinus here, actually. As these 9 villagers are still gathering up as much stone as possible. And, interestingly enough, B is turned to his own stone mine. So it's going to be Battle of the Booms. Strap in, I guess. Alright, maybe it's going to give me some time to drink my coffee. Because we're going to have some time on our hands as both players just boom up, play some PvE. See who's the first to make a unit, eh? A military unit? Not sure we're going to see one for a minute. Here comes the second fort coming through for Corvinus, and that is going to be Bakar, of course. Let's see what governor is chosen here. Multan. So the town center production speed, and we're back onto stone. So I think we might see that very greedy combination 2 fort, 2 TC out of Corvinus. Still not gone onto wood though. So perchance this is just for the single one? Maybe? Question mark? You still get 15% on level 1. And we're upgrading to level 2, which gives 30. And then there's a potential 50 as well. This one is definitely going to be Bakar. The second TC goes in the back, interestingly enough. It kind of makes sense, actually, rather than being on the woodline, because you can get your deer, and of course, you've got quick rally onto the gold, especially if this one potentially gets denied, as the only bad thing about either of these players' spawns is that this gold is in the front. Arguably, the woodlines in the front would be a problem, but not really for Corvinus when you've got the forts to protect yourself. So, +2 going up for that one. Nothing further on this, but we are still on the stone. And we are going to get, I think, I'd be surprised if we don't see a second TC, but there's a lot on gold as well, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't play Tuklak, and you don't see a lot of them on land maps, especially Dry Arabia. So we'll just keep an eye. It is going to be going up again, so an extra upgrade here for Corvinus on the town center speed forts. This one on that second level as well. And then it looks... Are we going to see a fast castle here from B? Or... No, we are going to make some units. I'm not sure if this is expecting red elephants to come through. Or in response. But I don't see potentially any damage either player can really do for a while. We're really just playing SimCity. Hanging out in our base. Doing bugger all. Like, the biggest thing for Corvinus is the continuation of the gold. Now we're going on to the deer. So it might just be, yeah, 1 TC and then look to fast castle behind this. Another level coming in for this Bakar fortress. So taking that one to level 3 as well. Which is kind of crazy. So full commitment. Just didn't go for the second TC as well. I guess that's one thing that's not as greedy, I guess, as possible. Otherwise, it's, yeah, it's basically as much as you can get. And 2 TC on the other side of, for B. Not going to be Song Dynasty coming through. It is going to be the Castle Age, which is almost in. Which means that even with Corvinus going for his own behind it, or with it, is going to come up a lot later. So B is going to have that timing, which is going to make a big difference for the relic collection. All three relics, or all three contested relics, sort of across on this one side. So if you can get out and secure that middle part, you are going to be in with a shout. It's going to be the Imperial Palace, which is getting put in the back, interestingly enough. This thing has 28 tile sight, which is fantastic. Not as fantastic when it's built in the back of your base, but it still has that active ability of revealing all enemy workers, which allows for that raiding potential, which is huge, regardless of whether you're actually getting the outpost line of sight or not. But I guess B really favoring that aspect of it rather than the vision. But if we have a look at B's vision, it still sees everything around his base to be, in terms of being able to react to raids, which is still very, very nice, especially in the absence of walls. So, you know, not too big of a deal. Actually, the market came in. I wonder what that was to purchase at the time. These villagers are going to go out to get, yeah, Song Dynasty is going to come up at that boar and deer spot, like I mentioned earlier, which is a really nice position to have. And I guess in this case, when there's no military on the field, you kind of can do whatever you want. Barracks is going to be the first production building that Corvinus brings down to match that out of B. But it was just a couple of spearmen. Actually, these are still being rallied across the map. No, just out to the relics to contest those. And of course, with any fast castle, without any feudal play, it is going to be knights or lancers, which is the unit of choice for B. But still, this is a much better timing, as B, yeah, really rushed out the first of the monks and a second one coming as well. So if these contested relics go over to B, that is a big win on the timing. Also try to keep an eye on the incomes as they come through, as we can already see like just how much food Corvinus has out of this landmark. 280 a minute leveled up is pretty crazy. Song Dynasty now completes. So this is going to be quite a significant eco advantage in the longer term for B, as both of these town centers start pumping really quickly. 15 seconds a villager is pretty crazy, whereas this one gives, what, 50% extra production speed? This is at level 2, question mark? Because you can get this third upgrade? No, that's to go up to 75. That's if you the fourth one, right? So this must be at 50%, which is, right, we can just see this, can't we? Yeah, 13 seconds a villager, which is pretty crazy. But just on the single TC, not on the second. Now the Barbican, if you right click with it, it will attack the boar, which is really nice. Making sure you don't lose anything behind it though. Yep, easy peasy. So you could garrison them as well to make sure you don't lose them, but you're always going to kill it before one of the villagers dies with that extra Barbican damage. But you do have to manually target, which can be something easily forgotten. Flipping over to the relic stats, we've got 2 in for B already. This is the third one coming in, and this is the fourth one coming in. So the only one left up for grabs is the one tucked safely away in Corvinus's base, which, I mean, is he going to leave it to him? No, B is going for it, but Corvinus is going to get on top of him there, as we also have the first of the Lancers coming across to get some raiding in. We'll see if he pops this right away, but ultimately this monk's not going to survive. We'll see if B wants to go and really commit force to getting out there, but no, I don't think so. The monk is just going to ever so slowly die in the corner. Delay, I guess. No ranged armor yet, so you see how quickly these things die. Oh my gosh, that is actually going to die. That's actually not a bad little pickup there for Corvinus. It's not a lot of damage, but you saw how quickly it died, which means that Corvinus still got a little bit of a window. The thing about fast casting, especially when you like boom, like a 2TC or any type of boom fast castle, is that you really have to, you can kind of afford a lot, but you got to wait for everything to come in. So it does still take a little bit of ramping up time. What? B prioritizing +1 melee attack over everything else on this first blacksmith upgrade? That's kind of crazy. It's going to be Clock Tower, so we're going to go straight into Yarn Dynasty. You don't often see this, actually. So bypassing Song, we got there for a little bit to get a bit of extra villager production out. It does have a 20 villager lead at this point, but economically, oh shit, that food is through the roof once you got onto that boar and deer. That's actually kind of crazy. And Corvinus is back on the stone. So we're going to see another fort. We'll keep an eye on what he's going to go for, whether he is going to look to go imp plus another TC. What is he doing? No, this must be another fort, right? we're just getting imp. So we're getting this B has made fucking 500 landmarks. Corvinus has made 2 fully upgraded keeps. Nope. And a second TC. And he's going to go Imperial Age. Or are we just going to sit on all of this food? There's no gold behind this at all. He's going to get this one in. But he's had to move across to the gold mine just now, which sets him a little bit behind. Oh, I guess he's pretty close, right? You need 1200 for that age up. Bro, settle in. Where's game 2 is still 14 minutes without confrontation. The only thing to really die was I think that Lancer did die, a monk died, but there's been no real engagement. We're all just chilling, playing PvE. A little single player action. I mean, even the relics weren't really contested. It was just switching back. It was just a 4-1. Actually, he hasn't got the last one in. Oh, pagodas, right? Of course. So this is quite huge. The amount that these give: 62, 62, 125, and this is still in Castle Age. Really nice, actually. This is just such a boomy game. This is crazy. You don't often see this at this level, as players will just commit to going and killing each other. I mean, the late game is kind of a nice place for China to be, but honestly, Tukulak do pretty well in that late game with all the extra elephant upgrades. Where's House of Learning? You get extra regen, extra damage. Sorry, I'm missing the one engagement we have this game so far. It's just a shit ton of spearmen against each other, and some Palace Guard actually in there as well. We've got some feudal archers as well. Feudal archers, feudal spearmen. Oh, the archers get upgraded to Castle Age. And no, sorry, they are veteran spearmen. They are Castle Age spearmen. But this fort, this is upgraded as well, and it does quite a lot of damage, especially if you can garrison, but there aren't very many villages here. And actually with this, B does see the age up, and there's not very many villages on it, just 7, which means he's going to full commit, and there's only so much damage that has to get cancelled and built elsewhere. As B runs all the way in with a bunch of these units, especially if the Palace Guard are getting attacked, which is in this group, there are 19 of them. It is really difficult, and we do have +2 defense. No, just +1 range defense, but still not bad against only this small arrow fire of the fort. Means that actually it's pretty difficult for Corvinus to be able to fight this back. Spirit Way is going to come up for B as well, so there's not like any type of real commitment to the aggression here from B. He doesn't mind trading out economic damage for this. The landmark does come in the Hisar Academy or Corv, which means that we're going to have both players in Imp very, very shortly. I mean, you take a bit of eco damage here, but it's not the end of the world. I think this isn't going to be that much damage for Corv to take. In fact, 4 villages have gone down, but of course he's got plenty of eco behind it. But it is going to be this initial transition, and we see what units both players are going to pick up coming off of this essentially boomed fast Imp from both of them. Meaning they're going to go into this fighting with whatever units they choose. I'm going to assume it's going to be elephants out of Corvinus. And just interestingly enough, talking about the eco, cost of researching technologies being reduced is quite interesting here. For those really expensive Imperial Age upgrades means they're going to be a lot cheaper. As so many more in terms of like total resources comes off the cost of those Imperial Age upgrades. Makes for, yeah, quite a difference. And another fort even coming in as well. The man is absolutely spamming them. Whereas for B, we do have the, oh, that's just the villager one, but we're going to have the extra palace guards coming through. Full mass there. This is just a scout to get some vision for Corv. But yes, full men at arms, full palace guard spam. And there's going to be +3 range defense coming in for these bad boys. We aren't going to have the elite armor tactics in yet. That's the only thing sort of left to get really for these Palace Guard. But we do have Yuan Dynasty as well. So they're going to be even faster as Palace Guard are faster than normal men at arms. But with Yuan Dynasty, they're way quicker still. 158. 1.58 movement speed is actually pretty crazy. And they're going to come in, they're going to go straight, they're going to right click onto the fort, trying to get it before it goes up. It did get to level 2 at least. We'll see if Corv can hold on to it, as there is a lot of fire damage coming through, but no bonuses necessarily on them. These archers are tickling. It is, and they actually, these units are getting through the health far faster than these few villagers can repair. There is enough money in the bank to repair this, but not enough villagers. And it does go down in the end, actually. Quite a nice little pickup there. It's decent stone investment and a lot of units. And in response to this, Corvinus is now producing men-at-arms. He has so much money in the bank. Was it just a reluctance to get upgrades before the that other fort came through? But I mean, this is in and upgraded. Yeah, up to level 3 as well. Those upgrades should be coming through thick and fast. But there's not enough units. There's 6 hand cannons in the queue, but where's the production to make them? Hello? There's 3 archery ranges here. That is not enough, as actually B is turning his attention to the very town center, rather than running through with all of these units to try to pick off all the eco. Sacred Site victory is counting down behind us. 9 minutes to go. And B is just a steady flight. 64 Palace Guard, and there's so much money behind us. All of the upgrades coming through. There is so much torch damage. Imperial Age torch damage 21 on all of these. Means that with 5,000 health or no, there's only 8 fire armor on these things, which actually isn't bad, but it doesn't matter when you have 50 units that are attacking it. Some of these men-at-arms coming through are going to do nothing. The hand cannons are a natural counter, but you need so many of them. And these Palace Guard are so fast as well with Yuan Dynasty, meaning they can run on top of anything, any amount of these hand cannons. 3 is not going to be enough. Even if all of these 9 popped out now, 12 is not going to be enough. This fort is going to go down. If this bombard emplacement finishes, that's actually terrible for Corvinus, as that stone that's not going to go elsewhere, and it does. It literally comes in, and then the fort dies. The split second afterwards, and then, yeah, turning onto the eco as well. B doing everything, killing the landmarks and running through to kill eco. This gold is the last thing here for Corvinus, and there's nothing else going on. The transition into Imperial Age was not there for Corv. He got there, but didn't have the eco or the timing behind it, whereas B was just out to pump out everything he wanted. The Sim City game is going to go to B, as he played the PvE better than Corvinus in this situation. And I am someone that is a very positively minded person. I love Age of Empires 4. I think this game is fantastic, very dynamic, great depth and strategy, and the balance between having to execute and do the right thing is, I think, combined with pace as well, I think is where Age of Empires 4 really shines as a modern, our best modern RTS. But this is the worst pro game I've seen in so long. Literally, single player for 15 minutes, and then one player just walks over the other one. Come on, man. I was excited to see Tukluk. I was excited to see Tukluk on a land map. I don't want to see it again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that garbage again. Hello? What's going on? Alright, but Corv, you know, I still believe in him. He served us up an entertaining first game, even if it didn't go his way. Second game, you know, take it or leave it. Personally, I'll leave it. But we are going to go into our next one, which, let's get the draft up as we jump in, because it already started 2 minutes in. So we've got a few minutes of, whoop, nope, they've had to remake it. They've had to remake it, so we'll have a little bit of time. So this is going to give us a minute to have a look at the draft, and also to have a look at this match itself. So this is going to be on Gorge. I believe I saw the map as we look at the draft. So for this one, it was for Corvinus, Golden Horde, and Jeanne d'Arc. And again, B snipes out the Jeanne d'Arc. Really scared of Corvinus's JD. And that really makes me want to watch it, especially... Wait, and then Corvinus snipes out Zhu Shi over Marlian? Remember, this is on Gorge. I feel like Marlian's great on Gorge, no? Golden Horde, Marley. This feels like the 2 strongest civs out of these 4. But I guess it's a bit of a matchup situation. Interesting one for sure. Having a quick look at the maps here, we had Coastal Cliffs as our first game, and then we just had Dry Arabia, which went over to... both to B, right? And then we're going into Gorge now. And we got Boardland and Kawasan should we need them. In terms of the total draft, as we now get through Golden Horde and Mali, B's got his Lancaster, which he loves. Still got Sengoku, Japanese, and of course Jushi, which hasn't made its way through. So very good maps come Kawasan, for sure. But no slouches for Corvinus either, with KT, Avacid, and a Ubid still sitting there. And his JD, which he wants to play every single time. And B is not allowing him, which is quite, honestly, surprising. Is there something about... I mean, JD has been performing well, but there's nothing that's really different about her unless Corvinus has something up his sleeve. I'm trying to find the game again, by the way. What's going on? They did have to remake it, but it's still not up. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam. Come on, guys. MSN series is still going. That's a good sign. Although they started at the same time, right? They were just maybe a few minutes earlier. MSN versus Loue, which I really want to watch. So I'm kind of I haven't been able to watch any of MSN's games yet. Either yesterday from casting or as a spectator, because I was out at all the times when they were on. What's going on, man? Where the fuck is this game? Corv? Bam, bam. Let me check Discord. Are either of them streaming? Hold up. Bear with. No. Bro, I wish B was streaming. He talked about wanting to. I wonder if it's the Russia ban or not. Or I thought maybe he had like something up his sleeve as to why he would be able to start after Homestead. But I still haven't seen him stream unless he's somewhere that I don't know. MSN and Loue are into game 2. And Loue won the first game. Come on, MSN. You did it over B. You can do it again. Bam, 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 bam. They must have taken a break or something. I mean, B does have a kid. But they start... The reason why I'm confused by that is because they started the game. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, 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 bam. Like, I can see a lot of Silver League games going on. That's cool. But otherwise, no. Otherwise, no other games. Hey, Steve, mate, how you doing? We are waiting on the next game for Corv and B, which unfortunately looks like they're either taking a little bit of a break or something's happened. which is a shame. But that's fine. There are humans. We just keep refreshing when we can. Or I guess we could go look at a different game. At the very least, I'm going to bring up one of the... I'm going to bring up MSN's game because I... on the main thing. Oops, shit. No. Almost pressed the wrong button. Let's, I'm going to listen in. And in the background, I'll try to, see if we can get Corvinus's game. Look at that! Is that production value? Right, I said listen in, shouldn't I?
I don't think the Yari are going to cut it at that point.
We got Crackety and Myriad.
That's the question, right? Can you really get enough of them out there in order to be able to deal with the masses of units that the Golden Horde can also pump out? Emerson still with 5 villagers on gold. He does have the double berry gathering upgrade. There are a lot of berries.
I'm super biased for MSN, by the way.
Has the potential to really pump out.
I have a cast MSN's games. It's not going to be impartial.
His own double archery range as well. So is going to be going for just a lot of units on the field now as well on his own side. So can definitely just make use of all of the food gather bonuses that he has with the Sengoku Daimyo. So one of the Yatais is going to get found out here. That's going to be... Is it the second Yatai has been killed? No, I think the first one only just got put to low HP, but this one's going to be the first one that will get taken down. And MSN now down to 2 Yatais, but is going to be starting to add in a lot of Yumi archers now as well.
Pretty painful timing for the Yatai to go down as well. Was so close to the food trader making his way to the Matsuri, but it wasn't meant to be here. You mentioned the Yumi numbers is something MSN is definitely going to need, and plenty of that. He did opt for the Daimyo state for Takeda clan, so additional boost for this cavalry, mainly for the move speed upgrade, which I think we already have, right? With so
Corvinus is offline.
Considering only now he's getting double broadaxe, he must have gotten the move speed upgrade. It's going to allow him to actually maybe even pick off these units here from Loue.
He is online, but not in game.
Around this forest, he can really body block.
Should be able to. That would be a lot of value. Both the Batukan and the Torgutsir could be going down. But it needs to start moving ahead of them. Can we quickly select one of the horsemen just to see whether the movement speed upgrade has come in? No, it has not come in. It's
oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I'm pausing this. Or muting this for a second. According to B's match history, that game ended. It started and ended, Gorge. 1 minute 51 seconds. Did he try something and then lose? Hang on, guys. We're going to go have a look. So B is 2 up. This game lasts 1 minute 51 seconds. I would assume that's a crash. But there's potential, like, Corvinus loses his scout or something and then just quits. And that's why he's gone offline. We're going to have a look. Let me get the scores. Let's do this properly. Let's give this 1.5 minutes or 1 minute 50 seconds everything we have, okay? Fuck, what am I doing? Okay. No, he's crashed. He's not even playing. Oh, that's a shame. But if you crash like this, it's a remake. So I think his internet's died. That's why he's not back yet. That must be the case for Corvinus, which means the series shouldn't be over. This wouldn't be like a forfeit as a result. This would just be a remake. Well, they've got the sheep thing for Gorge too. I guess they've done that for all the EGC maps. Looks like it's going to be the direction we go with AoE 4, pitting those sheep around your base. So we'll just keep an eye on, see if they, hopefully Corvinus can come back, but it looks like that was the situation there. Let's go back and have a look at this game for a minute.
It's going to help against the Spearmen, right? Just keep them occupied a bit, block some shots. Has a nice body block there from Loue. Means that the Yari do not seep in through the production. At the same time, though, Loue strikes when MSN's not paying attention.
MSN falling back to the back of his base. Horseman, or the Yari cavalry, did not find any value out here on the field yet. No villager went down
Come on,
at all
MSN.
on either side of the map so far. Only 2 units went down for MSN. I believe that was 2 Yari cavalry, or 1 Yari and 1 Yumi archer. So all in all, not too much lost here, but he needs to be able to get out here as the reinforcement, or rather the front line from Loue, returns from MSN space, but does not manage to pinch in the army from MSN here. So he's
MSN's
gonna
only
be
got 2
able to
Yatai.
get away scot-free. The question is, what's going to be coming up next as Loue just
feel like
continues piling on?
The eco feels
his
pretty good at
military
Sengoku
count.
still, if
10
you can have
Torguts,
everything up, but if
4
you don't have everything
Keshiks,
up,
and a ton of
then
spearmen
Golden
on the
Horde
field.
feels like they run away with it.
Not a single spearman from MSN.
And I think that's going to be a pretty big problem soon, right? With 4 Keshiks in the field now, 10 Torgud, more Keshiks in queue, more Torgud in queue. This is the point where the
Yeah,
Yari
when you get
can't
so much
really
money
compete anymore unless you have
as Golden Horde,
ridiculous amount, as well as Takeda
that you can
level
add
2, which,
Keshik,
again,
it
is
feels so
far
good.
away here for MSN, especially
You
considering
just make
he's
so
getting
many
dove
units.
when his cavalry went to get their own raid in, and it forces him to turn back, but not fast enough for him to actually trap these
Yari are
units
great,
from
but they still
Loue.
don't do
So
very well
Loue,
against
again,
Torgud.
finding more value here with
Maybe
the
they do
idle
okay
time
against Keshik
and some
with
military
their extra
pickups and some destroy
damage,
value.
but I don't think so,
Quite
because
in favor of him
Horsemen
at this
do
point.
terrible
Torgud
against
is getting out
Keshik
of
full stop
hand.
because of they don't do enough
I think Loue
DPS to
feels
fight
the
through the
confidence to turn
healing.
around now. Big mass here from
Ooh.
MSN though. Ooh,
Miss
little bit of
micro.
What is the
pathing
pathing there?
Cost him
That's
so much
crazy.
money.
That's
Insanity.
crazy, the pathing there.
I think he misclicked. I don't know if that was
He's
just
trying
pure
to come back,
pathing.
but he's not getting the hits he needs.
Yeah, it's just so many spearmen, right? Like, you're wasting so much damage by picking off these spears one by one. He does manage to drag Louis' army all the way underneath the TC, which is about to be fully garrisoned with the retreating wood line. This is
military
some of the
count
best
is for
possible
MSN,
place MSN could ask to fight in. And to be fair, his mass is looking pretty good. A lot of the spears are going down.
As long as
very
the Yari don't all
but
die,
the
I
cat
think he's
just
okay.
holds firm and pushes back.
Just
MSN's
needs to
mass
hit all
yet
his spearmen,
again.
yeah.
The
He's doing
Yatai
well.
is now under threat and falls immediately
Oh,
to
rip
this
Yatai.
mass. Very few archers left here for Loue. He doesn't really need them, however, as all of the composition from MSN will get dealt with by this heavy
Still at
cavalry.
spearmen.
The numbers are thinning out, however.
He's one.
A lot of the Yari
Yeah, he
are
gets the
still
last.
alive here for MSN.
There's just one spearman
Most
at
of
the top.
Keshiks are as well for Loue, and they're going to heal with every
The Yari
hit
doing
as
alright?
well that they do onto the Yari. The TC
Anio's
doing
still up as
amazing
well, though.
work here for MSN.
Yeah. At the end of the day, MSN, he was able to
He took
keep
one
a lot
Yatai of
the-
damage,
well,
that's
no,
it.
At the end, there weren't that many Yari that are still left alive.
Let me check
The
again
remaining
for
couple are gonna
Corvinus
heal back up, though.
and
Most
B.
importantly, he managed to weather the storm, and this is the thing. There's a capped rate at which Loue can get these Torguts out on the map. That is how much stone he's getting in per minute. So he's not going to be able to remass them as quickly.
Considering
So
the situation,
offline.
though, right? That was about as good of a defense as MSN could possibly hope for. Only a single villager went down.
We might
for
switch over to the
maybe a
Vortex
few
series
killers from
then.
earlier, I'm not too sure, but minimal economic damage. Only idle time on the TC had been garrisoned, and the TC gave value, of course, killing a lot of units. Definitely still a favorable position for Loue, I would say, but MSN
Let me
has
see
a bit
where
more
they're up to.
breathing room, and he wants to go castle with it, and I think
He can. He can, at
that's...
least.
Well...
Looks like 1-0
Can-
Vortex at the minute.
He has a slight military lead at the moment, and there aren't that many spearmen anymore for Loue. Looking at the resource, by the time he hits Castle Age, he should have enough resource for like 3 to 4 mounted samurai. With the units that he has out on the field, should be able to, realistically, I want to say. Saka Brewery is going to be coming in
I think
next.
on game 3 actually.
But the attack is also coming in at the same time from Loue. If only MSN had the archers now behind the wall at this point, he could get some damage and snipe out a couple of these spears beforehand. Alas, isn't going to be able to do so. Yatai is going to get found out here yet again. Archers to the defense. Maybe get one of the Torguts down. There's one very low HP Torgut. And he's going to live. Okay.
So
Never mind, gets
thank you,
taken.
right? Yeah, manages to get him with that final volley there, and I mean, Loue, I don't think he.
Alright, this game is going to continue for a bit. I'm going to switch us off.
Committed even harder there. So
Thanks, have a nice
in
day.
essence, suddenly with,
2-0 Vortex
more
going,
space
so they're on the
than we
last,
expected to
potentially
have.
last game. Let's give Gully
He
a
just
chance.
cancelled a couple of units, and
We're going to step into that one just quickly. There's no way this one was actually a loss to Corvinus, though. It must just be his internet or something. And we'll see him come back. There's no way. Just checking again very quickly. No, still offline. That's a real shame. Okay, let's go jump in and get up to speed. Maybe it'll go long. Oh, there's an unpublished mod on that game and I can't watch it? What the fuck? Is KP watching it? Yeah, he is. What are they playing on? Is that EGC Mountain Clearing? The fuck is that map? Fucking hell. Yes, it is Mountain Clearing. Okay. Well, I think by the time I download this, it's going to take too long. But I'll get it in case we need it again anyway. They don't really make things particularly easy, to be honest with you. There we go, EGC Mountain Clearing. Subscribe. Why is it unpublished? There's nothing unpublished about it. It's right there. I'm downloading it because it's published. We gotta turn the audio off. Alright, let's get up to speed. DS Vortix. Man, got himself a team, eh? Alright, we're gonna hoon through. And it is 2-0 Vortex. Bam, 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 bam. Was my game gonna crash? Why does it look like this? Hello? Oh no. It crashed. Age of Empires, why are you doing this to me? Looks like Gully's doing alright in the game though. Not to give too much away. Currently looking at a 14 minutes in, and each player has 30 idle villages. Hell yeah! Okay, this sounds like a good game. Let's get back in. Let's flip back to posse vibes, rather than getting annoyed at the video game, which we love. We absolutely love. Bam, 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 bam. Come on. Bam, 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 bam. Let's get loaded in game. Come on. There we go. This time for sure. I'm not going to touch anything. It was my bad before because I alt-tabbed. I wanted to go look at draft like an idiot. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. I was still weirdly alt-tabbed. Okay, then we got Vortix on the left, which means my score is wrong. How could you do this to me? My title's wrong, but it's fine. If Gully wins this, I switch the title. Okay, let's get up to speed. HRE, Jushi. Love it. HRE doesn't do too bad on a map like this. Pushing in the deer. Nice. Whereas that Gully actually just goes straight out on the deer. Also nice. Minework it is. And Jiangnan, nothing too crazy out either. I mean, I would feel like Jushi's got a better matchup here. Because not only do they make a shit ton of units in feudal with Jiangnan, but with Shuganu, they do better on a smaller map. And I'm not sure that HI really has too much to fight them. The extra movement speed helps with your archers, but like... And I guess all pikes helps with your horsemen and spearmen, so that actually does give you something. Especially the horsemen. But otherwise, I don't know if that makes that much of a difference. Thanks, have a nice day. I appreciate the follow, and I also appreciate the information, mate. And I also appreciate the positive name. Okay. Palace Guard, Shuganu, Horseman Archer. Palace Guard actually do make things a little bit awkward. The extra damage helps for sure. But yeah, you see how many fucking units Jushi has. Although, ooh, you can't stand to fight the archers. They do back off, but Gully still has heaps here. We've still got like a good 5 more minutes to catch up to. So try to follow this back and forth. It's like a fucking Benny Hill skit, man. There's shit happening on the other side. Vortix actually somehow killed 7 workers throughout all this. Gully 3. There's still pings on the other side of the map, which I refuse to go look at in 8 times speed. As this fucking fight is hilarious to watch. Just back and forth. Oh, and there's the village getting pulled. That's what I just saw before. So we might be very close to up to speed here. Maybe just a minute or so left in game. Oh, and there's a big raid here. Actually, we can cut across. Oh, 17 now killed. So he was losing his whole military was Vortix and sacrificed the military to go across the map. But he picks up a lot. There's still so many in for Gully. But yeah, big eco kills for Vortix. And more eco kills, but then Gully actually got a lot back there as well. More archers going around. Fucking archer raids is crazy, man. Gully does get castle behind that, so making the most of the military advantage. Knows he couldn't end the game, so looks to get up to castle and said, oh no, running out of gold? At a time like this? Can he get the relics in, which makes a difference? Was he able to get upgrades? Well, he's got Texas, of course. Oh no, that's a lot to kill. 32 villages killed actually makes it crazy. Now we're up to speed. Okay, so Vortix up top on the berries and the deer, but these geniuses have decided that berries are superior. That's what happens when you don't shift click, I guess. Some horsemen in the back. This game looks so slow, by the way, having just watched it at 8 times speed. Palace Guard, they're so fast. 1.38 speed. Coming through, getting another couple kills there, and forcing off a gold, which is very important. Vortix is stuck in feudal age. He does have a bigger army, but he doesn't really have much else. Oh my god, those deer got vacuumed up so quickly. There are still the berries there on the flip side there for Vortix. This is great. Corvinus is not over. I think Corvinus crashed, like his internet crashed, and he hasn't been able to come back online. He crashed out of the very start of game 3. But I don't think that would have been a forfeit over to B because the game had only just started. But we'll see. If he's not able to get back in time, they might give him the forfeit. I don't really know those admin rules, unfortunately, but we'll keep an eye on it. But it wasn't online, so we're going looking at some of the other games in the interim. This one is game 3 of Vortix Gully, so... And actually, it's been a banger. Is it the most fun 8 times speed I've watched for 20 minutes of a game. Vortix is going to clean this up, but he's still so far away from castle. I really don't know how he gets there with the food he has available. Gully's got to get in these... he's got to get this in, but he just doesn't have enough eco behind all this. All of his foods out here, which is great. He's got a good food eco, but nothing else. Vortix, I mean, I don't know how much he knows of the difference between the eco. Ooh, there's only 12 pallets guard and nothing else. And honestly, Gully can't really afford to make anything else either. And everything he loses here, like in this situation, he has to have +2 range defense, which means his archers literally do 1 damage. But it's still really tough. But if Gully can, with these men-at-arms, or Palace Guard I should say, can get a lot of eco damage done, prevent Vortix from getting castle, it still gives him time. But he needs so much. Oh my gosh, if he knew about this, by the way, it's GG. And he should know the deer. Actually, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Vortix is so much more big brain than me. I was like, he's gone out to the berries, but he should have clicked onto the deer. Vortix didn't want to go onto the deer because it would show Gully that he was there as each of the deer get killed on the Fog of War. As it is going onto the berries, it means that Gully has no idea that he's there and probably suspects that he's not there, because if he would be on the deer. So some fucking rock, paper, scissors mind game shit there. Meaning that, yeah, Gully not even thinking to send any units there. And now these Palace Guard are going down. We got +1 ranged attack. Of course, yeah, Feudal Age for Vortix. Meaning there is like a tickle coming through, but you can see like it's just very, very slow. The Horsemen, of course, have all pikes, so they do more damage against the Palace Guard than normal. But it's really not that much. But, you know, eventually, even with 1 damage on the archer attacks, they do go down. And there's still quite a few units in reserve. Oh my gosh, are these going across to the top of the map? We can't see the rally point here, but if they do, and yes, they are going across, that is the mill, and these are the Palace Guard, which you're going to see this, which could be it, as this army of Vortix, without the damage of the TC arrow, is not going to be able to kill these Juggernaut and Palace Guard at all. Even if Gully is struggling for eco himself, he isn't going to be able to fight this. He's got to go home. There is no food. There's no chance for him to be able to make farms. There's no food back home at all. Vortix has to be able to secure this, but at the same time, Gully can't be losing more eco. He's already lost so much, and it's the one thing that's keeping Vortix still in this game, as Textiles comes in for Vortix to try to keep them alive. Probably not a bad idea for Gully to get the same, but he's only got a handful, or just 2 Palace Guard here. Needs more. They will clean up, don't get me wrong, but there is a lot of damage that can come through. Oh, actually, should they get destroyed by the villagers as well? Which means those horsemen are going home. They've got nothing to go. These Palace Guard are going to be enough to hold on to this. These archers and horsemen and TC fire are not going to be enough. There's so many farms having to go down. All the wood having to get used up by Vortix, and no gold being able to get gathered means there's no chance for him to get onto gold either and get to Castle Age. He can only hope to make horsemen out of these stables, which is going to be really tough. But he's holding on as long as he's got the count, and as long as Gully is essentially throwing away a lot of these units rather than able to turn it into one fell swoop. It makes a huge deal. Actually bringing the villagers, but the emergency repairs comes in to save the market. That's super cheeky. There are still plenty of villagers there, but I'm surprised that Gully is not turning this into wood. You know, if he can get the monastery and get these relics in, that's huge passive eco, and he needs just a little bit more eco to come through. Jiangnan's not going to give him as much value over time either. He's actually got the IO on this production building as well, just hooning out Palace Guard from the barracks, which means they are coming, even though it's got the 1 barracks, they are coming through quite quickly. But there's so many units behind us, and with the farms able to be set up, it does actually... Where are they going? They're going to gold? Where are they going? It's a lot, and these archers, they do so much damage. And if Gully loses all of this and Gully has nothing else here, this would be GG, even though Vortix is sitting in Feudal Age. And poor Gully, I mean, he's had every ingredient to win this game, but the one thing he's going to need is economy. The Palace Guard are coming through. There's 11 on the field, but there's so many archers and horsemen, and the horsemen, funnily enough, are the thing that's going to do the most damage to these Palace Guard, but that's so many villagers that go down for Gully. He's down 20, and he's just got no eco. Finally gets textiles after all of those villagers are dead, and actually Vortix catches so many more as well. Up to 50 kills now in this game. Make that 54. This one gets sent, or is left alive to send a message, but everything else goes down. There's no food in the bank. It's going to have to be a farm transition here. Now the monastery comes in, which is going to be able to get those relics, but this could have been, you know, at least 3 relics in the bank for Gully this whole time, which would have helped him turn this into, well, 1, you could buy food, but then turn it into more eco himself. And these Palace Guards are getting thrown away. These do such little damage. Everything is doing 1 damage a shot. The only thing that does any amount of damage is the horsemen, and they attack so slow against Palace Guard, but it looks like actually Vortix is able to hold on to the swarm and push things back for now. Prelates even are coming out of the TC. He's got such an advantage though with workers and with the military, which means that there are no amount of Palace Guard which are going to be able to hold on to this, even if it takes 155 shots from these archers to kill 1 Palace Guard. It's going to be enough. All Pikes has never seen more use, by the way. Give cool HRE units shit all we like. Without all pikes +2 damage. Actually, does he have +1 as well? He does. It does mean that 9 damage turned into 12 is making such a big deal. And oh no, it is going to be the case of everything turning against Gully, who's still making Palace Guard, but with no food behind it to come in. I mean, this poor Imperial official now boosting out of barracks, which can't even produce quick enough. all these villagers here coming in on the woods are going to be taken out by these horsemen coming in on the wood, rather. And those Palace Guard, they do a great job doing damage. I mean, the damage from them is 13 against these horsemen, and they will push them back, and they are fast enough to chase them. But all of the economy is exposed. Vortix, with relieving the pressure and having farm transition set up, means he's going to be very close to his Castle Age. And if he does get Castle Age, that is going to be GG. I'm not sure there's anything in Gully Deckel's tank to be able to deal with this. Funnily enough, Vortix, though, making the same mistake Gully did and letting the gold live, or letting the exposed villagers live, does turn his attention to the relics, which he sees through the fog of war does get picked up. The first of them, nice little hide there in the tower from Gully, which will keep the monk alive, which every little thing counts now. But his timer is surely running out with Castle Age now kicking in. Regnus Cathedral being at least 2 relics, turning into effectively 4 is huge for Vortix. But honestly, the biggest thing is going to be upgrading these archers, which is going to mean these Palace Guard actually melt. Even 2 archers, which theoretically shouldn't do so well against them, they are going to get absolutely shredded, especially once +2 attack comes in as well. And with the horsemen still running around, putting in work, they are doing a fantastic job. And if they, with these extra stables, turning it into knights, means this should be it for Vortix. We'll see if Gully stays in the game once Castle ticks in. I wouldn't be too surprised if he threw in the towel, but he's going to stick in there. I missed it. What happened to all his vills? All of Gully's vills were up here alone on the food. And Vortix ran in with all of his archers and killed them all. And then all the horsemen came to follow. So unfortunate for Gully. Kind of missed his opportunity when Vortix was up there with all of his villagers and Gully had the map control, but just wasn't able to go up and finish the job. But this was Gully's game to win. To be honest, he did everything right with the Jushi feudal aggression. Won the fights, did the damage, took a lot of damage, eco damage himself. But with the Castle Age timing and Vortix having no chance to get onto gold or to get to Castle Age himself, and the ability to deny food, which unfortunately went missing, then it was the case that Gully wasn't able to deny Vortix effectively enough. And he was able to get his castle. Actually going for crossbowmen, interestingly. I really thought he would just opt into knights, because I don't think spearmen were going to be a problem. But nope, does opt in for the crossbowmen. So archer, crossbow, and it is going to be knights as well. So really, really rubbing it in, especially with, yeah, 2 relics as well. Gully does pick up the one in the middle, but the army coming through is the one in the middle is not going home. Gully going on to the goal at the same time to get some eco damage, which he's going to need. But these, you see the damage from these, well, crossbowmen and upgraded archers, right? There's so much, and the difference of damage compared to when Vortix was in the feudal age, compared to what's happening now, is just unreal. These Palace Guard do get pushed back at the back, so I think picking up maybe up to 5 villages there, and the relic is starting to run its way home. But otherwise not able to get much there at all. And the eco difference is just so big for in Vortix's favor. Plus, he's this huge military advantage, which once he got to Castle Age, that kind of was the nail, or the final nail in the coffin. The Palace Guard being able to turn into genuine raiding units is nice and big. Oh, unfortunately, the monk didn't make it home. But it's like right on the front door. But just more and more eco damage. Oh no, it's on the front door. It doesn't matter. He had a prelate there. I didn't even see that amongst the army. But the prelate does pick up the relic and bring it home, which is huge going into an HRE player. Probably, honestly, not that big of a difference in a situation like this where I don't see any way back for Gully anyway. And he still hasn't been able to pick up this relic either. So not even 2 in the back if we actually switch over to the count. There is 1 in the hands of Gully, and yeah, okay, the tap out was coming any minute now. Unfortunately, it does come through now. Gully, he had the game in his hands. He did. He was doing everything he needed to, but just let Vortix get away with too much with that food out on the map, and Vortix does well enough to hold on and bring things back. If we look at the gold gathered, it's just like there's just nothing for so long. Nothing. And Gully, just, how long are you in castle for? 10 minutes? But unfortunately, wasn't to be. Okay, that game done. 3-0 to Vortix. Takes that series. Is Corvinus in game? Are we back? We're not back. I wonder if he did. Let me go have a look. Let me go see if it did count as a forfeit then. I really hope it didn't. I would understand. Oh, actually, I can see if he's in game as well. That was a wild game. Gully is going to be kicking himself, man, especially if he watches that back. It still says the set is live. MSN Loue is on game 3. Loue is up by 2. I'm just going to have a look to see if Corvinus is online. As he hasn't been so far. No, he's still not online. So I think it was the case that his internet crapped out. Or his computer died, I guess. There's no way, unfortunately, for me to know. I wish there was somewhere I could find this information. I tried to reach out to Choom for some like caster info. But he hasn't read my message, which is probably understandable. It probably gets a lot, but it means I can't see. Okay, so with Vortix done, let's go have a look at Loue MSN, as that game is about 9 minutes in. But it's a strange. Cheers, mate. Take it easy. I am Vegateeth. I'm never going to know how to pronounce your name, brother. But thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you. It's always nice to see your name. Alright. Let's go into MSN's game. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Bear with me a little bit as I sort out... Nope, I fucking launched the wrong game. My DVD triangle. Wrong game. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, that game's over? Nope, we missed it. Maybe that's why. There's no way that game's over, is it? It must be. Well, let's have a look at the end of it on EGC stream. Bear with. I know what I'm doing. I'm a streamer.
The fight is not going to go in his favor, though MSN, he's also lacking.
So, in theory, this should end in the next 5 minutes. If my understanding of how shit works.
Prolonged engagements underneath the TC from Loue. Blacksmith has just been added, so he at least has the +1 damage upgrade in yet.
Turn him down, sorry. Sorry, Crackety. But I want to talk over you.
That's difficult for him to...
So MSN's still in feudal? Loue Castle?
Yeah, for sure.
As Japanese, and looks like he's got their untouched and worker cools at least. But there are still a lot of knights here, but there's 3 mounted samurai and a bunch of spearmen. Yikes. There's an upgraded tower as well.
And MSN realizes this. He tries to make some space, bait out the spears in the open to get...
He's still spamming knights too. This is full commit from MSN. Well, if we got some idle vills, that's a win.
Now the food has run out officially for Loue. This is the danger point normally for Japanese when facing this strategy.
Wait, that's ranged defense only just coming in for MSN. That's huge.
Secondary berries somewhere.
It's so hard to dive. They do so much more damage. Well, that's not going to matter too much here as he dives into the spearman.
He does go for it. Pierce armor isn't...
Come on, MSN, pull it out.
Not fighting underneath the TC, only underneath the additional outpost. Knights are able to easily take this fight with the superior numbers here that MSN has.
No way.
Low coming in. MSN is backing off for the time being.
+1 range defense not being in yet is huge when trying to dive towers in TC.
Did go down on MSN side as well, but now he's inside of Louis' space and there aren't any units remaining.
But they're all dead.
Upgrade, though, it not being there yet,
3 kills? 3 villager kills?
just right
For Loue?
corner. And MSN seems to be committed now to
I like
doing
games
more
like this,
damage here.
man.
A couple of the
It's
weak
so
knights actually
tense.
able to get out of the fight there, out of the TC range, so they
Oh,
will
it's
be able to
villagers.
heal back up, and villagers getting found.
Yeah, that's a big block there, right on the edge of the wood line. Quite a few of them do go down immediately. More running around idle at this moment.
Scout goes
Villagers towards
down.
the back as well have been picked
It's
up by
annoying.
MSN that have run from the berries. However, Loue
Where are the
has
rest of the
dealt
knights?
his own damage. 3 villagers have fallen.
They're just
for
sitting at the
MSN.
deer?
But that's exactly the kind of fight.
Emerson's
MSN were
knights are
hoping
sitting
to
at
fight.
Louis'
We
deer?
saw He just managed to get a semi-forced
I mean, he's not in a
round
rush. He's
on the
okay.
spears and the mounted
Louis has
samurai.
no
That's
food.
exactly what he needed to clean up the mass. Just a little overstep there by Louis.
2
Puts him in a
spearmen. Oh my
very
gosh, those
precarious
3
position. But
monks
still,
count as military, by the way.
as
It's
they
literally
put
2
triple
spearmen, and
arrows
that's it.
now on the gold. MSN is still the castle age is not even
This,
something he's
this should be
thinking about, it feels
Emerson's. This should be easy peasy.
Sen able to heal up a lot of these injured knights.
And he's not rushing it. See, if this was me, I would have thrown away all of these knights by now, trying to force the game to be over. But there's actually plenty of time here for MSN. Louis has no eco. Even though he hasn't killed a lot of villagers, he's still got no food eco.
Just get as many, or rather exhaust all of the resource inside of his base. Even had to.
And now they're all healed up.
more farms.
Chivalry, baby.
Again, knights charging on in. Oh, this is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage here. The villager.
Oh, that's so smart from
Game
MSN.
ending.
Went from 3 kills to 16 just like that. 1 mounted samurai, which comes out at the worst time as well. Instantly dies. GG. 2-1. Yo, MSN. Let's go. Alright, if Corvin is saying streaming, I'm fucking, we're watching this shit, man. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go, MSN. You guys ready for some bias as fuck casting? What's is KP? No, he's out of that one. Okay. That one. Oh, that was the one we were watching. That was a Vortix game. Alright, let's go have a look. So Emerson is into the next game. But there is going to be a little bit of a delay. It's going to be Louis on HRE, Emerson on Ayubid on Coastal Cliffs. I'm just going to run to the Loue real quick. Nah, fuck it. I'm going to hold. Let's get stuck in. So it should be 2-1, yeah? Oh, we got 3.5 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the loop. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Fuck, still 2 minutes? I pee quick. Alright, let me change my stream title and stuff. Bam, 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 bam. BESMSN.DK versus EL.Louis MT. Boom. Let's go MSN. Okay, so I didn't look at draft at all. We can have a look quickly at what was sniped. Or if I'm quick enough. Oh my god, yes, spectate. China was sniped out of MSN, so MSN is a U-bid and his China was sniped. And then Loue picked Macedonian and HRE, and Macedonian got sniped. Understandably. And it's on Coastal Cliffs. Okay, interesting. I mean, not in terms of which bands there are, that makes sense. But HRE, a U-bid, I feel like is still pretty good for a U-bid. But then nothing feels good for HRE yet. We've seen them win games. So what the heck do I know? Kind of makes me want to play HRE a bit more, since people are believing in them a little bit. Maybe not believing in them, but willing to play them. Which is interesting. Because I thought people really had them down in the dumps as a civ entirely. And I love HRE as a civilization. So might bring them out more, to be honest with you. Give them some love. But one person I'm definitely going to give some love to is MSN. I'm so excited to watch him play. Very excited to watch him get a win. We will update the score once we get in. Hello? Yes. Oh boy, and turn the sound on, perchance? Switch the scores. And it is just going to be as simple as 3, 2, 1. Alright! Okay, we're going into game 4 of this series. And it is going to be my favorite player. We are going to have all the bias in the world here. It is the kid himself. It is VES MSN in the blue on the Ayubits on Coastal Cliff. And we see some action here already out of our purple player on the Holy Roman Empire. He is back after a small hiatus. It is Loue. All right, Dark Age Barracks. Some things never change. And it is good. Like, there's no two ways about it when it comes to HRE's ability with that inspiration and that early economy to make the most out of the Dark Age. And the extra speed on these spearmen doesn't hurt either to be able to get across quickly. There's going to be that Dark Age aggression, which isn't going to do too much other than force back the gold, which is nice if you can get, like, stop that fast castle or any desert raider spam out of the U-bit early on. The other thing you can do is potentially turn it into a tower rush as well. Oh, and Loue getting fucking trolled by going over to this tree, but he does bring it away in time to go to the other straggler tree. But with just 2 on wood, that isn't going to be a tower rush. It is just going to be a couple spearmen. You often see this 2 or 3 is enough. Otherwise, if you only go for 1, the villagers can fight you back. In this case, that is within TC range, but there's nothing else that can garrison here. There's the first one coming, though. So the spearman is actually going to walk the long way. So I'm assuming with this means that Loue has not scouted for where the gold is. No, he hasn't scouted this side of the base at all. So he's gone the wrong way, but I'm sure the second spearman will go the other way. Yes, it does. So we'll still be a denial, but there's no issue about MSN being able to get, or not being able to get into the castle age, feudal age, rather, and if he even brings his units back. Which is interesting, because you would think you might want to get a little bit more, but he's not fussed at all. Not worried about gold. And also, actually, it doesn't matter because you're not getting denied this entirely. You're just getting denied it for the time being. Those spearmen are going to get pushed back, so it's not going to be a problem. And even if it was towered, he could still go off the other way with the archers, basically, that you would make. But we're not going to see the Desert Raider wing, the military wing, which we've seen commonly out of a U-bid on these land maps. It is going to be the growth wing. So it only gives you 3 villages and makes your orchards better. As I think, yeah, we do see MSN microing to make sure he's not taking out all of the berry bushes. Needs to make sure they at least have 1 food on them so that they get the extra 50 as economic wing growth comes in. An extra 3 villages, nice little eco boost. And especially against HRE, where eco is not the biggest concern these days for the civilization, you are still in a pretty good spot matching up against them. It's going to be the Arkan Chapel, actually. So an interesting one is we've seen a lot of mine work out of HRE in recent times because their unique upgrades are good and their feudal aggression becomes so much more unlocked, I guess, when you get those early and cheap. Excuse me. Rocky. Quick and cheap military upgrades plus the unique ones, namely all pikes and the feudal age, and then steel barding, which is +2/+2 armor for knights in castle, which is really nice. But maybe not as important against the camel civilization, as you're unlikely to be making too many knights in the castle age, unless you get there a lot faster than your opponent. Actually, aging up with 6 villages now, which is interesting. Wanting to hoon it up, I guess, so you can get your entire eco inspired. It's going to be on the wood line and on the food here, but of course it's not going to touch the gold. No, yeah, no chance of being able to touch this for sure. And the berries are going to be included as well, if and when those go out. He goes out to those. Going very, very safe here, Loue, to get the walls through. But still plenty onto wood. So it's not going to be the similar to before, when there's a very, very fast castle timing. Worried about potentially getting done in there. And we see now the Ark and Chapel finishing, and this of course acts as a universal drop-off, which is probably actually why he rushed it up so fast, instead of because it means he doesn't have to make a lumber camp at all. But 11 now out on wood, going for the mill and just leaving 1 on gold, so it's presumably just for the upgrades to come through. Whereas, okay, here we go, we are going to have an archery range and a stables out from MSN, so it's going to be Horseman Archer to begin with. Now, MSN loves his feudal aggression. I think this is a big reason why I like him, to be honest. Not only is he a good kid, but he plays very aggressively, which I have a lot of time for. Mostly in the sense that I don't have a lot of time for playing fucking 30-minute long games. And that tends to be not what MSN favors, although he is still a very good macro player as well. And it is going to be, yeah, a lot of units coming out initially, but yeah, not the Desert Raiders. And I think, well, I'm sure if it is going to be a stables in reply or any horseman mass, they would make their way out in the field, but otherwise not particularly needed. And with 3 on gold for MSN, this is also similarly to Loue, just for those upgrades. So we are going to see, oh, hang on a second. We're not making units here for Loue. Just those couple spearmen defensively. What is Loue thinking here? Getting broadaxe, which getting the eco upgrades suggests staying in feudal longer, because they're going to pay off over that longer period of time. But both players making units. Okay, the horsemen are now coming in from where did he put the stables? Did he hide it? Oh, he is hiding it. Okay, so this is quite sneaky here for Loue, and I really like this as a play. Obviously worried if Desert Raiders come out, it is going to be a problem playing into the horsemen. Not only do you get the camel unease debuff, which means those horsemen do so much less damage. Nice micro here from my Emerson on that, the first one that came through, to make sure he was catching up for an extra hit. And then that was plenty to get rid of that scout. But with the stables, Loue will be able to produce another one. Yep, see, it's already in the queue. But with this, hiding this, and the walls allowed him to do this. Interestingly, to wall off against the scout being worth it in the end. Meant that, yeah, the Desert Raiders, the camel unease reduces the damage from the horsemen. All pikes or no, they still do a lot of damage against them. But also, the melee version of Desert Raiders obviously destroys cavalry. But when you don't have a lot of them, those horsemen will get a run rampant on an army from MSN, which doesn't do a lot special against them. It really only is the Desert Raider, which has any kind of uniqueness or extra bonus out of their Ubid feudal army. So it is a lot of horsemen for MSN, but not really a problem for Loue. With the Archon, there is no all pike, so there isn't going to be that +2 damage on horsemen and spearmen, which I don't know if that would change Louis's mind in hindsight going into these fights. I guess we'll see how the fights play out and whether that might have been a difference maker or whether it doesn't matter at all. But it is primarily horsemen, spearmen out of him. He did get that archery range early, but it hasn't made a single unit. The upgrades are now coming in from a blacksmith, yeah, which was produced down there. Louis Scout is on the field, which means, well, actually, I guess it doesn't necessarily tell MSN that he built a stables, but it probably is a bit of a hint. And do we have the units out? No. So I think with this gold back here as well, it kind of looks almost like a fast castle. Oh, picks up the scout again. Very nice from MSN. But Emerson has to come in here to see how many are on wood to basically see whether it's going to be a fast castle, or if having a lot on wood suggests that there is a continuation into making units. The horsemen are so fast to be able to catch that scouts from Loue again. But it's very nice from Emerson to make that pick. Now, of course, the reveal is in. And he sees it. And he is going to have to be able to pull it back to the army. Loue, of course, lost his scout twice. Didn't have his own scout to see that Emerson's army was also there at the dare pack. So pokes his way in, reveals the units, but isn't able to get anything killed. And that does tell Emerson that Loue has committed a lot more into units than he saw. And it's a lot of food wrapped up in these horses as well, which means fast castle was not on the cards. I mean, if it was, it would have ticked up by now anyway. But behind this, it is going to be Loue looking to get a castle, whereas Emerson is not looked to make anything different himself. And if this is all the army, if Emerson reads this as being in the entirety of Louis's army, he knows exactly what's up. And actually, that is the entirety of Louis's army. So Emerson might now be turning this as he still makes units. Desert Raider is coming through now as he saw the horsemen. He can make his way through to not necessarily an all-in per se, but to get a lot of damage done onto the eco of Loue. Horsemen coming in onto the gold. There's nice little sort of annoyances here from Loue, stopping the blacksmith and in the gold. And there are still a lot of units here, the horsemen and spear. Oh, it's going to be the Burgrave coming in. So Loue, knowing that there is a lot of aggression coming his way, just like last game, Emerson isn't rushing it. But he knows, he's got to know that the castle is coming. I'm sure he does. And with the Burgrave, this is going to be not only the upgraded spearmen, but it's going to be the men-at-arms. And in fact, even the men-at-arms are getting produced out of the barracks already. You don't even need to upgrade anything else, actually. Just go get +2 range defense and the men-at-arms upgrade, and then start going to town. Or all the men-at-arms upgrades, I should say, as you do get the two-handed maces? Two-handed weapons, not heavy maces. Two-handed weapons, which gives extra damage against everything. Not going to need to worry about the heavy maces if Emerson stays in field age, which it really looks like he is. Still making more horsemen, still making more archers. But he's got to know there's a... Yeah, he's okay. He literally sees it now. He's got to know that the men-at-arms play is on the table, and he does. So what is the reaction? Send heaps to gold. Okay, so age up is going to be the case on the cards for Emerson. He knows he can't feudal all in this, and this is terrible news for Emerson as he has misread the situation of the castle age timing of Loue, and that his window wasn't there. If this was still feudal massing from Loue, whether those were feudal age men-at-arms or whether it was any of those feudal age units out of Loue, it would have been okay for him. But against the castle age men-at-arms, there's really not anything that Emerson has. Oh, actually, he's not. I'm wrong. He's put all those to No. Okay, Emerson does walk away. He sent that just to make Desert Raiders, which can fight against knights, but he saw the Burgrave. They're not going to do as well fighting against men-at-arms. But is wanting to continue the feudal fight. Yeah, these guys have, they've got good melee armor, but still, I'm not sure it's quite the same. It's going to pick up now. Those men-at-arms are upgraded. And it is diving on in. We'll see the damage come through. It's really not that much, to be honest with you. It's a bit of a problem. And there are still plenty of horsemen. Plenty of spearmen in the mix as well, which makes things difficult, whether they're upgraded or not. In fact, they are not upgraded yet. Which is, yeah, and even +2 melee defense there for Loue as well, which makes it even more difficult to get the Desert Raiders. And 2 Vil kills actually do go down there for Loue. So getting some of the eco damage himself, whereas Emerson is supposedly the one that's supposed to be running in and doing the eco damage with that feudal age for himself against Loue, but it's not turning out that way. Pulls the army back, went into more and more Desert Raiders and still making a heck ton of them, which, yeah, it's going to do obviously great against the Knights, and they don't do badly against men-at-arms, don't get me wrong. The melee armor still obviously works for them, but they don't have any bonus damage against men-at-arms, and particularly once the attack upgrades come in, for men-at-arms, they do so much work, and they're going to be super cost efficient against those Desert Raiders anyway. But there's still a huge mass for Emerson. That's the one thing he has going for him. But no eco damage he's able to create. In fact, Loue has been the one that's got some kind of eco damage done. And he's sending the horsemen through again to try to get more of his own, which actually everything is pretty exposed. This is one horseman here, which is, yep, now he reacts. Oh, actually not fighting it, running back, because yes, he does see that there are more horsemen coming. So denying the gold, which is a big deal, whether it's MSN wanting to go onto Castle Age or more Desert Raiders, he needs gold either way. Taking this huge engagement. Look at the health bars on these men-at-arms not move. There are about 20 men-at-arms here, and they've cleaned up everything. Look at all these dead bodies, and none of them are purple. There's one men-at-arms, there's two men-at-arms, and that might be it. And there's a lot of dead horses and a lot of dead other units. And unfortunately, it looks like this might be an A move across the map to clean things up. There is no chance of MSN getting anything else out of his build here. Even the food is drying up, with these deer being the last. There are berries over here, of course, berries over here. But it's going to be very difficult to take any food on the map if you can't destroy the army. And there's going to be another engagement here, potentially the last one here for Emerson as he comes in. We see the Desert Raiders try their best to do damage against these men-at-arms, but you can see that they really don't do much at all, and they take a lot. The men-at-arms are getting such cost-efficient trades. Emerson might have enough to fight this back, but he's not going to have enough to fight the reinforcements, which are flooding in. Don't forget, this is the entirety of Emerson's army, and the horsemen from Loue aren't even here. It is just men-at-arms, of which, in this case, we have 19 men-at-arms here, which are actually cleaning up all of the army. The Desert Raiders can stand no good. The archers are doing nothing. They're almost all... There's so many low men-at-arms here as well, but they just take such little damage. All the upgrades, all the armor upgrades are in as well. The horsemen even trying to get damage on the food or gold villages as well. And that means that Loue knows exactly where he needs to attack, but he doesn't need to attack anywhere. He's already done it. He closes out the set. He closes out the series. And that is GG. 3-1 to Loue MT. Very well played. I think a pretty clinical game there this time around. The hiding of the horsemen worked out great for him. But I think even without that, it was just a matter of being able to find that Castle Age timing. And with the Burgrave, we've seen it really come in clutch. It is not the cheese that a lot of people consider it to be in these situations. It is very much a button that you can press, which your opponent is not going to have a counter for in many situations. Unless your opponent has those Fuel Age Knights to deal with the men-at-arms, there's not really much that can deal with them as long as you've got the eco to support the constant production. And Loue definitely did in this case. Really well played. Great job taking the series. GG 3-1 to Loue MT. But Emerson played well, man. He's still my GOAT. Absolutely still my GOAT. Let's go have a look to see if Corvinus is able to come back. Doesn't look like it. No one's in game at the minute. So, with that said... We have some of the drafts coming in for the next series. Beasty Loue is already getting out of the way. I think we'll cast Beasty Loue because that's not being cast by the mainstream. Let me bring this up. This is today's schedule. Can you see that? You can see it better if I do that. Okay. So, MSN Loue, and of course we watched most of Corvinus B. I still try to figure out the final information as to whether there'll be more played on that or whether that has to be a forfeit from Corvinus. With how long it's taken, I think it's probably a forfeit. And Vortix won it over Gully, who did really well, I thought, especially unlucky to get that last game. Going up next on the mainstream is going to be Puppy vs Numidan, which is very exciting because Numidan had such a great showing against Lucifron yesterday. Like, really strong series over the second place finisher in Homestead Cup, which was very impressive, and we expect that of Numidan now, to be honest with you. I don't want to call it an upset. I think he's well deserved to be taking names with his recent performances. But outside of that, the other two games at this time slot are Marine Lord Kiljadi, which I actually do really want to watch because I think Kiljadi is playing great as well. And Marine Lord obviously is super solid, but obviously didn't have his ideal performance at Homestead, even though, you know, making his way into the 3rd, 4th playoff, but still, you know, not feeling great and not needing to bounce back, put it that way. But then Beasty versus Loue, I think, is a great set, which, you know, that could go either way as well. So I think we'll probably, especially with them having already drafted, it means they're probably likely to start first. So if I just go quickly have a look. Okay, they're picking their map civs now. Sorry, they're picking map civs. What the fuck am I saying? They're drafting now. We'll have a look at that. And we'll look at map draft. Bear with me, guys. Beasty just goes by Beasty, right? Yeah. And then I'll probably take a little bit of a break before we get into the game. But this is our first chance to actually look at draft, so let's look at draft, eh? Okay, so here is the maps. Borderlands is going to be our first map, and then we've got Lipany, Dry Arabia, Mountain Clearing, and Lakes. I love Mountain Clearing to watch, not to play. So just going to be the one water map, which I think is interesting, and I like that a lot because I'm a water hater. I'm also a Helldale hater, so glad that that's out of the way. So interesting drafts there already from the maps, but I just literally spat in front of me. That's disgusting. Okay. Now we're watching the draft live. So Mali, Byzantine, Ottoman banned for both players. We have seen a couple of series where Byzantine hasn't got the high priority bans, but in this case it is. It is knocked off the table for either player. And we also saw Beasty, I think it was Corvinus, didn't ban Beasty's Ottoman, and he showed that that was a mistake, even though Beasty doesn't necessarily love Ottoman. It's, well, it's not that difficult to play, to be honest with you, but also so powerful that it's just something you have to take off the table, and Malians as well. Which means that Macedonian was going to be that sort of first pick, or second pick actually coming through. Beasty first picked French, and then Loue picked up Macedonian, and that was before the third bans coming through, which is interesting. Now we've got, following in from that, we've got Golden Horde coming through for Loue, which is super strong. It's still very much favored. And then Beasty is going to get China and a Ubid, which are two very, very strong picks, of course. With this very being lands map heavy as well, it makes the draft a lot different because you don't have to draft for a lot of those hybrid civilizations, but you do need at least two of them because there's no chance that you can sort of get away with only having one with the snipe system. So Jushi in Japanese already in for Loue means he's got his hybrid civs secured. Ayubid, JD, and HRE. Beasty is still believing in HRE, interestingly enough. And we're still, like, plenty of stuff on the table as well. Well, I guess we are kind of getting down there. With 3 bans, I guess you actually do sort of get down the line a little bit faster than others. But Order of the Dragon coming in, so another potential hybrid map. But people have been giving it a little bit more grace on land, actually, than before. Japanese is still not having the success, same as was with Homestead Cup, but still being valued. English coming in, which is an interesting one. Remember the map is lakeside, which means that there is fighting on the water, which is where English can shine. But I am still surprised to see it because he's already got a lot of good hybrid maps. So this is not, all of these civs are not just to be played on water. Well, I should say Jushi, Order, Dragon, English. I think Japanese, Louis already showed us that he doesn't mind playing that on land. But Jushi, of course, can be played on land and water. It's kind of that really good pick in a tournament situation, in a drafting situation, because it's so strong on both, which is really nice place for it to be. English, though, I mean, 2TC is better than it was, but it's kind of the only way to play it. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. But I think it's probably, like it's a good Holy Island civ, it might be a good Lakeside civ as well. And Roos is the follow-up pick from Beasty, which is interesting if he's got something cooking there. They got a bit of changes, right, Roos? But I didn't really think too much of them. And then, okay, this is where it was most surprising. Sengoku Daimyo picked last. And then House of Lancaster is the follow-up pick. Another typically hybrid map civilization, which is coming in here. So it's fucking Louis got 5 civs, which can be played on either either hybrid or land, which is very interesting. Where there's only one water map in the lot. PM303, thanks for following, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, the big thing for me is Sengoku only coming in last. Because Sengoku was not banned. So it was the case that wasn't banned for one player, with the case that they could safe pick it last. This is a civilization that got through the draft. So I'm very surprised to see that, because I still feel like Sengoku is that not as high priority pick. But as you got down to the second half of the draft, you know, after JD, I would have thought Sengoku would be higher up, and then yeah, after Japanese, or even compared to Japanese, right? Yeah. No KT, but I think no KT because there is only one hybrid map. Again, going across, there's only Lakeside. Actually, mountain clearing, looking at the maps again, is probably why English is in there. So English could be played on mountain clearing or Lakeside. And in Lipity, Dry Arabia, and Borderlands all play pretty similarly, the big open maps. So that's going to favor a lot of the French, China, JD. I mean, basically, all of Beasties could be played there. I think Beasties is maybe just a little bit, I was going to say weaker on water, but he only has to play 2 civs, which could be Rus, could be HRE, could be JD. China, French aren't too bad there either. So it's not too bad. Interesting drafts though. I mean, Louis is really weird to me. And obviously not prioritizing Sengoku or Jeanne d'Arc, which I think is interesting. I mean, would you prioritize Jeanne d'Arc over Japanese? It's kind of just to get rid of the French civs on these open maps. But yeah, interesting one. Anyway, this is going to be our first game. The map is, sorry to just keep going through, Borderlands, and it's going to be China. So China and French put through from Beasty, and Golden Horde Macedonia put through from Loue. So this map is very commonly pro scouts. So being able to take map control either with French or to be able to pro scout very, very efficiently as Chinese makes a lot of sense. And then Golden Horde, Macedonian, just 2 very, very strong serves. Macedonian does a great job of taking the map. Golden Horde has obviously got a lot of momentum behind it as well. So, a lot of options here. I do think Beasties... I mean, I think I put Beasties drafts as favorites in this game. But, I mean, I'm never going to count Loue out. It's been a bit of a mixed bag of Louis' performances. Actually, as I'm just going to cut across to the brackets. Not the bracket, the results. Where's Louis? So Louis lost 3-1 to B. You probably can't see this very well, can you? Let me zoom in. I go over here, can I see it easier? No, not really. So B beat Louis 3-1. And then Puppy beat Louis 3-0. Which is a bit surprising, but then Louis did just beat MSN 3-1. So it's not been the kind of results so far for Louis that he would probably think for himself. So maybe a little bit of rust, maybe. But still never count him out. And the one thing I think that is something of an advantage when you come in on these, like from a little bit of a hiatus, when you haven't been playing in previous tournaments, is that you have a chance to sort of spring something on your opponents. They don't have as much data on you, not as much of a download, which means that you can kind of come in and throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks. Okay, they've just started the game. We're going to get in, but I'm going to have that 5-minute observer delay. But I do think, you know, sort of gives Louis a chance, but also you got to shake off the rust, right? You got to get rid of the rust, get used to tournament form. These players have been playing at a high level for a long time. Practice just ain't the same as tournament games. You can win all your practice games, but it doesn't necessarily translate into winning when it matters. But Louis is a fantastic player, and I think there's still no doubt that this will be a competitive series and a competitive tournament for Louis, even if things haven't gone his way so far. I think the other thing worth mentioning, notes speaking a lot about Louis, but Beasty actually has been, I thought, really in form so far in his sets. the Corvinus one, I think, is always one where he seems to come out on top. If we go back to the results again for Beasty, it's probably super ugly, but I do what I can. To beat Corvinus, he did lose that one game, which was the Burgrave push on Gorge from Corvinus, which was really well played, actually. But otherwise, really clean. And then coming up against MSN, who I didn't watch this series, but you would think for Beasty, this is good matchup for him. Just needs to hold the aggression from MSN. But yeah, well shown so far. And I think he sort of was, I don't want to say necessarily impressive. Maybe that's minimizing Beasty's ability or reputation. But I didn't expect him to do so well at Homestead Cup. Largely due to circumstances more than anything else. Of inability to practice and have a comfortable environment with everyone in your home. But he did really well, even with all that. And then the decision-making of his games against Corvinus in particular, I thought, sort of showed a cut above in skill, basically, to put it simply. So we'll see if that translates into games against Loue. I think Loue is one of the smartest players. I think he's really got a good brain for the game, which makes for a good matchup into Beasty. And obviously they've played a lot historically, the two of them. So I'm not sure if they would have played that much in recent times. I'm not sure who's been practicing with who. They try to keep it under wraps a little bit these days. Automatic Bacon, thank you for following, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, I think it makes for an interesting matchup, interesting story between the two. Matchup wise, civilization wise, on Borderland, China, I think you just pro scout, right? It's not really a situation where you can just go chuck down that Barbican and go Song. But I think you can kind of pro scout pretty easily into Golden Horde, who take a while to get going, and especially with the consecutive nerfs to the civilization. I mean, the Stockyard nerf doesn't make too much of a difference in this situation, at least not early, when it's going to matter. But the Torgood health nerf, I think, makes a big difference with trying to fight and tank in some of these fights, where Torgood is so good at tanking Spearmen. If you've got like a handful of archers and you've got, blacksmith upgrades and Karash in there, it just means that the things don't die. But to have less health, I think makes a big difference. The production speed nerf on the Edict seems, I think it was warranted, don't get me wrong, but I think it does make a difference even to that early game of being able to just kind of zerg and mass out of control even from a very early position. So I think it is tough for Golden Horde generally, but I've been saying that about Golden Horde for ages, even like 2 nerfs ago, and they still have been such a high priority and successful pick. And I don't think the most recent nerfs are as big of a deal as some of those previous ones, and they were still good after those. So at some point, there's got to be a straw that breaks the camel's back. Am I using that correctly? But I think at this stage, it might not be the case, and Golden Horde is still a very strong pick. But the other thing that's very, very strong, of course, and that's been fucking untouched this entire time. Explain this to me, why China continues to be untouched and not nerfed when it's been at the top of the game, S tier for the longest time, and doesn't get touched the same way as a lot of these other civs like a Golden Horde have been. And I just think they're still so powerful. But we are going to find out firsthand if my game doesn't crash. We are in! Alright, let's get things set up and let's get into the game. Alrighty, game 1 of this best of 5 between Beasty and Loue. And let's crack into it on Borderlands. So, spawning on the left-hand side of the map in yellow on the Chinese, we have Beasty. And on the right-hand side of the map in the teal or cyan, depending on your preference, I won't be upset, it is going to be Loue on the Golden Horde. Awesome serves, awesome matchup, 2 fantastic players who we haven't really seen compete competitively for a long time, largely due, of course, to Loue not having played the last couple tournaments. Obviously did not play Homestead Cup, obviously did not play Red Bull Wallaloo, which I think, yeah, those are the 2 most recent big tournaments. I mean, he did have them back to back, so Louis come in and not had 2 great series to start things off. Did win just before against MSN 3-1. But it's a big step up. No offense, MSN, he's still my GOAT. But it is something of a step up to be now playing into Beasty. And China on Borderland is not an easy matchup at the best of times. Golden Horde, obviously a fantastic civilization as well. But one which has got hit with the nerf stick a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean frequently. So we'll see whether that is going to be, well, matchup-wise, whether that's going to be something that comes into play, or whether it's going to be a case of two great civs executing, two great players needing to come out and execute against each other. We saw from Loue killing one of the sheep at his gur, which is something you actually see quite often out of the Golden Horde because they don't need a lot of gold early. So it's going to be the golden tent up front as well. I guess why not? It doesn't really give you anything, but it is a production building which you can put towards the front to get the Khan and Torgoods out quicker. And you're not really at risk of losing anything, even though it is the building that gives you your age ups. I don't really see too much value of putting it out in the front unless there's something I'm missing. We'll keep an eye on that. I play a lot of Golden Horde, and this doesn't make any sense to me. Shit. Okay. Yeah, he's got the edict on. So is he going to make... just going to make his production here? But this doesn't work, doesn't it? Doesn't this not give influence, even though it kind of says it does? I thought it didn't work. Maybe it's changed. Maybe it's fixed. Let's keep an eye on that one and see what happens. Meanwhile, for Beasty, you want to keep an eye out to whether he stays on gold and whether it's going to be pro scouts. In this case, it looks like he is sticking around on gold. So he's got more gold than he needs for just IOs, which tells us that he's going to look to go pro scouts. So China doing the things that we know and love about China, it looks like. A lot going onto wood for Loue and leaving 6 on food is very typical of the civilization. He's getting trolled again with these two villagers going out onto the wood. No, he's doing it on purpose to get these cut down. There's a little efficiencies, actually. He hasn't got forestry, has he? He's not that crazy. Okay, no. But putting these two to cut down the trees is a little bit of an efficiency. And now it gets that money in for the gur and it puts down the gur. So nice little things there that you can do to make micro or make your build or that ever so like literally like milliseconds of efficiency probably or just a handful of resources, probably not even double digits. It's a similar thing with the sheep here, just an extra little bit of efficiency there. Nice tight build order, which is coming out now with the Khan and Torgoods going to finish up. Whereas for Beasty, it is, yeah, very, very much the same as what we're used to seeing out of China. The Pro Scouts opening. Especially on Borderlands as well. We see it on a lot of maps, but Borderlands, when you got the 4 dare packs straight up and down the map, it does make it very easily contestable. And it gives you the ability to go and fight for all 4 dare packs, not just the 2 that you have sitting in front of your base normally. And then the other ones with the added decay that Pro Scouts has, you kind of lose out on a lot of food. But these ones, your closest dare pack are further away, but all 4 of them are relatively close enough that it's worth to try to get them all. But for Louis' sake, he's going to say you're not going to release Pro Scout this one dare pack. Well, not looking to deny it anyway, as we will probably see the fortified outpost come out there as well, which will mean this will be the staging platform is what I'm looking for out of Loue, as this has been something we've seen out of Golden Horde for a while now, where you look to secure things up on either dare or boar and create your fortified outpost and then your production around that fortified outpost to launch your attacks. If you do lose that position, of course, that's probably game for you, but it's pretty difficult to do that as these things are very tanky. And of course, you've got everything around it. So nice start there from Loue. Nothing too crazy. Pro Scouts coming in now. And we do have the barracks actually first, just to defend against the Khan and Torgoods that follow. But it will, of course, be that stables coming in ever so shortly after. And of course, the benefit of the Chinese with these Imperial officials is that one stables, you can just supervise it to pump out all the scouts you need in just a matter of seconds. Celtic, hi mate, how you doing? Good afternoon. Yes, okay. Beasty does get the first one away. This is with the original scout. The Karash actually come out first of all, which might force this to drop, but actually that's still a win for Beasty, as Loue is not going to have pro scouts himself, so there's no ability for Loue to go and move this back. And until this finishes, or there's any damage that can come through, Beasty does drop it, and actually might be able to get away. The same speed, all of these units, but there's no charge coming in, which means that that scout will get away. Didn't quite get this deer super far away that it's a problem, but this one is. That's 350 food, or at least efficiently denied. Interestingly, Beasty's getting horticulture already. I guess because he knows his pro scouts is delayed, he's going to need to be on these for a while. And of course, the berries are the follow-up. I'm still a bit surprised to see that. Maybe just because you get so much gold as China with those taxes, there's nothing else for him to spend it on. But he didn't get wheelbarrow either. So, still an interesting choice, I think. But, fair enough. China gets everything that they want, basically. Why not? Get the extra eco upgrades. Every other civ is trying to take every last little bit of resource they can for whatever efficiencies they can possibly get their hands on. And China's like, ah, fuck it, I'll take everything. So, fair enough. Very much typical, like, openness, typical gameplay from both civilizations. This is basically as standard as you can get. If you go watch a build order video, these civs will probably tell you to do exactly this. The only thing that's a little bit different is that BC opened for barracks first because of the Khan and Torgu's threat before going into stables and the scouts. But that's probably about it. That's different. Otherwise, we just see massing of both armies now. The other thing to keep an eye on will be Louis' food, because obviously he's completely fine on this deer pack food now, but that's only going to last so long. And he does actually send these Karash north to go deal with those pro scouting scouts. But there's nothing else really here for Louis to deny. He's trying to deny this pack here with this group of army. This pack here can come in and sort of raid and deny this group. And it's only those couple Karash which actually turn away and go back. We get Louis' vision. I don't think he saw that, but he will see through the fog of war what's going on. Okizor? Osizor? I'm sure both of those are the wrong way to pronounce it. But sup, dude? Thanks for hanging out. I'm sure somebody else is streaming it as well. I'd be very surprised if nobody's streaming Beasty Loue. This is a super exciting matchup. But here we are. If you are here to watch this and no one else is, I hope I can give you somewhat of a good experience and it's not too shit. If it is too shit, just don't let me know. I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Alright, so Beasty turning his aggression through, not looking to take the fight on the armies, denying the pro scouts. But instead, oh, the spearmen do get across on knees, but he's going to turn his attention to the Uvu. And he's actually going to get this down really quickly. There's a lot of spearmen and horsemen, or spearmen plus the scout and horsemen in there, which means that is going to go down very, very quickly, which is quite big, honestly. One of these scouts goes down from these spearmen and might even force these to drop. We'll see very quickly. It's very hard to micro all of these things. Pro Scouts has got a lot of quality of life upgrades or updates as they change. Ooh, literally 1 HP, that one gets away. And they will all get away. I was going to say the quality of life updates make it a lot easier to Pro Scout, but forcing the drop off and then running away is still the part of it, which is quite difficult and a little bit janky to make the most of it. But Beasty does a great job to not lose any more scouts there. 2 of them running away on effectively 1 HP and only losing the 1 there. In the drop, which is very nice. He still has 5 in the bank. Did I speak too soon? No, another one gets away on 1 HP. But it isn't over yet, as these Torguds might be able to turn onto these ones. There is 1 spearman here, which could deny with a brace, but it looks like that won't be the case. And 1 scout does finally go down. There's another one there, but you can't sacrifice too much on the Torguds. It is definitely an investment, even though they cost mostly stone. There's only so many that you can get. And when you only have a single Uvu now, it means you're going to have half the stone income as well, which actually does make a huge difference. I feel like a lot of people downplay the importance of the multiple Uvus and that stone income for Golden Horde, but there is effectively cheap units. They only cost 120 food, and you get 2 of these really tanky heavy cavalry. Even though they got a bit nerfed, they are still super, super strong. And they still 200 health normally, but with Khan and Torgas you get 230 health, which is really powerful, especially in these big prolonged feudals and these big feudal engagements. So really good for Loue to be able to hold on to them, and he's got such a powerful army here. Actually, it's all spearman archer really from Beasty, And there are a lot of bonuses here in this Golden Horde army, but this is a nice little pickup. He's going to pick up a couple Karash and archers there, but there's plenty of fighting in the front as well, as Louis is having to pull out his Torgoods to chase out the horsemen, which do a good job in a straight-up fight, but they do so little damage. So those horsemen are not going to die with the Torgood chasing them. They can do ring around the rosy for as long as they like and get as much idle time. And as soon as Louis blinks and these horsemen get away, then it's going to mean that they can go in and do more damage. But actually, economically, damage-wise, 3 villages now have gone down for Louis, doing a great job to just get in there and pick off some of those villages. The horseman still getting chased by the Torgood, but you see just how little damage each of those attacks does. The charge isn't too bad, to be fair, but each there we go. But each subsequent attack is not too much. But a straight-up fight in this situation, at right now, should be in Louis' favor, as the upgrades are in for him. Actually, upgrades are in for both players here. Or +1 attack actually not quite in for Louis. That's a big deal here, as these archers will not, and these spearmen might not get one-shot, which makes a big difference. Actually, there is enough of a count to one-shot the spearmen, so it's not going to be as big of an impact as it might otherwise be. The defense is in, the Karash defense is in as well. That Khan arrow going up, there's a 10% damage increase as well, which is huge. But the horsemen now are wrapping around the back onto the archers, which is their main place they want to go do damage. The spearmen, though, chasing them away, which means it is basically a DPS fight with all of these archers. But there are a lot of spearmen and Torgood here, which is so tanky. And the 230 health of those Torgood means they do a great job tanking against even those spearmen. Although most of these spearmen were actually fighting against their spearmen as well, not even the Torgood, which means out of that fight, Louis comes out on top, has that huge mass, but there's still archers left, which does make it dangerous if Louis stands and fights for too long. He doesn't want to take a dive. There's a lot of Torgood here, but he doesn't want to take a dive and lose too much. He does have a military advantage. He is still okay on the map for food. The small deer pack is what he's going to go out to now. He is getting most of his berries at home, walled himself up, got the fortified outpost, got the berries in the back. It's less efficient food, but it is still food. But all throughout that, Beasty does hold on the fight and does secure himself the castle age behind it. So Imperial Palace only going up with 5 villages. It is still Chinese villages, so they are going to build a lot faster. Another field kill going now for Louis. It's very nice. Louis now going into Wheelbarrow, really not looking to go Castle Age himself. And there's a couple of reasons I think that that's a good call for Louis, even though this feels scary with your opponent going up to Castle Age, is that Golden Horde does not get to Castle very quickly. You'd normally like to do it a lot slower, sort of behind all this aggression. And with the Torgoods and the extra armor from Karash, you have a much better ability to die. Hey, Nanashi, mate. With this army as well. As you see the Castle Age come in, is Louis going to react? He takes the army and he does turn himself towards the base of Beasty, but there's not too much to attack here. The gold is completely denied, so that is big, even though it's just tax income, though, that's coming in. The food is in the back, but this won't last too long, and actually, Louis does split off a couple of Keshik. I didn't even notice he built in those Keshik, which is a little nice little win for him. As your opponent gets Castle Age, the extra heavy cavalry, which is something we do often see out of Golden Horde these days, is you don't go for Keshik very early, but once your eco really starts getting online, adding them in is really nice. Oh, nice little IO pick, which normally is not that big of a deal for China, not having the IOs, but when you are out of gold entirely, it's a huge deal, as those guys not only bring you in gold, they cost gold, and they give you so much extra eco, but they don't give you eco when they're dead. Twice the army count here, a lot of heavy cav in the mix. Louis now prioritizing knights because he, spearmen, because he knows that knights or lancers are going to be coming out for Beasty, who could afford 2 and only 2 lancers, which are just with this whole army. So Castle Age archers, which are very powerful, but he only has +1 upgrades on them. There's no chance he's going to be able to get more than that. The village goes down, which is going to pop block Beasty. 81 out of 50 population at the minute. Louis on 113 and never has to worry about making a house for his entire life. And just like we saw in MSN's game against Louis, there is no rush here for the feudal player. You can feel like you're on a really scary timer because your opponent has this Castle Age technology, but he doesn't have a lot to spend with it. The one thing, though, that obviously is in Beasty's favor is he did have the second gold tucked away in the back. And he is going to be able to secure that up, at least for now. But Louis knows where it is. That wall coming up is actually quite a big deal. He could still walk around. Could Louis? Oh, no, there's 2 extra villages going down. That puts it up to 10 double digits on the count now. But Beasty is going to have to win a fight or he's going to lose this gold. And if he loses this gold, he's going to lose all gold and potentially the game. The Torgud running in now. There are a couple Keshiks in the mix, but not too many. Just 3 in total here. The archers are doing a lot of damage in reply from Loue, but also the inverse. These Castle's archers kill everything, including Torgud. He's got +2 range to take in. He was able to get the gold there for that and to prioritize it. So the archer upgrade +2 range damage and a couple of lances in the mix. And actually with the extra gold able to go into more lances for Beasty, means if he can keep that eco secured, that army is going to be stronger and stronger. And it is the case still. I think Louis is not looking necessarily to all in here. Just a wolf here on the backside. Not necessarily looking to all in, as he's looking to crawl castle himself, making Torgud and Keshik. Actually still making Keshik behind this, which is interesting. But he is going to have the eco soon to be able to go in. It is just a 1 stock out at the moment, so it is going to have to take all the food on the map. There's just berries down here and the berries at the front. Okay, so Louis is going to be fine for a while. But Louis walks away. He's not able to commit to doing the damage on the gold, which means that Beasty is going to get more of a mass out of this Knight Archer or Lancer Archer composition. But he's going to need food. He can't do a farm transition. As soon as he does, he's dead. So he's coming out to these berries with 11 villages. It's still honestly not as much food as he needs. You can see he's got next to nothing at the moment. But Louis doesn't want to take the fight, interestingly enough. Louis, you've doubled the military. Wanting to get back, he's got his age up coming in, and I guess he thinks, okay, you can have this food, you don't need more than that. If I take a bad fight here, I'm throwing too hard. So he's going to go all the way home, and these castle archers are actually going to get quite a decent amount of kills here, which is going to make a bit of a difference. The problem with Golden Horde age up is it takes 1 minute 50 seconds to get to castle age. Second only, I think, to a Ubid's normal age up timing, which takes so long, and there's no way to speed it up. So not only does Louis have to sit here for another 1.5 minutes, he then also has to sit here for another minute to get his veterancy upgrades in, which means Beasty's going to have a bit of a timing. A bit amount of a timing too, with all of these Castell's archers, which can come in and deal with all of these units. Not this whole mass, honestly. I'm really surprised still that Louis doesn't want to turn and fight this. But Beasty is going to be able to kill anything straight up that he fights here. But maybe he's misread this Beasty, as these archers are not going to make their way home. As does he not know that this wall is here? He sees it now. And now he sees the units. This is big. This Lancer has maybe made all the difference for Beasty, as he does pull away, doesn't dive into the back gold, I think is where he was looking to go. Instead, does turn onto the berries, which is where Louis is. This is big because not only is this eco damage for Beasty, but it also tells him that he's out on those berries at the front, which means that he has not made a full stockyard transition, which means that it's going to be very or his food eco is very vulnerable. He's not in a shore up position at all. And just like that, actually, villager kills, Beasty goes from being 10 down to being 11 to 10 and goes up by 1, and there are 5 sitting idle in this fortified outpost. And I just, when you think, actually, Louis still got a good timing. He doesn't need to rush. He doesn't need to panic. He doesn't feel like he's in as good of a position as I might have thought he was in. And he does back off and wait for the Muscovy Yasak, which is now finally in. We'll see those upgrades come in. He can only afford... Okay, now he does buy... Actually, the market finishes and he buys straight away to get to gold. So he's going to have the veterancy of the Keshiks and of the archers coming in now. But now he takes the fight after waiting all that time just to keep this fortified outpost alive. The Roost tributes get called early here, which costs a lot of stone. So it is an investment, but these are very strong men-at-arms that come out of that golden tent, and just for the timing he needs. Of course, the Torguds get upgraded instantly as well, so they are Castle Age Torguds, and he has a lot of them as well. There's only the 4 Keshiks in the back, but crossbowmen actually being made behind this, and men-at-arms as well. And now, even though these archers are not upgraded, they still got a ways to go, another 20 seconds or so to come in. Louis is taking this fight, and I'm not sure this has been really the best time that he could have taken the fight, but it's definitely enough that he is winning against this Lancer Archer composition. One stray Lancer runs through from Beasty, but it's at the front, which makes the biggest difference. And Louis now, especially when this Archer upgrade comes in, keep your eye out for it, coming in any second now. Boom, there they are, these beautiful Mongol Castle Age Archer model. Looks great. And with this, there is more than double the military count from Louis. He held on long enough running back, whether he needed to or not, it doesn't really matter, because he's now coming through with his own huge castle archer mass, which just got +2 range damage themselves. Beasty standing and fighting actually with these archers, which are not going to be long for this world. And with this, Louis is going to be able to turn his attention wherever he wants. At the minute, that's going to be diving through the base. He knows where the gold is. He knows, or should know, where the wood is. He doesn't know where the food is. It's all on the bottom side of the map. 2 Lancers or 2 Men-at-Arms or the Roost Tributes make their way down to that side. Kishik, I should say, not Lancers for the Mongols, for the Golden Horde. Would make all the difference. And we'll see whether he does, actually. But otherwise, because Loue is very good at splitting off units to go cause problems. At the minute, though, he's looking at these berries, and okay, look, Beasty had just gone out to those as well. 2 berry bushes had been taken up, and now, yeah, actually, Loue sees that as well, so he knows that Beasty's villagers were there, so this is a denial for sure. Now knocking on the door, he knows the gold is here at the very least, which is a huge win condition for the man if he can get in here and deny it. Actually, with this, does he have vision over the wall? Yeah, he got on 1. He gets through, and how many villagers is that? 35 villagers running away from this gold, which actually only has 600 left on it anyway. It's really nothing left going for Beasty, nothing going his way at this point. Huge military, huge population deficit. He might get pop blocked, but he doesn't really have much population to play with anyway. It's a mass exodus to somewhere, making farms on the bottom side of the base, just hoping not to get these seen, I guess. This Lancer is doing his best to cause some problems, definitely causing the reinforcements to stay back home. Only got 1 villager kill as that Lancer, and okay, we were waiting for it. And he did split off. These are just 2 Torguds, so they take a long time to kill units, but it doesn't really matter if they take a long time to kill them, because they are going to force a denial on all of the units. Never mind, he all army hotkeys them the other way. He sends them to the base, and Beasty does get away with it. We're onto the stone outcropping, trying to get a defensive keep to at least buy him some more time. Beasty really not wanting to lose this game. I would not have been surprised to see him GG out of this a while ago, to be honest with you, but he's stuck in there. That Lancer gets 1 more kill before going down. Loue now running through the base, but now running back out, just wanting to deny the gold, I guess, is that win. Okay, these Torgud, they weren't all army hotkeyed. I guess they just shift-clicked to the front of the deer and then run away. Didn't really expect that there were also berries at the bottom, which is maybe an interesting choice, because there are always berries on that side, just like there are mirrored berries up here. So maybe a little bit of a mistake, or, you know, not ending the game a little bit earlier for Loue, but I mean, he's in perfectly fine form here as he does clean up all of these crossbows, which is so expensive for Beasty. Yeah, okay. Was very surprised to see those out there, but it is going to be the last thing he called. We saw Beasty, there was on the mini-map, he was looking to make a keep in the middle of the map, but that wasn't nearly going to be enough. And Loue does pull it out. Golden Horde, you know what? I keep saying I think the nerfs might be too much. I think the nerfs might be too much. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. They're not too much. GG. Loue does a fantastic job there, playing basically like the bread and butter Golden Horde style, and has great success. And honestly, he could have probably won that game in a couple different ways. Could Loue, in that even when Beasty got up to Castle Age, but played it safe, got his own Castle Age, and then at that point it was all over. Really, really well played. Really well played. The resources gathered is interesting, as Beasty had that big advantage, got into castles to win an advantage, but the Golden Horde army is just so strong. You know, you get the Torgud, nice tanky Torgud, which nerfed but still tanky. You get the Khan Arrow, you get Karash. It's all pretty nice, man. It's all pretty nice, but at the end, wasn't to be. As we'll go have a look at draft and see what's next. But a nice game 1 for Loue to put himself up by 1. Beasty used Imperial Palace to protect himself against raids because all the vision he had, so that's how he managed to pull Villager of the Berries on that top side. Yeah, for sure, but like, it doesn't really matter, does it? Like, it is nice to have all the vision of your base. And we saw that last series, I can't remember which player it was, did it as well. But it just doesn't, it's, you get it because you don't need Clock Tower, and it allows you to raid with the active ability. It's really like nice quality of life, but it's not a game changer. But yeah, Loue could have taken that fight for sure and won. There was only a handful of, like, the Castle Age fight where Beasty was running Loue back with like just a handful of Castle Age archers, and Loue could have turned it any time and won the fight and probably won the game, because there were only like 3 lancers behind the archer ball. But he wanted to play it safe. He was getting his Castle Age up, and of course, once you get that and the upgrades come in, it was a walkover for Loue. But yeah, well played. Well played. An interesting one for sure. And yeah, credit Loue for that, to take 1 game after not having the greatest showing by his standards, I should say. so far. But a great game against Beasty, who is very familiar against playing against, right? Okay, next game coming up. Oh, I can't see the map, which means it's going to give me drama if I try to observe it, isn't it? Nope, it let me in. Okay, it's going to be mountain clearing. Let's have a quick look at the civ bands. So Beasty put forward Roos and HRE, and HRE gets sniped, so Roos for mountain clearing. And Loue put forward House of Lancaster and Order of the Dragon. So putting through some like lower tiers, I would feel. Not putting forward English though, so he is saving English for Lakeside, as we are going to now go into the game. And we'll catch up to live because we will be ever so slightly behind. But as we do that, let me get the scores up because our boy Loue is 1 up. Love that. Don't understand the picker thing? Okay, let me show you the picker. Actually, no, I can't show it to you. Let me explain it once we get in. Let me get up to live really quick, and then we'll introduce the players, then we'll get into it. All right, so we'll introduce them as we're going. All right, we're up to live. As quick as that. Alrighty, game 2 after Loue takes game 1 in this series. We got mountain clearing. Nice, very active, aggressive map. As we already have some shenanigans. No, that scout does stay alive. Anyway, let's introduce them very quickly before we jump in. We've got Beasty on the left in the yellow on the Roos. It is Beasty. And on the right-hand side of the map, just coming off a great win there in the previous game in the teal or cyan, whatever your preference, it is Loue MT on the Order of the Dragon. So he put forward Order of... Ooh, no, it doesn't die. Oh, it does die! Oh no, it's huge. Beasty loses 1 villager right off the bat. That feels awful. He's going to be kicking himself. That's a tilter for sure. The scout's on 1,000,000 HP as well, so he didn't get a chance to tank with it very much, and that's a big loss, especially coming off that game loss for Beasty, and then follow it up with losing a villager in the Dark Age under no pressure whatsoever. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but I'm sure he'll hold on just fine. Loue, on the flip side, is going to go into the Dark Age Spearman, which is going to push this back right away, unless Beasty gets an outpost up, which is going to stop this. As long as he can... Oh! Order of the Dragonvilles were going out. This is like some Socotra shit, man. But no, he does see the Wooden Fortress going up, being built with 7, should be 8, but 7 villages, meaning they are going to go home, and the Spearman is going to be able to get nothing done on this front, but is going to be able to deny the gold. So is Beasty going to then look to do anything about securing gold, or is he just going to go off... Well, there's no hunting cabins, is it? Go off bounty. I guess you can get bounty, but it's very slow. We'll see what comes in there for Beasty with that. But at least he does secure up his boar, and he will get a small trickle of gold in from the bounty on the boar and the sheep as well. So that's something at least. But yeah, be interesting start for sure already. And now Beasty's going to turn to pushing in his own deer, whereas Loue went out onto the deer straight away, which Order of the Dragon loves to do. Yeah, thanks, Nashi. Basically, that's the explanation there. So both players put forward 2 civs that they want to play for a map, and then the opponent snipes one out. So basically, the opponent picks which of those 2 civs you play. And it reveals at the same time, so you don't get to like pick the matchup. So there's a lot more like mind game element to it. But it makes for really interesting drafting and matchups, which I quite like. And I think it's been in the last few major tournaments, and it seems like it's been something that has been just sort of the standard now, which I think actually does make for better drafts. We see a lot more civs getting played and a lot more matchups getting played, I think, which is really nice, even in these best of 5s, which is cool. This matchup, thinking holistically, by the way, is an interesting one, and one that I feel like might be in Roos's favor. Kremlin is going to be the choice. In the front as well. We might even see a fast castle sacred site play here out of Beasty. But I think the horse archers do really well. Obviously, you get the extra eco from the wood and potential bounty. But I think horse archers do pretty well against Order of the Dragon because they have so few units. Honestly, even just like, you can even just like mass crossbows probably. I'm not really sure what Order of the Dragon can bring to the table, and especially if you want to go Burgrave. Although with the relics on this map, going Regnitz feels very nice. We saw HRE played on this map previously, and the Regnitz was very nice to be able to bring in essentially those double relics guaranteed. because you get 2 for sure, and there's only the 1 in the middle you have to contest, which will be difficult for Loue to deal with. But we'll see if there ends up being, well, fast castles from both players, which it may be. Beasty's just going up with 1 on this, but he has to secure gold somehow, which is not easy for him to do. But he can turn wood into gold with hunting cabins. And looking at Loue on the flip side, does have 4 on gold, just a handful on wood, which does suggest it's perhaps going to be that fast castle the other way, which would make for a very interesting game if it is Burgrave. But I'm not sure Burgrave gives you that much in a situation like this. But if you are able to get a really good timing and you can run in those upgraded men-at-arms with ranged defense, even against Kremlin, both the arrows and the militia, it feels pretty good. These villagers finishing the boar? No, not finishing the boar. They're going to go on gold. So with food, not a problem. Beasty is going to try to sneak out his next gold. Understands that this one is the one that Loue is going to be looking at. But Loue does leave it, actually, and looks to go back the other way. Beasty just being annoying on the miner camp, but this doesn't actually make that much of a difference anymore because you can force drop off, so you don't accidentally repair. Plus, emergency repair has already been used on it once, could be used again, so not the biggest deal. This Arcane, I mean, you kind of want to go Arcane these days as Order of the Dragon, because Minework doesn't feel like it gives you too much, but this isn't giving him too much as well, particularly as most of these villagers weren't on the sheep. But now they go onto the sheep. And the wood gathering isn't that big of a deal for him now, as castle is definitely going to be the decision from both players, it looks like. These 6. And these ones, actually, this Loue seen this. Not for a while. This village is now, this spearman is now going to go sort of scout. Sees 4, which is like, tells you something weird's going on, because there was 7 there before. And Loue saw these gold villages, which is very strange to see, because he doesn't know about these gold villages here. So it's a very strange read here for Loue as to why there's fewer villages here. He doesn't know about that gold, and that he knows that these gold villages here, which even these villages in themselves suggest a fast castle. But yeah, I guess Loue is going to not really care about making a read anyway, because he's the one that's taken the game to Beasty. It is going to be the Burgrave, and it's going to be the blacksmith. So we are going to see men-at-arms start streaking out very quickly with the upgrades and with the range defense, and it is going to be, I mean, basically an all-in on the back of this, whereas Abby, the Trinity is going to be the play for Beasty, which when you can just spam this with hunting cabins makes sense economically, but also I feel like this allows him to get the extra warrior upgrades, the fervor to get the extra damage, and if he does opt for, well, actually I think he kind of has to opt for crossbows, to be honest with you, he actually will be able to hold pretty well with crossbow plus warrior monk. That extra damage can make a hell of a lot of difference with that Saint's Blessing. First of the men-at-arms now coming out across the map, and where are we rallied to? Rallied all the way in the front there, so probably looking to deny the gold, but I guess he doesn't know. Again, looking at vision, I don't think he's been up here. Oh, maybe this villager, the scout is going to go see what's going on. Of course, Loue has seen the age up, he knows what's going on. The men-at-arms are streaming across, but no, look at this. Loue is looking at this gold and this gold. He has no idea that Beasty is on gold this entire time over here, and that is terrible information for Loue not to have. But he is going to know regardless his crossbows, but Loue is going to think that there's only so many crossbows that Beasty can make with his bounty gold. If he can deny these 2 golds, he's denying a hell of a lot, but it's actually not going to be the case. And this poor men-at-arms gets moved by the scout to get completely out of the way, and then delays his run-in, where he would love to be on these villagers already, but well done from Beasty to force them away. Abusing the A move from the men-at-arms of Loue means that they go the wrong way and are delayed. In fact, these guys aren't being able to get onto anything of Beasties yet. Oh, Loue is going to see it. Okay, so now Loue knows that gold is there. He's going to surely turn these units to go there. Yeah, looking to just run them around. If we look at the waypoints, yeah, looking to run them around and get onto this gold. Beasty knows himself that, yeah, okay, he knows himself with the Kremlin vision is amazing, by the way. He knows for sure that Loue knows, so these are not going to be here for that long. But this is enough time for Beasty to get a lot of gold up and then to go and shore things up. Obviously, he can get hunting cabins if he wishes, but even just with mining on whichever gold he chooses, he can now secure that up. These villagers are going to run away. No wheelbarrow in the bank, which makes them do it very slowly, but they are going to get away unscathed. No eco damage to be done. And, you know, Loue turned this into it, not an all-in, I don't want to call it that, but a lot of men-at-arms being produced that are getting nothing done. And he turns a monastery around to go pick up relics. He will get, obviously, at least 2 relics. I'll flick us over. 1 relic each at the minute secured, and Beasty should get these 2 as well. So that means Beasty did take the middle relic, and it's going to be a 3-2 split on those, which with every the Trinity, I mean, like, it feels pretty good. This doesn't give you any extra money, but you don't need a lot of gold. You need some gold to make the crossbowmen, and you need a handful of those warrior monks to get that Saint's Blessing in. And does he have the upgrade yet? No, it costs a lot, doesn't it? Fervor is the one. No, it's really cheap. 150, which gives the extra range, which is really big, especially if you want to buff up your ranged units with as the melee warrior monks, or they have to get a hit in melee. You need that extra range. You need Fervor to be able to get them to do anything. But it is +3 damage, effectively, on each of those crossbows, which is really, really big from that Saint's Blessing, which is really nice. Increase the armor and damage of nearby allied roost units, and this gives extra range by 5 tiles. So I think it's 2 tiles without this upgrade, so it goes to 7, which is really big. And an extra +1 damage, which takes it from +2 damage to +3. And, of course, ranged attacks are now starting to come in from Beasty. So, yeah, just having to make crossbows, and now turning into his own men-at-arms. In reply, which makes sense, but honestly I think Loue can just make his own crossbows, which then the men-at-arms aren't going to do a hell of a lot. So I'm not sure if we're going to stay there or not, but oh my gosh, and the trebuchet coming out now, so already worried about the sacred site victory. We still got 8 minutes to go, but it is on the mind, and fervor is now coming in for Beasty, as these warrior monks are going to have a little look at the trebuchet, but not decide better of it. But yeah, the men-at-arms are an interesting choice. But yeah, crossbows are coming out now for Loue. But the Burgrave is not under constant production. And our Burgrave is cheaper. 35% faster and 35% cheaper. Same with research technology cost. But if you're not producing out of it, it does nothing for you. It is effectively an economic landmark if you're always producing out of it, because you are getting that, you know, that cheaper rate of units. But if you're not producing out of it non-stop, you don't get any of that saving. So it really doesn't feel great in this situation. Regner, and he got nothing done with the early men-at-arms or spearmen that came out from that initial castle age, and could have had Regnets and had 2 monks, maybe even a 3rd if he was able to secure up the middle one, which obviously gives you that double gold income, which is so handy. But not to be in this case. No point thinking about what ifs. Man, so many upgrades coming in now for Beasty. It is actually a switch over to spearmen now rather than the men-at-arms. That does make more sense to me as he sees the crossbowmen being produced. 2 trebuchets now firing away, and they actually do a lot of damage against this Kremlin. Only 5,000 HP on it, and no wood in the bank actually for Beasty, which is a strange thing to say for a Roost player, but he will get there shortly, and those villagers will be able to come back and repair. Although, no rush on things now. Crossbowmen walk up, and you see how much damage. Yeah, they will 2-shot these units. The scout goes down. Not the world's biggest deal when you have the Kremlin here. You got a lot of vision in the front, right? Even seeing these trebuchets. But yeah, that's not going to be the case of being able to get Saint's Blessing if you've got warrior monks running into spearmen. So even with the upgrades there, the Kremlin does look like it's going to go down. Saint's Blessing is going to be a tough thing to get off. And, oh, we see the militia get pulled? I guess because Kremlin's going to die, right? It makes sense. He pulls all of the boys. We've got the normal militia halberdiers, but we even have, what's this crossbowman, little spy amongst the militia? The militia hand cannons, which they do range damage. They, even though the hand cannons, they don't have a bonus against infantry, like normal hand cannons do. And it's not that much damage. They're nice to have. Nicer than probably having the melee ones. But otherwise, they don't do too much. But it is going to be a bit of a forced fight here. I don't know if this is really that scary of an army out of Beasty, to be honest with you. If he can get a Saint's Blessing, yes, Saint's Blessing comes in. So +3 damage on each of these units, which means that these men-at-arms are going to melt. If these can fire on each of these men-at-arms, it should be a one-shotting situation if the focus fire comes in. But there are a lot of units here from Loue, and his own crossbows coming out. Whoops, sorry about that. Observing. Come in so powerful. And I don't know if he's got the Yes, he does have the military inspire, which means that, and especially with the change, these guys are getting plus 10% damage in armor, but they do a little AoE. So even though these will inspire one of the units, the ones that are just around it, basically the ones which are adjacent, I believe it is, in practice. I can't remember what the actual number is, but basically the ones which are adjacent, I think it's just a tile. And this mill being 2 tiles by 2 tiles, so basically just the adjacent units. Well, it is trying to build up the Kremlin, actually, interestingly enough. There's a lot of crossbows, but it is kind of dangerous. The more that this count grows for Order of the Dragon, unless you have horsemen, there's not really anything that deals... Horsemen or siege, there's not really anything that deals with Order of the Dragon crossbowmen because they have that extra range. 6 tiles of range against the 5 of a normal crossbowman, and they just do so much damage and they attack so fast. As long as you can have a defensive position, which an upgraded outpost with a relic in it is a great starting point, makes it really difficult to break through. But honestly, the one thing Beasty does have is he's got so many upgrades, eco upgrades behind us, and the military upgrades as well. Whereas Loue only now getting +1 ranged attack and doesn't have +2 ranged defense or any of the melee attacks, which actually aren't that big of a deal either. Beasty taking up the top and bottom of the food, which is a nice pickup. Whereas Loue is ticked into so many of these farms to try to get himself going. But with the Archon, that does feel kind of nice, but it's a big investment. But as long as that investment can hold, it's a good spot. But, you know, investing in your eco behind us when your Sacred Site timer is ticking and is at 3 minutes, 15 seconds, it's maybe not where you want to be. And now Beasty taking this fight is not as greedy as it might look, or trying to be like too aggressive here. This is because he needs to be distracting and securing up his food, because he doesn't have that farm eco behind it. And you can see the damage with the Saint's Blessing coming through. Oh, actually not quite getting full damage against even the Spearmen and the Men-at-Arms, but the crossbowmen with the extra damage are doing a lot of work. It's only 5 crossbowmen on the inverse, so even if they kill these Men-at-Arms really quickly, there is just so much here for Beasty. And it is the difference maker with all of that armor coming through and all of that damage, and his monks healing as well. That is a 40 to 20 military lead now for Beasty. There is no Kremlin, there is no wooden fortress, but there is all of the military in the world. And are these troops going to come in and try to decap themselves? I don't think that works, unfortunately. Beasty going to look to try to get rid of the one relic that's there. Why is there one relic? Oh, right, because the other relic is in the tower, which does have a spring order placement in it, but Beasty is not the one that's trying to go forward at all. He just needs to hold the Sacred Site for 2 more minutes and change. But Loue, he's up the front now. He's got half the military, but they are stronger units. The prelates are in there as well. But Beasty, he's not giving it up. He's just regrouping with everything he has, even taking the one real little relic, the cheeky boy, and is going to be able to push Loue back in the situation. Loue is probably going to be able to defend behind his outpost, but defending is not the name of the game for him. Saint's Blessing comes in yet again. These warrior monks are getting it off every single time. And just see how much damage this crossbow mess does. Look at this Men-at-Arms. Oh, actually, the Saint's Blessing went off just as they fired. It's terrible timing. But they are now running in through onto these crossbows, onto the trebuchets. Nothing left for Loue. Nothing in the back that can try to sneak a decap. Even sitting underneath the Springle Tower, it doesn't matter. GG is called. Beasty has done enough. And we are going to try to set up 1-1. Beasty's Roost does overcome Louis' Order of the Dragon. GG, really well played. It was a much nicer game out of Beasty there. Was able to hold on. Loue, you could see the idea. Dark Age, I think, unfortunate not to be able to get a little bit more done with the Dark Age Rex. Beasty did throw away one of his villages for free to give Loue a little bit of an advantage, but getting the Wooden Fortress up was really, really clutch to deny any damage, and then the bounty giving him enough gold to age up. And then we saw the mind games from Beasty being able to hold on to his gold by going on to his 3rd gold, which wasn't seen by Loue, who was guarding the 1st and 2nd gold. So really good, impressive stuff out of Beasty to pull that away. Got his castle age timing when he needed to, had enough gold for crossbows, which meant Louis' Men-at-Arms push had nothing going for it. The Burgrave did not commit, wasn't able to really commit to any type of Burgrave all in, and it didn't end up paying dividends economically either. And unfortunately, yeah, as soon as we turned to the farm transition, there was no chance from an economic position either, as we see, yeah, Beasty kind of running away with it in the end. But yeah, I mean, it was looking good there, like economically, right? but then the farm transition slows you down, even under Arkan. And of course, it's less about eco here and more about the entire military mass of Beasty, which is fucking insane here. Dang! Yeah, I like the idea, Nanashi, from Loue, but yeah, wasn't to be. Wasn't to be on that one. Okay. The warrior monks though, the warrior monks are good, right? Like I thought they were really good before they got the fervor buff, but they're even better now. And it's just so cheap and easy to get that buff. And you only can get that upgrade if you go Abbey of the Trinity, which makes it a lot more exciting. Okay, our next matchup is going to be Beasty on Ayubid and Loue on Japanese on Dry Arabia. I need to run to the Loue, so I'm going to do that. But while I'm doing that, can I show you the picks? Bam, 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 bam. So, Beasty put forward Ayubid in French. We have a 3.5 minute observer delay, by the way. Ayubid in French, and French was sniped out, and Macedonian put forward by Loue and Japanese picked. So, I mean, pretty clear choices of which ones you're going to ban there for a Dry Arabia game, but still two strong civilizations. And it's going to be, yeah, Ayubid and Japanese. Okay, so with that said, let's go back to this. Let me put the score up, and I'm just going to run to the Loue real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys, but we've got 3.5 minutes to wait. Anyway, be right back. Yo. Hello. All right. 1 minute 30 to go. How is everybody doing? Nanashi, Steve, how you guys doing? Well, we got a little bit of downtime. I feel like I just talk non-stop, which I guess is the job, but like, it's nice to take a breather, man. I also don't really read chat very much when I'm playing, when I'm watching, as I'm like, trying to keep on top of everything because I'm paranoid about missing something, man. Because I miss stuff every now and then in these games, and I'm paranoid because I hate it when casters miss stuff. And that's me. Oh, with the reuse of Civ thing, Steve, the other thing to keep in mind with the Civ reuse is if it gets sniped, so like you put it forward to play on a map, but the opponent snipes it, so doesn't let you play it, you can still put it forward on the next map. The only Civ you can't play again is the one that you actually play in the game. So in this case, for like Loue, he's putting forward Macedonian on basically every map, and the same with Beasty putting forward French. So expect to see more of that. All right, 15 seconds. Heck yeah. We're in my homestead. You can't even see it because it's too low. Wearing my Homestead Cup merch, by the way. Rippin'. I saw this picker looked a lot simpler than the picker from tournament last time, so I guess there's a different picker. There are 2 pickers, actually there's 3 pickers. I'll explain it in uno momento, as let's introduce our players. On the left, playing again in his beautiful color yellow, my favorite color as well. On their U-bids, it is Beasty. And on the right, his opponent, now 1-1 in the series, in the beautiful pink. On the Japanese, it is Loue MT. And it is so good to see Loue back, man. And doing a great job in this set as well. Beasty really came in clutch in that game, but Loue took the first one. I think he's still looking really good. You could definitely see his plan. It just didn't necessarily pay off for that one for Loue, but I think we got a good series coming up. All right, Steve, your question. Picker looked a lot simpler than the picker from tournament last time, so I guess there's also a different picker. The pickers are the same. So like that AoE 2 CM picker, whatever, that website is the same one that gets used, but the way that it's drafted can be different for different tournaments, like the way that you do picks and bans and stuff. In this case, we have actually 3 different pickers just to make things a little bit more confusing. We have the map draft, where they draft pick and ban maps for the best of 5. And then you have the overall civ draft, where you choose your potential pool of civs, where, you know, each player can't have the same civs, so you're picking from the pool, including bans in that as well. Although the bans can be the same for each player, just to make it more confusing for you. And then each map that they play, they put the 2 civs forward, which is its own little draft thing. So it is a little bit convoluted. It makes sense once you get used to it, but it's not super intuitive at first glance to anybody. So I, as a caster, should really do my best to explain it, which I don't think I have been doing, but that's a good thing to keep in mind. So thank you for asking the question, because I think that helps out me as well. Also, Functional Boomer, mate, so good to see you again. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for streaming. Thank you again for subscribing the other day, mate. That made my heart feel very full. I appreciate it. And thanks for showing up again, man. Every time I read your name, I just feels like I can relate so hard to. Makes sense, more sense already? I hope so. I hope so. Or your understanding is completely off and you feel like it makes sense. Either or, we take those. Alright, what's going on in the game, hey? Kura Storehouse for Japanese. Putting it in the back rather than against the wood. Because doesn't want to have it vulnerable. Makes sense. More interesting, though, is what we see out of a U-bid. Because we've seen a lot of different age-ups coming out of these guys. We've seen growth come through. We've seen military wing reinforcements for the Desert Raiders. And, of course, the one we are used to seeing the most. And I guess Beasty is sticking to Old Faithful. It is the logistics wing, which is going to pump out those 2 dervish off the bat. Which usually indicates a fast castle, but not necessarily. But it might be the case with these 2 civilizations that fast castle is to play for both of them. How naked they go, we'll see. But I think, honestly, that probably favors Japanese if they can get up to castle unscathed and with similar timings. As the Mounted Samurai, although they're a bit more expensive, they still trade so well into the camels, both Desert Raiders and Camel Lancers, especially the Camel Lancers, out of a U-bid. So we'll see. I do feel like Japanese still have this one favored, but we've seen so many times that Japanese feel like or seem like a really, really strong pick, even into a semi-counter matchup like this, but they end up not being able to pull through. Also, with these 2 players being so, I think, pretty evenly matched in the ways that they play and how their sets against each other tend to go, and have gone so far this game, this series, makes for even more like thrilling, more even game. It really does make more sense. Okay, dope. I'll try to keep showing the I'll try to keep showing the drafts when I can in between as well. The last series was the first time we actually got to stream and cast the draft as it was happening, which is probably a helpful way of doing it as well. But all the other ones we've missed the draft as they're doing it as the previous series finished up. You're gonna keep me company while I do homework? Hell yeah, dude. I watch so many streams while I work myself, so I can completely understand. Can you explain efficient work time? Idle time is when not creating villages. Yes. So the idle time is your TC idle. Oh, yeah, it actually tells you if you hover over. I've never seen this before. I've never hovered over it. But this is your TC idle time. So time that your TC is not producing villages or doing something else. And then effective worker time is basically idle time. So the sum of all time that workers have been doing effective work. So even if they're like rallied on, like moving across the map to go to like a tree or something, that still counts as effective work. As long as they are actively doing something and not idle. Or garrisoned, I don't know if garrison counts or not. I think garrison does count as ineffective time. But I'm not sure on the exact calculations of this statistic, but that's the gist to think about it. I also don't have too much faith in it as a statistic, like whether it's super correct or not. So don't worry too much about it. There's also bugs with resources collected, by the way, because if you cancel a unit, so if you queue up a bunch of units, so say Loue cancels the spearman, and that 80 resources goes back into his bank, that counts as more resources collected. So this is often a bit bugged as well. And some players, namely Puppy Paw, spam cancel. I think Marine Lord does it quite a lot as well. They queue up a lot of units and then cancel a lot of units, which bugs out their resources collected. Destroyed value is usually correct, but there are also nuances to why that's sometimes incorrect. Worker kills is always right. That's a good one. And army value is right, but it only takes... Oh, actually, no, that's not true. It's sometimes wrong as well. Hope that helps. Most of the stats suck. The sheep count is right, though. It is even sheep. Unless there are any neutrals left on the field. But I think with 30, that's not going to be the case. And if we talk about the game, finally, it's probably worth noting that Loue did tick into a couple of production buildings here, and not horsemen. Whereas it's basically a naked fast castle here from Beasty. The only difference is that he did opt to go for a stables and get out one? Yeah, just the one Desert Raider with the help of those Dervish, means that it's basically unkillable. And it is going to be Beasty the first one to look to age up. But it does take forever to age up as a Ubit unless you go for that advancement wing. The advancement wing was buffed, but still not really seen to play. At least not, maybe at Imperial Age, but not so much now. But even with just a handful of units here, Loue is able to push back off the 110 food left on that berries. Who cares? But it is able to push off the gold. But Beasty does have a decent amount here. So with the military wing reinforcements coming in, he is going to get 3 Desert Raiders pop out, and then every 2 minutes for the rest of the game, which is nice for him. And then, of course, he is going to be able to upgrade with that. Oh, almost with that gold. Upgrade the Desert Raiders. But he does need 250. So he's going to need a little bit more. That's awkward. Anyway, he's making a Desert Raider? Bro, are you serious? You need a... Well, he's going to make another one, I guess, because he's not going to be able to upgrade them. But he's confident he can get his gold back, I guess. As this Desert Raider and the Dervish come home. But these Dervish will then turn their attention to go get the relics. And meanwhile, Loue is going to turn his attention to try and deny the relics. But the floating gate is very close behind. And are we going to see Mounted Samurai off the bat? Or are we going to see... What are we going to see out of Loue, actually? Hey, Nuggy, how you doing? Everything's wrong? It's a bit weird. But it's alright. I think he's secured his gold up again. Beastie is fine here. It's an interesting choice. No, it is going to be stables. Okay, and the Yorishiro comes across. Everything's going back to normal. Okay. Dervish are trying to get the relics. Actually, good job from Loue trying to deny this one. Is the other Dervish going to go safe? No, it is going to go out to the north relic. Let's put ourselves on the relics just as we navigate this early castle. Louis's Shinto priest is going to go also to the north, but that is not going to be able to get there in time. But the middle one should be his to gather. The Mounted Samurai coming out now, but Loue actually not having enough food here to keep producing them. Another one coming in now, and a big food drop-off means he's going to have a little bit more behind it. Actually, no, opting for the Umu Bannerman, and then going into Mounted Samurai. Yep, there's the first one going back for Loue. So it's going to be the 2 on the bottom side to contest. And it is Beastie that has all of the cavalry to do so. The first Camel Lance is now coming in, as these Desert Raiders are... Yes, they are getting upgraded. Okay, right, I could look at them on the left-hand side. And Wheelbarrow coming in as well. So nice position for Beastie as well. And now basically, like we said right at the start, both players want to get to their castle age. Both players want to be able to put out their best, or put their best foot forward, which is basically mass camels for 1, and then mass mounted samurai for the other. Whether there is anything else behind this from Loue will be interesting to see. Whether we see, yeah, okay, we are going to make Yumi continue to as well, which is basically the go-to composition. That's mounted samurai plus Yumi Ashigaru, which when you get all the upgrades and all the bannermen is really powerful and will destroy those desert raiders, which then creates a bit of a problem for the Ayubid army, even if those camels feel like a strong counter to the mounted samurai. They're not that strong of a counter. Dervish is still OP, by the way. How did that not die to all that? But regardless, it is denied. It has to go away. And this relic is going to make its way home for Loue, which means we should see a 3-2 split. 3 relics to Beasty, which he will eventually put these into a home, and 2 for Loue. So not too bad for either player, to be honest. I think Ayubid generally, obviously, got to a castle age first, and then with the mounted dervishes, the mounted monks, they do have a bit of an advantage there. The Bannerman is the one leading the raid charge on this side, as the dervish still can get some work done on the sacred site, but he might not have a great time of it. Gets a bit of a scout, that's something. At least you see there's still plenty on gold, but not that that's too much of a surprise for Loue. And yeah, these camels are going to run pretty fast while they charge, but then they stop. Okay. But he can still cut it off and see if he can get something going. On the flip side, there's really no pressure that Beasty is putting on to Louis' base. Just scouting out. This one is actually just rallied to see if there's going to be any raids coming around that side of the map. Of course, it's such a big open map. There's always chances to come in and raid. And both these players are actually fantastic at playing their style. Bro, it cancelled just before it got to the Bannerman. That is a tilter. But the Bannerman is at this rate going to be able to run away nice and safely. Unless he was... No, he is fine. He's going to make his way through. Is the Dervish going to look to body block or just go to the sacred site? No, it is just going to go to the sacred site. Here's shift queued there. So the Bannerman is going to get away. And we've actually got Spearmen being produced as well. The upgrade just came in. The Yumi upgrade's not actually in. Hello? This is maybe a little bit of an oversight from Loue at the start with. And no other blacksmith upgrades yet either. Beasty will see this. He will know. But still doesn't want to take a fight with this army yet, just due to the mass. But there's still a ways away before those come in. Okay, veteran archers coming in as well. Range defense coming in almost. So those blacksmith upgrades are going to eventually get there, but it may just take a minute. Shinto priest with the army, trying to get the sacred site, but maybe not much luck. The spears do turn around and get a good brace on. And there's a lot of these camel lancers are caught up in the middle. Dervish trying to get killed here, but the archers are firing away, and these aren't upgraded archers yet. So they were going to kill the Dervish. That's something nice, but this army is going down from Loue. This is great timing from Beasty. Before the archer upgrade comes in, the priest dies as well. All the mounted samurai die. The archers do nothing without the upgrades. No, not even a single attack upgrade either. And this was great timing from Beasty to take that fight just before the archer upgrade can come in, and while the army is at its weakest and now just walking in. More units come out, so he's not going to overstep his mark. He's got a big advantage here. There's no need to push it further. And he's getting his own upgrades in. +2 attack. Oh, the first villager goes down there for Loue with the Bannerman fighting on the backside. Scouts fighting each other. A little tickle fight there. But Beasty did get one villager here. There we saw the little bit left of the corpse before it disappeared into the ether. Another kill there from Loue. 2-1 on the scorecard, but not a big... economic bit of damage, bit of an economic punch from either player, but there's plenty more opportunity for economic punch from Beasty as things happen now. Coming in with the camel lancers, but there are still enough units here, and of course the upgrades are in for the archers. Well, one of the upgrades is they still only do 6 damage, which should be 8 momentarily, but they still do a pretty good job against Desert Raiders no matter what happens. But there's a pretty scary mobile army from Beasty, but clearing up the military, which has now been remade back. And now behind us as well, all of the upgrades coming in for Loue, which is nice. Oof! The Uma Bannerman does go down. That villager survives and is going to be able to complete that wall. And these walls are already completed as well for Beasty, which helps secure himself up against the threat of raiding, which is really nice because he's got... Oh, this stair pack is just finishing up, but he's got this stair pack and these berries, which made safe is a big win for Beasty. But Beasty actually switching things up a little bit. I guess, worried about the spear count here, has switched himself into archers. Obviously, the range upgrades will transfer nicely from the Desert Raiders and to those archers as well. But the veterancy coming in for the archers and sacrificing a little bit of mobility to play a more similar comp to, to the Mounted Samurai Yumi Ashigaru. Or Iron Spearman, I really should say. He's going to have a bunch of archers there to play with as well. No kill here, but the Camel Lancer does come through and force some idle time and obviously some very important scouting. We'll see that this gold is almost up, which will make things a little bit difficult for Loue as he's going to have to move out in one direction to get these. Boom, charge comes through and a big hit. There we go. 2 kills apiece now as this Mounted Samurai is going the other way to try to get some raiding off. Actually, this guy stays alive and gets another one? That's crazy. There's no way he gets another one. No, okay, nope. 3-2 it is. These guys get down the tower at the front and are going to try to actually charge the Yumi. That's a... Oh! 3 or 4 Yumi going down just to the Camel Archer charge is very, very nice. The scout loses the battle on the far side. That's a big win for for Loue rather. And these units are going to be able to run away, but these Yumi are very fast. Don't forget 1.38 movement speed here, and they do so much damage to the Desert Raiders that if he can keep chasing these down, they are going to take quite a bit of damage. And this does mean that even though Beasty took a great fight before, it's very difficult for him to take a good fight now. And this Mounted Samurai has just got here, picks off 2 low health and does force a lot of idle time here. There is wheelbarrows, so they'll run away, and now Loue is going to go up to the food, so being even more annoying, creating more idle time, and does get himself back in the lead on the worker kills 4-3. Beasty has all 3 sacred sites, so he's got the timer ticking. Not too much of a sacred victory here, but there's 300 gold a minute that's going in the direction of... Well, they're getting decaps now. Was going in the direction of Beasty. Now, these poor villagers are getting wailed on by this Mounted Samurai. And does he have... Yeah, he's got 2 attack with these, which means they're getting 2-shot. You need 25 damage to 2-shot these normally. He's got that. 26 even, 1 to boot. And those villagers are going down very quickly. This one Mounted Samurai is causing so much delay and disruption. Obviously, these Camel Lancers will clean that up, but it's a lot more of a commit than he needs to, or wants to have to commit when Loue is at his door. And it still doesn't even fucking die. It's just sitting there, causing more idle time and forcing so many Lancers out of the way. The Lancers do come through, get another nice charge on to that Yumi Ashigaru. He dies very quickly. The military count is in Beasty's favor, but honestly, it's still a very, very scary fight to take. Now, there's so many... These archers just got revealed. They're all upgraded, +2 range attack as well. And there's a lot of spearmen here, which aren't going to do a great job against the archers, but they do a great job against the camels if they're just going to stand there and take the brace. Thank you, spearman buff. But in the mix of this, there's a lot of Desert Raiders and archers firing away on those spearmen, which are going to make them die quickly, but they do such a good job fighting straight up against all these camels. Screw it, we're A-moving, we're going straight into each other's fights. There's not really Yumi Ashigaru here, by the way, to take anything that Beasty has in the back. These Desert Raiders are going to be able to go melee mode and destroy all of the Mounted Samurai. And actually, Loue is just standing and fighting here, but the Desert Raiders in melee, if you can't kill them with the Yumi Ashigaru, there's nothing that's going to be able to kill them. All the spearmen go down so quickly to the archers and the Desert Raiders, especially the archers, and as a result, Beasty just cleans that up easy. That was a very one-sided fight against a very strong Japanese army, but there's a lot of spearmen in the mix that just really didn't actually do very much at all. The Camel Lancers tanking them very well, and the archers and Desert Raiders, basically even just with the A move, because they were so close to the start of the fight, I mean, the A move was picking off those spearmen so quickly. And it's so good when you can just A move with the archers, you don't have to target fire, you're not overkilling so much, and you're killing them so quickly when you have that line formation, and you can spread that DPS. And as a result, the rest of the cavalry of Beasty can just go and destroy all of those Mounted Samurai and everything else. The Yumi Ashigaru count was just too low, couldn't deal with those Desert Raiders, and it was absolute curtains for Louis' army. And now, 70-20 on the military count. You know what? Louis going for that sacred site victory. Somehow managed to capture all 3 sacred sites during that fight from Beasty, but that is going to be honestly the least of Beasty's problems. As coming through with just a single battering ram for now, but this is such a big veteran archer mass, and all of these archers were sprung on Loue. He did not see them coming until that fight started at the front side of Beasty's base. And at that point, it was too late to run away. Had to take some kind of engagement, decided to commit to it entirely, and had his army. What? What are we doing here? It's kind of a meme. but they're actually not bad. We are going to get Tower of the Sultan coming through from Beasty. I mean, he's in a very commanding lead. I mean, it's not a siege tower, right? It's not full trolling, but this thing is, you know, you may as well make a few rams, right? How much does this thing cost? 650, 350. Yo, you're absolutely kidding me, dude. All these villagers running away. The Sultan Tower does stay alive. It looks so awkward as it moves around. I love it. And it's just no army here for Loue. No, Beasty micro back. Huge bait here. That's really the point of it. Such a cool explosion. Oh no! In the midst of that, all of the villagers run back. They know where to go on that south side of the map, and they do end up coming back. Beasty bringing everything back to go try to chase them, but it's going to have to take the fight straight up. But this is not a very big army from Loue at all. There's even just these archers can basically kill everything, but the mounted samurai are dying very quickly to the camel lancers and the desert raiders. There is nothing left in the front line here. There is one spearman left, and even though the Tower of the Sultan doesn't live to see the rest of the game, far too much of Beasty's army does. GG is called. Loue taps out 2-1. 2-1 in the series. Actually, as far as fast castle matchups go, that was a really fun one. Not even that much sort of eco damage done, but a little bit of a game of chess. And I think Beasty proving, honestly, his read of these games and like what to do and when, just pure decision making, has been the factor. I thought that was the case in the Corvinus matchup, which really set him kind of like a foot ahead of Corvinus in that series. And even in this one as well, I think that Roos game previously on Mountain Clearing, and then again here with the Ayubids, it's just the decisions he makes were really, really good. Tower of Insultant, that's good. How have I never heard that before? Nanashi, mate, wordplay master. That's fantastic. Yeah, they're good friends, so I'm sure it's not BM. I'm sure it's not bad manner, but that's fucking hilarious. Bringing out the Tower of the Sultan. The best thing about the thing is how it waddles and then how it dies. It doesn't really have to do anything else. Damn. Oh, Webfriend, mate. How you doing? What a game. That was fun. Good on him. Okay, let's go. They're probably into the next one already, but let's go have a look to see if they are in there, and let's go have a look at what they've drafted. Nope, they are not in there yet. Yep, they've just started. Okay, it's going to be Lakeside as the map, and it's going to be Loue on English and Beasty on Jeanne d'Arc. So we did look at this with... Okay, I literally have to download the map. That's how little I've seen this thing. Let's have a look at the Civ Picker. This automatically update? Not really. Okay. So, Loue put forward Macedonian in English. So even on the water map, Macedonian still very much feared. And Beasty's like, I'm playing French one way or the other. Either give me proper French or give me JD, and he gets JD in the end. So something we saw, well, I think we've seen be something of a priority on these hybrid maps is actually the French civilizations. So I think Beasty feels pretty comfortable here. But English, like just like they perform on Holy Islands, if they can get to the Admiralty parts, as we do have an observer delay, so bear with me on that one. If they can get to the Admiralty upgrade and get that extra range, it makes it really, really difficult to ever fight them on water. And you kind of giving up water almost at that point. It's a micro like disaster trying to play against it. You do have to micro a lot to play with it as well, but you only basically have to make springled ships. You don't have to make anything else. It destroys even the demo ships with the extra range. And if you do get Castle Age as well, then you get even more upgrades from the Castle Age ships, or the Castle Age upgrade on your ships, which then makes it even more difficult. So Lakeside is similar to Holy Island in that respect, but it is obviously a different map. I've never actually seen this map played. I think I saw like maybe a couple half games on practice streams of players. I've never loaded into it. I had to download it just then. So we'll all be learning together, or you chatters can tell me what the fuck I should know about this map other than it's hybrid. But it's an interesting one. I do think English can win water pretty comfortably, but I don't know if that's enough to confidently win the game. or have that great advantage in the game. Because even like talking to the pros at Homestead Cup about English on Holy Island, it got prioritized the most by like Vortix and Lucifron, right? The Spanish brothers, in their drafts and picking it on the map. Other players didn't see English as that big of a deal. Same with Lancaster as well, because it does the same thing. But it was still very strong and was very like successful in terms of games won, and honestly the kind of like momentum of those games, they felt quite one-sided. But players still didn't put that much priority on it. Even like banning it away in drafts, in snipes, much like this, right? Beasty got rid of Louis' Macedonian, not his English. So there must be some way that they feel they can play around it. Maybe it's they just slowly lose water and they're okay with that. And then you just switch into land at that point, because it does take some time to get Admiralty. But, or maybe they feel comfortable playing into it. I don't know. I can't explain other maps. I don't even know how to download them. Yeah, dude, you should have seen me the first time I was trying to work out how to use the mods and shit. I was doing the other day as well. I had to figure out how to use the universal unit tester and like free camera mods to make a thumbnail for a YouTube video. That was a fucking disaster. There's a reason my YouTube looks like shit, okay? It's because I don't know what I'm doing. Also, do you know how long it took me to try to set up production? Like, by production, I mean like stream, like scenes and overlays and shit. Like, this, if I quickly go to this. Do you know how long this took me? This is so simple. It still took me ages, and I can do this. Bro, it's not my strength. Okay, let's update the score. And flip the screens, as it is going to be Beasty who's up 2-1 in this set. Alright, introducing our players on Lakeside this time, the first and I think last hybrid map of the series. It is going to be on the right hand side this time, in the yellow on Jeanne d'Arc. It is Beasty with this very fitting fishing boat on the water map. Oh, okay, this map is not what I thought it was, by the way, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay, and on the left, we have in the teal, cyan, turquoise, whatever you call it. On the English, it is Loue MT. Still playing really well, Loue, but obviously the game not really going his way. Now, this is my first time ever downloading and looking at Lakeside, and I thought there were fish on this map. But there's a reason it's called Lakeside, I guess. Because you only have one deep sea fish and 2 shoreline? Is that the case for both of them? 2 shoreline? And that's the deep sea. 2 shoreline. And then I guess there's shoreline on this side, but there's no deep sea on this side. Okay, so fishing isn't that much of a deal. I can see why you'd let English through for Beasty, and why Macedonian would be very scary. In terms of rush distance, okay, so we've got wood lines which are pretty far. Whoops, the fuck was that? Pretty far away. This one's nice and comfy, but that one's okay further away. Same way. Okay, so not actually the completely normal wood lines. We've got small golds in our base, and then gold tucked away in the back as well. A relic tucked away in the back, and then the 3 across the middle, which is just typical of all the sort of EGC maps, to be honest. And then everything else is on the far side of the map through the South Forest. So extra food with 1 million deer, which could be pro-scouted pretty easily. I guess that's the idea. And then, and then that's where the rest of the golds are too. It's a big gold in the back, by the way. So you get a small gold in the front, but you get a big gold in the back. So it's a bit more exposed, but still somewhat safe, and definitely wallable, right? To wall this off. Because you are going to be able to have your wood line to protect or make that wall a bit smaller. And obviously, yeah, the safe relic as well. So water, of course, whenever you can get water, it is worth it to go for it. The economic advantage is that significant. See how many fishing boats get played into, though, as Loue has already gone off of wood and has gone straight onto food and gold for that early age up. So he wants to get up nice and quickly. Beasty, on the other hand, is opting for more fishing ships than that, and is going to go up to at least 4, as he still has 5 on words. Is this just for a lumber camp? Presumably, yes. Yeah, they're gonna go to gold next. Okay, so presumably that's all that's gonna be for. So it just goes up to 4, whereas Loue went up to 3 fishing ships and then fast age up. So a little bit different. I do all my stuff in Canva. Yeah, I started using Canva as well. But I don't really know what I'm doing. But it's something. Nanashi. I think Beasty's move would be discount on siege to take White Tower. Well, if we see White Tower drop, I'm here for that. I'm here for a White Tower drop. I don't really think you get anything with it, though. I'm not really sure what you get from English here at all, really. And maybe this is the answer. 2TC English. This makes a little bit more sense. I mean, it's a very defensive map. You can get the second goal secured. I think Loue does very much have a game plan here. Jeanne d'Arc or any of the French civilizations are going to be able to put a lot of pressure on, but they're not going to be able to go through an English player's, like all in an English player 2TCing. So the eco lead might actually be able to go there for Loue quite comfortably. There are also no trade posts on this map, yeah? None at all, which means that... oh no, it's here. Right in the middle. Well, this may as well be none, because this is fucking useless. I guess you could do, like, like, dock trade if you win water, which I guess is why it's here. But that's not going to be very useful for land trading either. So, different map. Interesting map. And yeah, Loue is going to go for that 2TC and get himself nice and cozy with the walls. Maybe even just set himself up one of those campfires just to roleplay a little bit, as I don't think we'll see him coming out of his base with anything but the king for a while. Not adding any more fishing ships either, so plenty happy just to go for the 3 to get on that deep water fish. And actually, I think... No, Beasty did go into a 5th, and as soon as he gets up, and he is up first, he's going to go straight for the Warcog, actually. The Springled ship is going to be the first one, not the galley, to go push back the fishing of Loue. And I think probably, I'm interested to see what Loue goes for, but he might just give that up entirely and pack his losses, because there's not really much you get from winning water here, to be honest with you. You just get to secure up what you do have. I guess there is still 800 food left on these, right? So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is worth fighting over it. We'll see once Loue is up ever so shortly. He's got no gold in the bank, though. And obviously he's going for 2TC. So I assume he is just going to give it up. And the second TC is going to be on that gold in the front to deny any potential all-in, I guess, is the play there. That makes sense. It's going to be range JD coming across the map with that knight in tow. And a galley is going to come in. And a demo ship for Beasty. So Beasty really... Nope, he cancels that. Is going to commit to playing on the water, or winning the water as the second ship comes across. Loue is, yeah, good micro to keep them alive and just deny things a little bit, force Beasty to play into it. It's somewhat of a commitment for Beasty, but it is worth it, right? To get that little bit of an eco advantage by securing up your fish and then denying your opponents entirely is worth it. But Loue, counteracting that, happy to go and play 2TC and boom that way. Whereas there's really nothing that, you know, JD can do to pressure in here. Even that second TC from English is enough with that arrow fire to force back any attempt. You can't really ram all in 2 TCs that are close to each other. There's just so much arrow fire and the potential for so much torch damage with all that garrison space and your ability to use the villages for that. And of course the Airbear Kings heals everything up as well. So it's a big investment from Loue. Yeah, and this is the other thing, is that he's got no food. Berry is going to be denied. Berries is going to be denied. And of course, fishing is going to be denied. In fact, fishing is going to be fully denied because he sent them out. This was a return to work button, certainly, because that was a mistake. Oh, when he hopped them through? No, you would have pressed D. You wouldn't have pressed C, would you? So if you press D on the return to work, it does the building you select. If you press C, it does all buildings which are garrisoning workers, which would include the dock. So maybe that was the mistake that Loue made. It doesn't really matter because these actually... He's not making anything here, so none of those fishing ships were ever going to actually get back onto the water. But it is going to go down regardless. Now, this gold actually is being denied, funnily enough, which means Loue is going to have to go to the one in the back. And he's going to have to get a lot onto the food too. So how many sheep did he get? Slightly less than Beasty, 13 to 16. But What is this? Oh, what the fuck? He transported the villager. Oh, look at this from Beasty. Okay, so getting the villager in here and defending it with the boats means that he's going to be able to create or make fishing ships to take Louis' fishing as well, which is really clever from Beasty. Actually, I didn't think about that at all. But that's really smart because this is going to be really efficient fishing, and having 2 deep water fish is obviously twice as good as having 1. So we sort of questioned, or I questioned, what Beasty could do to try to play against the eco advantage that Loue is going to have. And we've got our answer. But the king does pose a bit of a problem here. The spearmen at enough number to force the knights to run away, at least in this number, and there's no more production coming through as Beasty's going to look to go castle instead, which means JD might actually end up going down here. Especially if she just stands around. But oh, she had a little bit of micro there, trying to play with the gold mine to split off the spearmen, and that's gonna kill. This is quite nice actually from Beasty. If she can stay alive, it's big. She's got the heal, so there's still a little bit of a bait. I'm interested to see if Beasty does look to turn things around. Oh, actually is gonna see if they... Oh, saves her in the end, gets the heal off as well. Very nice micro there from Beasty actually. He's playing really well these 2 days, man. This is really clean stuff, and just really clever stuff too. It's going to send the villager back, I think. Even playing safe in that respect. No, if he gets the king, that's a big deal. Nope, not going to pick that up. Loue is still going to take a while. Oh my gosh, she's so worried about... What are you worried about? You're worried about this creating... He took the villager home. There's an unnecessary tower, actually. Beasty's in his head. Ooh, turning around. No brace? I don't know. I guess they didn't charge, did they? I guess that knight wasn't charging. It just turned around to attack. Is it going to be... No, it's not the transport ship. It is just a warcog. Is it going to be able to turn them away? Yes. Okay. And this, I guess, is where winning water actually gives you a lot more than it looks like on the surface. This galley getting able to protect this from any potential dock or damage coming through, unless it's a ram, I guess. And on this side, the warcog being able to... keep things secure on this side. Now Castle Age comes in. JD can secure up the sacred site for herself. She also does get experience for doing so as well, which is a really nice little thing for JD. And we are going to see the white tower come up. It's not going to be a white tower drop, of course. It's not going to be really a particularly like advantageous position at all. It's the only real place that Loue can put it, which is right at the front of his base, securing up what little gold he has left in this. Oh, he's got most of it left, 1100. And of course, I guess berries, if you would ever look to go on it. But I think it's going to be full, yeah, full farm commitment here. But Beasty's going to be able to pick up 4 of the relics, I think. Which is something. No fishing upgrade, at least. I guess you don't really care. But as French, you get the discount. So maybe it is worth it. Maybe it's not. Who really cares in the scheme of things? Economically, it's still a really nice place for Beasty to be honest with you. The 2TC obviously does take a while to pay off, but it's paying off even slower when you're having to turn those resources into, turn those extra villages which you're paying for into wood, which you're then paying for into what do you call it? Into farms. And yes, we are going to see those knights go through into the transport ship and go to this, I assume, go across to that secured location, which I guess is what the tower is for. Rather than walling this up, I guess that makes sense. I also wonder if Beasty, as cheeky as could be, is going to send the monk through as well to try to sneak up that last relic. That's potentially an option. But this is really cheeky. As we've even got 2 both sacred sites in. The middle relics are going to be taken up. Does he even have a monastery? Is he even going to bother for now? I don't know. This is just not really looking good for Loue here. And the knights are in. They see it. The bells are rung. The villagers are out. There's only 5 here, so they will make this their way inside. There's no ranged defense, so there's going to be a little bit of damage, but not that much. Loue immediately trying to repair, get the micro going in, but yep, he's got to make sure he micros his way back as well. Oh, they pop out the other side, but Beasty is onto it. And this is dying very quickly, and the spearmen are very much out of position. Loue just needs to buy enough time. No, they go out the wrong side as well. They kind of go out and then walk, which is not the play, but they do at least survive getting away as the spearmen come in to clean that up. There is one relic still there to be picked up. JD coming across still. Do we ever... oh, he's going to bring them out. He's not wanting to keep them at home. Oh, nope. We're changing our mind. We're just doing whatever we want. Oh, the king goes down as well. Doesn't give any experience. That's some BS, man. But behind all this, it's really... This feels like a campaign mission where you're just trying to hold against the opponent who's just sending wave after wave of things against you, and they've got a whole bunch of like bullshit tricks up their sleeve. This is kind of what it feels like. And we're going to get the tower and we're going to get the wall. But this is only a handful of knights that are really getting a lot of commitment out of Loue, who's not got very much space to move. And of course, these knights can just go back out on the transport ship and be like, okay, you've made such a commitment to keeping me out. That's fine. I'll take that as a win. Longbow's now coming in for Loue. The spearman longbow comp is going to be the answer to Knight Arbaletier, which that kind of sucks, to be honest with you. I mean, Arbs just do so well against everything that it kind of feels like it forces siege. But Loue is not a position where there's any chance he's going to be able to go siege, I think. I'm not really sure what the potential play is for him. The only thing we don't really have coming... Oh, we see, what is this one? Where's the thingamajig? Where's the blacksmith? Oh, yep, so we haven't got the companion equipment in, but we did get the reduced consecration cost for gold and woods. But, oh, of course, we need our level 3 Jean for that, and we don't have... There she is. We don't have her quite there yet. She got some experience playing with the sacred sites. No boar on this map at all, or was it just killed and not gathered from? It doesn't look like there's actually any boar on this map. Was there not one in the middle? Knight's now plugging away at the first of the walls. Yeah, so no boar, so no extra experience from that, which probably at this stage would be the difference. Nope, it wouldn't be the difference to an age up. Still probably 75 away, even if she got 2 boars, but she'll get there eventually, especially once the fighting does start. There is no rush to get level 3 if there's nothing going on. The knights with Arbs. 4 relics? Did get 4 relics in the end, yeah. Yep, 4 relics. Beasty hasn't sneakily tried to get this one, which I think is a shame because I would love to see it. Let's keep an eye on that on the minimap to see if Beasty is going to manage to sneak that. Does he have like a monk down here at all? Down here at all? Come on, Beasty. So you've done every single trick up your sleeve in this game to put Loue in a tight spot and make the most out of this map. The only thing he hasn't done is sneak his relic in the back. Knights coming forward, just posturing. So this is a good look for Beasty at least to be able to see all of the army. Nope, that's the wrong player's vision. Excuse me. And I saw it too late. But he did see all of the army. So he knows Longbowman, we obviously knew Spearman there, but he knows Longbowman is going to be the choice to add it into the mix. The upgrades are still coming through for Loue. And yeah, the towers are going to need to move out to continue that network of castles buff. Which on this map, like it's pretty, the land area is small, right? So you can continue to kind of like stage your way forward with these towers, with the vision and the buff, making it tough for your opponent to take a head-on fight. Loue is back on the stone, which we saw at least one emplacement come through, and I'm going to assume this is to buff up all these towers with the fortifications and of course the spring order placements. Campfire coming out for a little bit of vision. These things are a lot tankier now than they used to be, but otherwise they don't do too much. We do look at the vision here. It does give a little bit. It looks into stealth for us as well, which is actually quite a nice little tidbit, which makes them a little bit more useful. But yeah, vision is a great name of the game for Loue, but it's not really his win condition. As there's a lot of eco, a lot of scariness out of a lot of scariness out of Beasty. None more so. What the fuck? Get it! Finish it! What is he clicking? He's trying to shift click down here, but I guess he's struggling with the shift part of it. But yeah, he's going to finish up the Red Palace here, which is going to make it really difficult for Loue to break this down. I think we are going to need to see a transition into a bit of siege. I wonder if we're going to see a transition into the Imperial Age, though, from Loue, or if he's going to try to make something happen with what he's got. for now, moving out across and perhaps looking to go around the Red Palace, but Beasty says, actually, no, that doesn't work. I might have the Red Palace there, but I've got to keep here. And it's going to be the Sacred Site timer for the win condition for Beasty. He can basically just spam ARBs, as they're going to do well against every single unit Loue has and can make. It's only really mangonels that Loue can do that are going to be a problem into those ARBs. Even against the longbows in this number, it's not the biggest deal in the world. And of course with knights as well. But the only thing for now is that Loue has a huge army, but you see the ARBs that come out of this thing is crazy. 42 damage on the Arbalist. Oh, JD goes down instantly, and she was so close to leveling up 10 experience, which meant like just like 2 kills would have been enough to get her up. She's going to get brought back to the fray, but that is a nice little pickup there for Loue. But look how quickly the infantry army goes down. And as soon as you garrison this thing, like, oh my god, it shoots so much. These guys only have, they do have +2 range defense, but still, this is a keep shooting up 14 times 3, plus Springald emplacement, plus Arbalest emplacement, and of course, you can even add a bombard on top of it. We are going to see more stone out of Loue. There's no chance for him to go Imperial Age. He's got to have to try to make this work with what he has. Are we going to see Siege coming out of the White Tower? We'll keep an eye on the production. Not quite. Beasty, please go take that relic. It would make my day. But that's okay. I don't think this game is going to take too much longer. We're going to see it end in 3 minutes, likely one way or the other. He's coming forward, Loue, as we get the bell for the 3-minute warning. But this is not really any more than what he had last time, whereas Beasty is reinforcing with a lot of arts behind us, and JD, where is she? But she must be coming up shortly. She did get level 3 amongst that all, which means that she is going to also be able to make those champions to help deal with the spearmen. There they are, the John's champions coming in. And the knights coming around the back, which are onto spearmen, which isn't really ideal. But JD is in there firing away, and those archers go down. The longbows go down, rather the spearmen go down. There's 50 units, but basically at this point, Beasty has a stronger army. Doesn't have any elite techs. No, elite ops just comes in, which is basically the game changer. And even a cannon coming in as well, anticipating, of course, the siege to come out of Loue. But he can't. There's nothing he can really go for, is he? Like, he definitely can't go men-at-arms to try to tank this with all the arbs there. But you can't really go longbow. Spearmen are good against, like, the knights, but they really don't do anything against arbs either. They especially don't do any damage against them. So there's just nothing that Loue can really bring out. The only thing is siege, and there's no way that he can afford siege. I understand why he's not been able to go into it. He's got some gold at home, and of course he can get these golds at this point, but there's really nothing else as we get our next warning, our 2-minute warning. And Loue is gonna, this is a, you know, series point on the line. It is a best of 5. If Loue loses this, he loses the series, and he's already lost 2 series so far in this tournament. He did beat MSN 3-1, but it's not really the start that Loue would want him to on the first weekend. The cannon being a real nuisance, actually. Not a royal cannon though, doesn't have the upgrade anymore, which does help against those outposts. That was changed in the latest patch, but it's still basically a bombard in everything but name, and still one-shots a fucking longbow. Yikes. Which is very nice. And yes, Nashi, you do get the discount siege if you consecrate, which he has. 225, 450, which is a nice little bonus for himself. JD's eco shining a bit there. Bombard emplacement is coming through for this keep, which is going to be the focal point. I mean, there's no chance you take down the Red Palace, is there? That thing is insane. So it is going to be this keep, but this keep has everything going for it as well. The only thing not being boiling oil is it's going to be rams is the choice. 8 rams, 9 rams total getting picked up, which is, I mean, it's a Hail Mary. There's 35 seconds to go. You got to make these rams pretty quick. But I think he walled the relic. Oh yeah, I guess he got something. But yeah, this is going to be the Hail Mary from Loue. I'm sure he's not really believing in himself, but I don't know. Maybe something can happen. Longbows are a fantastic unit. Maybe these rams can make something happen with the keep and then take a win in the fight. Of course, you do have a straight up high military count as the English in this situation. but you do have much weaker units as Elite Royal Knights and Elite Arbs, and of course that level 3 JD are in. 4 seconds on the Sacred Site timer. Loue can't even bring himself to take a step off. He's not on it at the moment. 1 second, he just gets 1 foot on it, but if this longbowman over here dies, it's all over. The fight's coming in. It's still a military lead for Loue. If he just literally takes this one longbowman, the game is all over, but he's not going to, and he's going to tap out instead. GG is called. Beasty takes the set 3-1 over Loue. Well played, Loue, but honestly, very, very well played from Beasty. Those are 3 very decisive wins. That game I thought was incredibly well played from Beasty. Had definitely thought out this map and what he wants to do with it. And honestly, against the 2TC English, to be able to take that economic lead with JD, I think is, yeah, pretty incredible. Did a great job to secure up that both fishing on a very limited fishing map, which made it basically a legitimate boom against 2TC, and then get Fast Castle. And then go and take Sacred Sites. And then take 4 relics and go close out the map. Well played, Beasty. Very, very well played. Nice from Loue overall on the sets. But yeah, today was very much Beasty's day. Alright, what else do we have in store? What's the time? 6:30. So we've gone through the first 2 sets here. Marine Lord killed Jari. We'll go have a look to see if that match is going on. Otherwise, we've got potentially up to 25 minutes before the next set start, although I don't know how much downtime there is necessarily, or if they give the open cast series, they probably give them full freedom to start whenever they want. We'll see, we'll see. But let me go have a look to see if those other games are going. Nanashi got a bunch of stuff right. Maps of Nightmare and Team ranked. Oh, is it in the pool? I've never played it. Let me go have a look at the map pool right now. No, it's not in the map pool. Was it in it before? Yo, that team map pool sucks now, by the way. But there is no lakeside in it. Oh, in the past, okay. What's the score? 3-1 to Beasty. He just took the set. So that goes over to Beasty. Just going to have a quick look on to see if the other series is going. Otherwise, we'll have a quick look at the results. Okay, so Numenor and Puppy has already started. Wham and Voldemar has already started, or Voldy, I should say. And Lucifron MSN has already started. So I want to watch. Wait, why? What? 2 of those are not like the other. Numenor and Puppy? Oh, they're still happening. That's the main set. Sorry, I'm an idiot. So Numenor and Puppy is still going. Of course, I was only thinking these are the only games. So Marine Lord Kiljadi must be over. And then Wham, Voldy, and Lucifron MSN are already underway. I really want to watch Lucifron MSN, to be honest with you. And they're already 26 minutes into what I can only assume is game 1. Let me go have a look at the brackets. So if you don't want spoilers for other games, avert your eyes as I'm about to switch over. I'm so stupid. I actually went to the right tab and thought I went to the wrong tab. Okay. Elite Classic. Okay. So, give us a refresh. We just had these games here. Oh, so Marine Lord 3-0'd Kiljadi. Puppy Numenor is still going on. We're only on game 2. What the fuck? Is this the one they're actually on, Helendale? No, they're on Gorge. That's incorrect. So I'm not sure who won game 2. But they're on game 3. Wham has got started against Voldemar on this side of the bracket. And Lucifron has got started against MSN, which I really want to watch. But they're already towards the end of game 1. So we're going to miss that one. I might use this time to go take a little bit of a break. And go talk to the lovely Grace for a minute and get myself hydrated. And I will be back shortly. What's a good thing to leave up for you guys while I go? Should I leave you a stream?
go for it? When do you go for song?
Puppy Numu 2-1. That game just finished and they're going into game 4. Ads, kill me. No, I don't want to give you guys ads then. Alright, we'll leave it up on the thing. I know what I'm doing, guys. I'm a professional. Oh no, let's look at the draft for MSN Lucifron, and I'll change my title. What are their names? Bum, 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 bum. I'm a professional, guys. I know what I'm doing. Where is it? I see everyone else but them. They must have done this so long ago. I can't even go back another page. Maybe maybe Choom's posted it. Hold on. Yeah, Choom posted it. Okay. So the current game for MSN and Lucifron is a U-Bit Sengoku on Lippany. And this is their draft. And I'm just going to be right back, okay guys? I didn't change the title. I'm such a moron. I need mods. I can't do anything myself. Okay, sorry guys. I'll be right back. Uno momento. Actually, let me run the ads to get rid of pre-roll. Sorry. Sure, was that too rude? No, I hate pre-roll. Let's get rid of it. I'll be right back. Yo! What's good, everybody? Alright, let me go have a look to see if that game is finished. It is finished. I think it probably just finished. Let me go look and see who won. Oh my gosh. While we're waiting for that, by the way, let me just give an absolute huge shout out to my beautiful, amazing girlfriend, Grace, who is currently making me dinner because I am doing this. And even though she doesn't have to do that, it's very understanding. And she's going to even come in and bring me food once it's ready, so I don't even have to get up and leave. Does mean I'm going to eat while casting, so sorry. Let me check the winner quickly, and then we'll get going. Where's Emerson? Age of Empires 4 Raiders of the North announced trailer is out. What is that? I guess I should watch the trailer to find out, right? Oh, I've got terrible news. MSN lost game 1 against Lucifron. Lucifron Sengoku beats MSN's Ayubids on Lipany for game 1. By the way, if I haven't made it clear, this is going to be a very biased cast. I love Lucifron, but MSN is my boy, and I am rooting for him to win the entire event. So I apologize if people feel strongly a different way. That's the official Xbox channel. Oh, it's the DLC? Brother, let's go. Alright, let's watch this shit. Alright, mute this. This is perfect timing too. Whoops. This is perfect timing because we got some time before the game starts. Okay. Ooh, I'm so excited. Thanks for posting this, dude. Thanks, WebFramp. Nuggy, shut up. Let me load this. Open link. If this is Rickroll, I swear to fucking God. Okay.
In the frozen.
Well, it's only a minute long. Why is that the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life? Alright, strap the fuck in, boys.
In the frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships.
That looks dope.
We know the
They look
bite
dope.
of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary.
Those buildings look so cool.
Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy.
Normal trips, love that.
And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
New Civ? What is that Civ? Is that Spanish? What is that? I'm too historically stupid. What's the other one? What was that? What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? What was the other one? What was the non-Viking one? What are these? Who are they? Are they Spanish? They look Spanish, right? Are those like conquistadors? That's the wrong time frame, isn't it? What the fuck? Are they Spanish? Yo, the Viking units look so cool. Those buildings look amazing. It's on Steam with description. Let's fucking go. Can I just open up the Steam page on this? Bro, how is there not a Steam page link in your fucking description? Why is this Xbox? What is this garbage? What is this? This is so shit. Age of Empires 4. This one. Don't play. Don't do it. Ooh. Those are the coolest buildings I've ever seen. Is that the Wonder or is that something else? This looks so cool. They're Scots? Are they actually Scots? These guys are Scots? Oh, Highland cows! Those are Highland cows! Oh man, the Vikings look so cool. Damn. This is what I thought would be the least on my mind, but I actually hope there's single player, dude. I want to like do some like fucking Viking Scottish shit. Co-op Crucible? Bro, stop, dude, stop. I can only be so excited. Fuck off. This is a religious building? That's so big. If that's a religious building, it's going to cost like 1,000 wood. Oh my god, that's so cool. Okay, what's the information? Let's read. 2 new civs, Vikings and Scots. Man, the things you can do if you just take a second to read. Distinct systems, evolving playstyles, new architecture masteries, music and voiceover. New strategic systems, Viking raiding mechanics, move over Mongols. And heroic sagas to the Scots Highland. Highland cattle, they are Highland cattle. Economy tower houses. Expanded Crucible, 4 new missions, a deeper progression with boons, perks, mutators. Come on, StarCraft 2 is here. Civilization-specific talent tracks. Oh, so you can even... There's so much more content because you can replay more because you can play the civs differently. Solo and 2-player co-op. New biomes, Scottish Heathland and Tundra Summer. Oh my god, that's so cool. Command the surge of Viking raids or hold line with Scottish Resolve. Master systems that reward precision timing alone. That means nothing, but it's so cool. Relentless momentum. Reputation built on speed, aggression, adaptability. Okay, it's my new main. Early game defined by powerful melee infantry and decisive raiding. It's my main. That's my main. Rewards bold action. I love that for me. Every successful strike against an enemy economy fuels your own. I literally am so excited. Early pressure into sustained dominance. That's the dominance. Who gives a shit how to pronounce it? That's how I play Mongol. I love it. I love this. Center of Viking society stands the Longhouse. Cool, cool, cool. More than a structure, anchors a resilient economy, grows with your people. Grows with your people? Is this Northgard? Through northern migration, your population trains for free. Oh, sick. Allowing you to focus on strategy, expansion, and control of the map. Bro, this is Mongols 2.0. I love it. I bet they can build walls, though. And I bet their fucking Mangudai don't get nerfed. As the match unfolds of Vikings, identity, blah, blah, blah. Beyond the Viking Age. What the fuck? Viking Age? Hello? Bro, we're doing way too much here. This is crazy. Knights, militia, crossbowmen, reflecting the rise of organized Scandinavian kingdoms. I don't know. Sick. Approach adapts, core remains, relentless infantry, strong map control, and the ability to dictate the pace of battle. Not a cavalry civ? Oh my days. Heroic sagas. Great deeds unlock powerful bonuses. Shape your strategy, reinforce your momentum. Sacred groves, extend their influence, secure key locations while empowering nearby forces. Sounds sick, whatever happens. Okay, Scots, here we go. Strength through endurance. Strength defined by resilience and control, built to endure. They thrive in prolonged battles and reward players who can hold the line. Oh, this is my brother's main. This civ is defined by disciplined infantry, fortified defensive, and a deep connection to their land. A deep connection to their land? The economy thrives through Highland cattle, so cool, way cooler than Mali cows, sorry, move over. Creating a steady and reliable food source that supports sustained military production. Tower houses and grand castles anchor their territory, forcing opponents to commit fully to every advance. Mustering hall, so sick, allows Scots players to define their approach. Resilience of Highland warriors or the structured strength of lowland forces. Flexibility rewards thoughtful positioning, timing, and control of the battlefield. And Crucible Reforged. Reforged is kind of a tainted word, guys. Let's not use Reforged, okay? We all saw what happened with Warcraft 3. Raiders of the North also introduces Ford. Yeah, okay, yep. Co-op, yep. Meaningful. Battlefields transformed. New biomes, yep. Battlefield is yours to command. Okay, I'm buying that. Q4 2026. Okay, that's fucking coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. What were we doing? Were we watching games? Lucifron's game, they're 8 minutes in. Okay, let's go watch that. That's fucking insane. Let me just yell at Grace real quick, and then we'll jump into that, okay? Grace, they announced the subs for the next Age of Empires 4 DLC. It's Vikings and Scots.
In the frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies.
Okay. Hang on.
The moment of peace.
Sorry, I'm playing the trailer again. I have to show Grace. This is Grace. Say hi, Grace.
Hi, Grace.
It's good. Okay.
Well,
Oh, shit.
she's-
Sorry.
the flowers-
This is the Vikings.
Oh, I like their
These are Vikings, and these are the Scots units.
Oh, it's like heather. It's like.
And there's the cows in the
Oh,
back.
That's really cute.
Looks fucking sick. They're definitely focusing more on the Vikings with this. Are there any more Scott
Sure.
stuff? Those are more Vikings.
Yeah.
Those are more Vikings. Oh, this is the video. I don't know if they're gonna have a campaign, but they got co-op Crucible, which is like oh, look at them running now. Okay, that's it. And there's the Scots. And there's a little bit of bagpipey. Anyway, thanks for bearing with me.
Me?
Yeah, I was talking to you. I was talking to you. Love you. Thanks. All right, sorry guys. Let's jump into the freaking game. Grace loves her her Scots, her Scotland. She's got Scottish heritage. I do as well, actually. And we live in the UK now, right? So we spent a bit of time in Scotland. Absolutely love it. So super excited about Scots. And Vikings look amazing. Okay, so Lucy is up 1-0. I'm gonna bet that Lucy's on the left. I'm a gambler. Scots look really cool, but I don't know if they're gonna fit my playstyle. Oh, I was right. Okay, let's get up to speed, guys. It is going to be Lancaster and Chinese. As we speed through, we'll just quickly introduce our players. We've got Lucifron on the south side of the map. And House of Lancaster on a... How have I not clocked this until right now? In the yellow, it is Lucifron. And my my absolute favorite on his Chinese, which is a huge pocket pick for MSN in the blue. Yeah, I'm a big MSN fan. Unfortunately, I'm very biased in this situation. I love Lucifron as well. He was one of the nicest people I met at Homestead Cup as well. Just a very, very... Oh, that's such a nicely packed group of deer. Just a really, really nice, like, lovely, humble, friendly guy. And I was really excited to see him get to the finals. And if there's anyone else who was amazing that could take him out, it was going to be B, who was also a very, very, very lovely guy. But yeah, unfortunately, someone had to lose. But normally, I'd be rooting for Lucifron. I've also watched Lucifron since like Warcraft and StarCraft 2. I love his aggressive playstyle. But MSN, man, he's the kid. He's coming through. He's 2-0. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Thank you. So super excited for MSN. As the up-and-comer qualifying for the main event, not Silver League. Not had the showing he would like to have overall. But I think he's still been playing really well. And is going to have a good chance here to try to get something out of this series against Lucifron. But yeah, a tough one. Forgive my hype, by the way, because we did just look at the... What do you call it? The Raiders of the North Age of Empires 4 DLC. So I am fucking frothing at the mouth. 2 archery rangers coming down. We actually saw this a little bit. I can't remember who it was that did this. Was it B? But basically 2 TC and double archery rangers looking to secure yourself up with the yeoman. And then spearmen as well on top of it. I'm not sure if it was successful, to be honest with you. But very, very cool. Nonetheless, to see Lancaster getting a bit of play. Interesting as well to go for the double mana. In this case, I guess you can't use 1 mana to surround your second TC's bills as well. So it makes sense to go for the second one, but it is a bit of an extra investment, even though they are cheaper than they once were. Emerson, of course, as we see, he plays trader a hell of a lot, and it's usually the same kind of play, which is that heavy feudal aggression with well, either pro scouts or just taking the map. Which in this case, wait, what the heck? He's got 2 deer packs next to each other and the boar right there as well. So it's a lot of sustained food in here for MSN. Should he be able to hold it? I mean, may as well just kill the boar, to be honest with you, and go and take it. Also, the option is to just go Song Dynasty and to secure this up with that Barbican of the Sun as well. We'll see if that's an option or whether he turns his attention to Castle Age, but it's still a long ways off, as of course the 2TC Eco is pumping for Lucifron, and for MSN it is excuse me, sorry. Crikey. It's a want for MSN to get into feudal pressure, but not a lot of situation, and not a lot of places he can do damage. But of course, the one place that he can deny, which is probably the most important, is the gold. The gold in the front here, Lucifron's native gold, or the closest to his TC. But then second and third are also super exposed on the east-hand side here in the front, whereas MSN's got one nice and tucked safely behind his base. Makes it very tough for Lucifron to be able to hold on to. But I mean, Lucifron did opt for the 2TC. He knew he wasn't going to be able to keep it up. There's Spearman in the mix here, but Emerson diving in anyway. He doesn't have +1 range defense either, so dangerous from the archer. What is this guy up to, by the way? You see these bows? Guys? This has always been like this? Why do they look like this? Why do they all look like this? This is not something I feel like they normally look like, is it? This guy's normal. Whatever, let's pretend they don't exist. Yeah, so I mean, Emerson, we saw in the Beasty series actually that he did a good, was it Beasty series? He did a good job of being patient, not needing to rush his contains or his feudal damage while going up behind it. And does now take out the boar, Emerson. So many units, honestly, on the field for him. And Lucifron is going to have to continue to mass because he has to get gold at some point. He's got the market. He can sell up as much wood as he would like to. But it's still not quite the same. Yeah, only 66 in return for wood now, which is not ideal. And you never really want to be selling food either, so it's not the best position for him to be. Besides, now is the time to move out onto the gold. MSN doesn't see it. He will see it as soon as the villagers go onto the gold, of course. But he doesn't see the tower going up, which is the biggest thing from a defensive point of view for him. And so this is a little bit of an oversight by underseeing from MSN. And now MSN does see it. And he reacts very, very quickly. But it is going to be a more difficult thing to secure. But with the mass he has, maybe there's a chance. All 4 lords coming on to the field now. Even if this abbey might go down, it's probably not the end of the world there for Lucifron in the short term. As he does have those lords out for the moment for whatever the next fight may be. He does move so many across to gold because there is going to be a very, very scary timing here for MSN to upgrade all of his units and to get in on these villages and try to deny that gold and deny Lucifron the ability to catch up. So much wood in the bank really here for Lucifron and not much else. MSN does have to back up while he takes his time to get those upgrades in. But otherwise, once he gets them in, he's going to be able to run absolutely rampant. Really no wood from him though. Plenty of gold, of course, and opting to go into lances. We'd expect to see a lot of archers in here as well with the upgrade, and so many horsemen that justifies a horseman upgrade as well. But not quite the eco to get that yet. And oh, a nice time, well, nice idea with the wall, maybe not the nice timing. Although MSN does let him continue to get it up. There's still a gap here. Nope, the gap is closed. The yeomen walk up. MSN is going to commit to breaking this down, and if he does stay, of course, he will get it. But no, opts to move away is not going to be able to get any aggression in there, and loses a little bit of that window. These villagers coming out to heal up the Abbey of the Kings, which does give a bit of an opportunity. Just the one villager kill though. from MSN as they do walk themselves back in. No, think better of it. Okay. And the horsemen at the front as well. But these horsemen aren't upgraded. The archers aren't upgraded yet. Coming in surely, but it must not be getting supervised as it is coming in pretty slow. And there's no way he's going to take the fight now, is he? Archer upgrade still seconds away. The horsemen are just tanking the spin, which is not going to be ideal. Lancers now coming in, which take a big front line for them. The lords are going down. The archers are doing a great job onto these spearmen. They do so much damage, Castle Age archers, against the spearmen, but it's actually still a decent amount of them. The lancers, though, are not going down, and that is the big thing. If there's no spearmen to kill the lancers, that is going to be the main thing to destroy this entire army out of Lucifron. And he's got still a decent military count, but the lords are going down. And there are still spearmen coming in from behind, but the lancer count is growing. 12 lancers at the moment. Don't be fooled by the military count here. The military value is very much in MSN's favor. With these 20-something yeomen really not going to be able to do anything against these lancers. +1 ranged is in, +2 ranged defense is almost in, and we are going to see at that point a very difficult time for these yeomen to do much damage. With 6 armor and 6 damage, they do just the 1 attack. But they've got to get in to do eco damage somewhere, as this 2TC has been ticking for a long time now, and with 2 manas with basically the entire eco under it except for the gold. And MSN does turn his sights again to this wall, looking to break through, looking to try to get some actual villager kills here. All the villagers get pulled, which is still great idle time, even if there's not going to be too much else. Always trying to do the little like stand ground thing so you can attack through the wall, which is always a little bit awkward because a little bit janky of a interaction. Does get one of them through the wall there. He's going to commit to this, but it looks like it's slowly going down. Maybe it's completely break even, especially if he can get a kill here on one of the lancers. Means that he is going to still commit to it, bringing out the weak ones, which is nice, but it's not the biggest difference. I mean, it's still eco damage, but it's not that significant. Actually, just as that was happening, I didn't notice that there was a dive in with those few. Getting up to 10 villager kills now is actually quite significant, as the China eco is pretty fantastic, meaning that even though you got the fewer villagers, you still get so much more with those IOs and everything else going on. And you see what happens with, like, if these were longbows, this would be such a difference. MSN does finally decide to pull away, decides that this isn't worth it on the side of it. These spearmen, of course, are eventually going to be able to come across the other side and help out. But there's so much idle time. There's a lot of gold that wasn't able to come in. There's still so much on wood here for Lucifron as well, which makes it very difficult to sort of transition to castle. It is now going to be the case. He just ran out of food on the TC. He's going to have to dive all the way onto this these berry patches. The only thing he's getting in is from the manas, which is great, 100 a minute for each for now, but if you move a bunch of the villagers away, you get less, of course, and there is nothing else that's giving the food eco. It's going to be these 16 vills plus the 2 manas, and MSN is now sitting at the front with still 22 lancers on the field. A lot of archers coming in now as well, which is going to be the natural transition. White tower is going to go up. I wanted to take a look at the relic count. Still none to come in yet. Could have just looked at the map for that one, genius. It is very scary to dive in. It gets even just 12 knights, 12 spearmen on the field. It is still scary to dive in, but I think, I mean, at some point you've got to go for it, don't you? He is going to go for it. Lucifron is going to try to get everything he can out of this chokehold, but this is going to be the ultimate fight if MSN can break through here and get enough eco damage. He's got another 20 vills on the kill as well. The white tail might go up here, but it's so much eco damage behind us, and even with this, there's a chance that MSN cleans up so much more of the army as well. What's left of the villagers do get inside the white tower and the TC, but 31 killed. That means 20 were killed in that excursion. There are only so few spearmen left, 7 in total, 5 now in total. The knights are low, and that white tail does do a lot of damage, but it is a lot of damage overall that goes through. So many of these alliances are next to no HP. If he actually runs through here and gets onto the berries, that is going to be quite a catch. He does say, oh, the Imperial Palace. He procs the Imperial Palace. He knows exactly where these villages are. Oh, very clean. Very clean from Lucifron to wall themselves in to the corner of the map, which makes no sense. But remember, this is a video game, so they are going to survive those villages. Really nice heads-up play from Lucifron to do that. But also very nice heads-up play from MSN to proc the Imperial Palace at that time to know exactly where the run-through of those lances could go. And actually gets them away too, with 5 of those being on really, really low health and the other 2 also having their battle wounds. He is going to bring them all away and potentially be able to heal them all up. The monks are starting to be produced now for MSN, which means those relics are going to be on the cards. But Lucifron, I mean, wasn't sure if he was going to be able to survive getting to Castle Age at all, and he does manage to get there. And those yeomen, although he didn't have many survive, he is going to be able to get the upgrade for them now. Excuse me. Get the upgrade for them now, which is going to allow them to do a lot more damage against the Lancers than the 1 damage tickle that they were doing before. The Avia Kings is still alive, but there's kind of no no real easy way for Lucifron to be able to get out those lords as well, unfortunately. And it's still such a strong army from MSN, sort of showing, I think, what we've seen a lot of the time with these really strong, high priority, high S tier civilizations, that even when these sort of weaker civilizations get their economy, they get that 2TC, they can boom up a bit. Doesn't really make that much of a difference, as the eco and the units behind some of these strong civilizations, like your Chinese, like your French, like your Macedonian, like your Golden Horde, are just so much, even on 1TC, to come through and just do far too much damage. And it's looking that way now, but Lucifron, I mean, we saw Vortix play a game against Gully Deckle, where he was able to hold on, and with enough risky plays and enough, perhaps, luck go his way, was able to be solid enough to eke out a win from a situation where really it shouldn't have been possible. And maybe that's going to be the case for Lucifron here as well. MSN even coming out onto the map to, first of all, yoinking Lucifron's relic, but even sending those villages across to the tier, and enough is enough. The army gets through from MSN, and the army picks up the last of the hope left for poor old Lucifron. Oh, look how many villagers got killed, even on 2TC, going under what MSN had, and it just wasn't enough. Didn't even take the fight in the end. Poor Lucifron. That was just all she wrote. And MSN, his Chinese is really, really good. And with that, he ties it up 2-1. I'm going to update the score now because I'm a believer. But yeah, really, really well played. And we do not go for a 3-0. We are going to live to see another day. And let's go have a look what that next one's going to be. While I'll chow down on some food very quickly. I apologize for that, by the way. If you can hear me chewing and you really hate it, just let me know in chat, by the way. I know that's like a thing for people. I understand that. Like it's like even a condition some people can have where it's like viscerally upsetting. So just let me know. Otherwise, we're going to wait and go into the next game. There will be a delay, which gives me time to chow down. 1 minute. Fuck. These are our little cauliflower bites, by the way. They're quite nice. Let's look at the, well, I'll just tell you the draft. MSN put forward Holy Roman and Biz. And Lucifron put forward Macedonian and Golden Horde. Holy shit. Those are two big hitters, man. Those are two huge hitters. MSN is playing HRE against fucking Golden Horde. I believe. Actually, I'm just going to check very, very quickly before this gets into the game. Isn't that the matchup that Corvinus bit? Yeah. Corvinus, it was on Gorge, but Corvinus won this matchup against, oh my god, I have to switch the scores. He won this matchup against Beasty. It was on Gorge, and it was with the Burgrave timing, but it was a win for HRE against Golden Horde, which is huge. So that makes me a huge believer in MSN. All right, let's introduce our players. The child prodigy out of Denmark, one of the two actually, with Voldemar the other. It is in the blue on the HRE. I am an HRE believer. It is MSN, an MSN believer as well. And on the other side of things, in the beautiful yellow color on the Golden Horde, probably the favorite here, 2-1 up, and on the probably with a favorite matchup, but one that is far from a sure thing. It is Lucifron. Yeah, interesting one. I really was surprised when I'm going to continue eating, by the way. Sorry. I was really surprised that Corvinus won that game. I thought Golden Horde would just overwhelm, but it wasn't to be. But I think Ballland is harder. Like, what do you do as HRE? There's no early dare you can go on. Do you really want to pro scouts? You can't really naked fast castle. I think you just lose. Yeah, you definitely can't naked fast castle. But in trying to play feudal against Golden Horde when you have nothing going for you, I think MSN's just going to go minework and make 1,000,000 horsemen. And then, while playing a lot of feudal, you just have to sneak a timing. A castle timing with bird grab. And hope for the best. Let's look at the sheep count. Very even. I don't know what you do, man. I think on this map, it is really hard. Arkin. Okay, so he's going to probably go for farms, I think. Because you don't have any deer, right? One positive for MSN here is he's got both back wood lines and they're both within Arkin range. Like if he had Lucifron spawn, this would be pretty rough. Oh, actually, that's not true. You could put the Arkin here. Still decent. Because you do kind of want the inspired berries as well if you're going to go for that. With only 2 on Arkin, that does make me think, oh no. Oh no. Should you see, maybe it's fine. I don't think it's good, but I don't think he's got a lot of options, does he? Arkin for fast feudal and extra wood later on. Eco for burger all in push. Well, it's not going to be the burger anymore, is it? Unfortunately. At least not as like a an all-in timing. I feel like sometimes 2TC feels like a I've got nothing else I can do. Let me try to outboom you. But I don't know if it feels very good against Golden Horde. And Golden Horde can dive you better than most civs as well. So like emergency repairs be damned. You just kind of get, I feel like you can just kind of get run over. But Golden Horde is also a civ that doesn't really want to go pro scouts. Sherman King 90, thanks for following, man. Sorry that I'm eating while saying your name. But thank you for following. I was going to say, you don't really want to pro scouts, which means that you have to make your sort of like front base, your like fortified outpost, and take the deer in the middle of the map, which is dangerous. But I guess against 2TC as well, you're not really worried about the aggression coming your way. Very forward, second TC. It's going to get the 3 deer pack and secure the gold, which is nice. I mean, that was a big problem for Lucifron last game, right? Is that he wasn't able to secure any gold with his 2TC. I have 1 bit of pizza left. Bear with me. Both Ubus in. Leaving 3 on gold for upgrades. Plant Torgoods. I mean, it's everything we've seen out of Golden Horde. The classic, if you will. Things are a bit different out of HRE with the 2TC, but yeah, the first of the farm's now coming in. So it's just going to be a little bit with the deer. But how many are we going to make extra pellets or no? Not yet, at least. And then the barracks, of course, to try to keep yourself safe. Khan comes poking, but isn't able to do much. Expecting the naked 2TC. Much like against a naked fast castle, the tower rush comes in. Quite nice from the forward position of the dare too, right? So you can just pull those villagers to come do this. It's not in range. So it doesn't stop the tower going up. Arrowslit's coming in, but that's not going to be in time to stop the tower going up. And Lucifron could just put units in this to shoot this, because this reaches. This thing's got long range. Well, the same range, but it's from the... Is it from the center? Right, it's not from the edge. Yeah, it's from the center. Oh, even more so when you get slits, right? But not leaving any units in it. Oh, they're nearby. They're nearby. Town on the backside. No kills, but there's still like decent threat. Archery ranges are coming in. But this tower going up does deny the gold. And it's exactly the same thing that happened against Lucifron as a 2cc player in the last game. But obviously with a little bit of a different twist. As in that game, Lucifron wasn't able to build his second TC by the gold. And got it denied by the units at the front instead. Double barracks now and the archery range. It's going to be as many units as possible out of MSN to try to deal with this. But without being able to get onto any of the gold. There is gold in the back. Could run out there. Needs units to do so safely. We'll start production on the other side. So we got blacksmiths coming in. We just got the archery range. It was literally just archery range plus target at the minute. I expect we'll see more though. Although 5 on gold from Lucy. Still plenty on wood though. Pulling more the gold. So this might be an age up or Kishik. No, no more production. This is going to be an age up then. Oh, I got a kill. Sorry, I missed it. I don't know where that was. Lucifron got a villager kill. That was delightful. I'm so sorry for all the eating. I'm done now, I promise. Okay. So, MSN, you know, is keeping his eco largely alive, and not idle is the main thing. Securing the gold is going to be the biggest thing, but with spearmen and archers, it does allow him to do so. The outpost going up is going to be big, but he's going to be very behind if he's going to have any type of timing or castle timing coming out of this. He's still making production. There's the 4th building now. To make as many spare archers as he possibly can. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucifron, he's kind of able to just go castle whenever he wants. Keeps making units at the minute, but perhaps that is just waiting for the gold to come up. And then once the gold is in, he can press that button or basically stop production to have that food ramp up. It's a lot of spearmen, but I mean, there's not a lot of investment of cavalry, is there, from Lucifron? It's Torgood, so he's only spending, well, obviously the stone, which is getting like pseudo for free, and only a little bit of food. 120 for a double production of Torgood is pretty crazy out of this thing. 120. Oh! Does micro away? Do we have blacksmith upgrades? No, we got the blacksmith, but not the upgrades yet from Lucifron. And yeah, very much does look like he's looking to pull the trigger on that castle age. And not too scared of things if he's willing to stand at the front while he does it. MSN on the other side has got 13 over to gold. He sees the same thing happening. He sees Lucifron's army. He knows that's not very big. You're going castle, buddy, oh boy. And in fact, he even gets a bit of confirmation as the scout comes through and saw just how many were on gold. And the only thing you could possibly be spending that much gold on is the either Keshiks or an age up. And it's, in this case, there are no Keshiks. So age up it is. Takes blooming forever, so Emerson's got a little bit more time than others might normally have. But it's still a very scary timing once it gets there. Emerson having to pull a lot of units away here to deal with what's not a particularly large army, but actually the military count is pretty similar, as Emerson has halted production entirely to get his age up. And which is it going to be? Does he feel the need? Ooh! We're pulling out to get rid of the tower. Loses a villager, which sneaks its way out. And it's going to be the Burgrave, feeling that there is a I need something now button. There's no chance I'm just going to be able to get relics. Has plenty of army to be able to deny these Torgoods, but those Torgoods are going to be able to deny a lot of the eco as well. Very nice from Emerson here to pull away the extra villagers over 5, such that these can last on the tower so he doesn't lose them. But Lucifron micros well to get the Torgood in between the tower. Oh no, and the extra villagers run up into the archers. Too much going on at once. He loses the 2 of the villagers on the gold, and then the other villagers that run up supposedly to safety get caught, and that goes from being a couple villagers down to 14 just as the age up ticks in. And actually Emerson is the first up since he aged up with approximately 5,000 villagers, and the Muscovy Yasak will slowly come in, but of course with the advantage that he didn't have to spend a single villager on that. Ooh. Now, Emerson trying to run away onto the berries on that side, but doing so through the vision of the fortified outpost, probably not advised, and he runs them back, and then as soon as the outpost goes down, he moves them again. Like that wasn't going to be the plan afterwards. Maybe not the strong mind game that Emerson would have hoped for there. The upgrades are coming in now. Torgood, of course, gets upgraded straight away. There's nothing they have to do. And then the archers are soon behind. And with such a strong and cheap army from Lucifron, he's getting so much damage here without having to spend much. And okay, Lucifron saw those villagers going there a second ago. Where are they now? He knows the berries are there. He puts down the Khan arrow. Actually, there are no villagers there. Maybe Emerson wasn't there at all. Maybe that mill turned up just out of thin air, and there was nothing at all there. This villager is coming across to build that extra Uvu, but he's going to see a lot more than that. The scout in vision as well of these villagers. Emerson's army is still in his base. Looking at the minimap, it's not even coming across the map. These villagers are walking away, but they're walking away into nothing. They're just going to get chased down and whittled down. And by Torgood, of all things, the units which deal essentially no damage, but okay, these ones deal a lot more. Castle Age archers with +2 attack upgrade. That is a wall which is not going to complete. Live, tell our tale. This one hero. Oh, she's so strong to tank that hit. But there's only so many hits that she can tank. She goes down 33 villager kills in the game for Lucifron. A huge villager lead in this game, even against 2TC. Will come through with this huge army to potentially take a fight. The Burgrave has produced 4 men-at-arms so far. Do they have upgrades? They have veterancy, but they don't have anything else. The archer count is still going to do so much damage against them. Actually, they don't even have +1 range defense in for Emerson either. So there's really nothing going his way. And these castle archers with +2 attack will shred men-at-arms like they're nothing. They may as well be spearmen. And with this one, I mean, Emerson has got to hold on. He's still got 2 CCs. He could still, you know, if he can hold on and survive the push, then he can get his eco back behind it with the extra TC. But I'm not sure he's got anything to survive this. This is his series life on the line. The archer's still running through to get onto these. Yes, still feudal age archers as well out of Emerson. And it's the Torgoods which are killing their men-at-arms at this point. Emergency repairs comes in. That is the last panic button available. It will only last so long, and then there's nothing there to save that TC against all of these units. More Torgood getting produced still. Crossbows coming through, and GG is finally called. Even with the series on the line, there's just simply nothing Emerson can do. And with that, Lucifron is going to take the series 3-1. GG. Lucifron showing why he was a finalist at Homestead Cup, and he has got to be one of the favorites for EGC coming in to this tournament as well, the Elite Classic 4. But Emerson, he's a fantastic player. He's still young. He's got plenty of time and still got plenty of life in this tournament. But Lucifron, in this case, was a bit too much. Well played, Lucifron. My bias was not enough to bring enough support behind my boy MSN. But we love him still nonetheless and root for him on the next set. But if there was anyone to lose to, Lucifron is a good one to do it against. GG's. 3-1. Lucifron over MSN. He threw it, Lucifron won, called it, MSN had to go all in the castle, but when 2TC gave Lucifron the opportunity to grow. I think he couldn't FC. I don't think you can fast castle there in that situation on that map because you don't have the food to do it. And especially if you're going to Burgrave and all in, you need all that food to pump out min arms. And if you don't have the food, which you only really basically, if you can get a 1 dare pack or a boar, you have enough food there with the sheep to survive. And then if things don't end, you've got the berries as a follow-up. But you can't go farms. You can't go farms. There's just, it's just too slow. Even if the farms are very good, it's just too slow. So yeah, Borderlands, I think not a great map for HRE in that situation. I think that is why MSN played it that way. The only other way I would think you would play it is to play feudal and then slowly add in farms and then basically look to just outlast and feudalage. But I think you need to do that with minework, which feels bad as well. Because you don't have the Arcan inspired farms. But you could do it with prelates and then you get like a slower castle age timing, but you still can get castle, and then because you have extra prelates, you can bring in all the relics really quickly. But it's still such a terrible position to be. But it was a night and day difference between Corvinus versus Beasty in that matchup on Gorge, where Corvinus went a Dark Age Dare, got a bunch of food, and then was able to turn it into a Burgrave castle timing. Whereas I don't think MSN was able to do that in that game with that on that map really. So I don't blame him, is what I guess what I'm saying. But it doesn't make it a better situation. In fact, it makes it a much worse situation. And he picked a Civ, right? So unfortunately, did I have no music on that whole time? Oh my god, kill me. I thought it was quiet. Okay, other series we've got going on. Main stream, Anatan killed Jardi. And then we've got Wham Voldemar and Beasty Numidan. Beasty Numidan would be a fantastic series. They're on Gorge currently. We'll go check in with that one. What is the score in that series? Oh, Gorge is game 1? Did they take a break? Why is that game so late? They're supposed to start half an hour ago. Well, let's go watch it. Bam, 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 bam. Wait, did I do that? Yes. So we got Sengoku for Numidan and Chinese for Beasty on Gorge. And I believe this is game 1. And we'll get up to live. I think it's like 15 minutes in. Sometimes you have no cards to play? Yeah, I do think that was the case for MSN. Probably needed to have more success earlier in the series, unfortunately. But he did well to take that one game, right? When his aggression works, it works well. But unfortunately, yeah, some of the other situations maybe not going so much his way. But I still thought he played really well. I think he's that's still ooh Coca for Numidan. Let's still back MSN to give anybody trouble in this tournament. And he beat B 3-1 as well. I think was it B he beat? Yeah, he lost to Loue, beat B. I think. Okay, so we're gonna see Yari Cavalry. Okay, so this is Numidan playing Sengoku of old. Yari cavalry with even the Koka, not even the Ryokan. Oh, Trader gets picked off from Beasty. Very nice. And Beasty is playing everything you'd expect. Pro Scouts, yeah? No, no Pro Scouts. Just going fast castle with the Imperial Palace. Excuse me. Gets the monastery up quickly. And it's not taking any eco damage. There's no army. Just looking to delay. The Lancers come out. 4 Lancers on the field. Yeah, literally lost everything but the Lancers. And now we're up to live. Here we go. So Beasty able to really sneak out his castle nice and safely. The Imperial Palace is a nice little win here too. Look how much it sees. Much prefer it when it's in the front, but I always understand why players need to build it safely, but it does feel very, very nice. Even going double monastery, Beasty very confident that he's going to have the timing to get those relics in. Ooh, Lancer's coming on the Yate. It's going to be another one going down. Or was the Trader we saw go down before, but only 2 out of 4 Yate survived. Sake Brewery is coming up on the other side, so Numenon's not going to have any trouble dealing with the Lancers that come through. There's so many on the field already, to be honest, these Lancers, and they do get some idle time here on these villages. The fortification could not be coming in at a better time, and with these Yari, they should be able to prevent this from going down. And once the fortification comes up, we have to push these back. Ooh, nice little timing, which is going to slow these guys down a lot. And remember, the Yari are really fast as well. 1.88 movement speed, which is insane. So he's going to do what he can, Numenor, to get as many of these picks as he can. But they should get somewhat away. But that's a nice little pickup. But on the other side, Beasty comes in. He really rates himself on his rating, and we see why. Doesn't actually get a pickup there. Numenor was paying attention. These guys are going to chase them back, but they do very little damage there against the Castle Age heavy cavalry. And the Yari upgrade, though, is going to come through. Off of gold entirely, which is definitely a setback for Numenor, but actually it's the food more than anything that he needs. How many of these sheep does he have left? 11, including carcasses left. Only 2 Yatai on the field. Definitely not getting the most income. And I think the Yatai income nerf has been the biggest thing to Sengoku, because it directly translates into fewer units by not having all of that food income. I mean, it's even worse when you don't even have the Yatai themselves, right? 1 left out of a possible 5 actually does kill the tower, which is pretty big to get that, because it's going to be a lot easier to come in. I don't know if it had any upgrades on it. It wasn't fortified, but it might have had arrow slits, but it does make it easier to come in and deal some damage before. Calf, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot of Yari, but interesting enough, it's still the case that Numenor isn't the one raiding on the other side. Even chasing back these Lancers down here on the bottom side of the map, it wasn't able to turn into more aggression. There are now only 14 Yari on the field, which is not quite as scary, even though he's got them veteraned up. It is the mounted samurai count, which is climbing now, but it's not the biggest food count. The gold is going to be in a pretty good situation. Just going to check the relics again. Is it 4 to 1? Yeah, 3+1 coming in, and the other one is secured. So this does mean that Beasty did pick up the 1 relic that was safely on Numenor's side, and it looks like, I mean, I don't see any monk yet, but it's be very surprised if Numenor is able to contest that last relic, which means we could have a 5-0, which is a bit rough. And these Yatai are still very vulnerable there. It's the last one left. How much do they cost to make these days, by the way? Did they nerf that? 125 wood. No, okay. These cavalry are still so fast, by the way. Actually, no, he doesn't even have to upgrade. He's just got the regular ass speed, but it's still plenty. 1.62 is the normal Lancer speed, but the Yari just naturally so much faster. Oh, coming back in, the Lancers looking to clash. The upgrades are there. Crossbows coming in now to help deal with the mounted samurai, which really are the problem unit for Chinese to deal with. The one thing about the Chinese is that although they've got a great eco and can make a lot of units, which is obviously fantastic. Good job from Numenor not losing a single villager there. Still not lost a single villager all game, by the way, which is pretty impressive. And his reactions to these raids from Beasty. But the one thing about China, which is really tough, is that you get a lot of units, but your units aren't special in any way. Whereas Japanese have a lot of really great units, and none are better. Oh, sorry, Sengoku, none are better than Mounted Samurai. But even the Yari and these Yumi, and of course the Shinobi behind them as well. Turning to fight now, the Shinobi means they're going to take more damage if they just stand and fight here. All of the grenades going off, which is a lot of damage coming through. Don't underestimate it. But not all of the upgrades are in. These Yumi Ashikaru are still feudal age. There's the mounted samurai, which are really the only problem here. And Numenor resolute in committing to this perhaps ill-advised in the end, not having everything upgraded and only a handful of units. It does go down. Numidan does finally lose his first villager with this raid. Does pick one up, is going to lose the Lancer in return, so not the end of the world. But honestly, with Beastie's eco, it's probably not the end of the world for him to trade that badly either. All the Lancer's very, very low, but it's really rough when your units aren't able to really trade out effectively when you have that numerical advantage in the fight, but you just don't have actually the army's strength advantage. And unfortunately, for Numidan at least, the fight does go over to Beastie, and it means he can turn his attention to the other side of the map, which is where things are very vulnerable. There's an outpost at the front on these berries, but it's all of these deer on this side with the Yatai and the gold. And that is the only gold left for Numidan to be able to pick up. Obviously, he's got Sakai Brewery bringing in as much as he can, but that is nerfed as well. A couple times was it nerfed? At least once, which is pretty rough again for Sengoku. There's no doubt that the nerfs have made a big difference to the civilization, even if they are still pretty highly rated by a lot of players. Ooh, big charge there for the Mounted Samurai. Get a lot of damage on the crossbows. The grenades do come in. They do a lot of damage. Oh, sorry, they cause a lot more damage. 40% more damage. They will turn away. They throw their grenades so quickly. 40% more damage for the small amount of time which takes effect. But only when they stand and fight under it. And in this case, it's even with that damage boost, I guess. Still not enough to take the fight. Now it's just simply 4 Mounted Samurai. These 4 Brave Souls are the only units that Numidan has on the field, and just so little economy to back that up. These deer and this one Yatai is the only food eco available. We have no farms yet. Everything under the Matsuri is just these gold workers, which is a big reason why I like having it on the wood. But obviously I do understand the advantage of having it on the gold. And not even able to get out on these deer either, as he doesn't have anything that can help him secure that up, so too risky. But something risky that Beastie has gone for is he went out here with 1 million workers and 1 IO, 21 workers, and the lone 4 units that Numidan have go to the best place possible for him to raid. Now, Beastie does have a lot of knights or lancers that can come out here to do a lot of damage. A couple villages going down, these units having to, or the villagers having to run away, the IO goes back to the safety of home. But honestly, there's not really enough damage. Please tell me there's going to be more than 2 kills. 2 villager kills only, and you lose 2 Mounted Samurai, which was half of your army for that. That's really, really rough from Numidan. Food is going to start coming in a bit more, but it's still very, very rough. Are we trading? No. We're not trading. Beastie have all the sacred sites now, which is a nice little gold bump. In fact, it's an insane gold bump with the 5 relics we've got in now. Yep, all 5 relics in, all 3 sacred sites in. That's actually insane passive income to have for any situation, but especially for a Chinese player who is Song Dynasty and can start their farm transition. Which, as China, if you can make your farm transition slowly, get Song comfortably and start it slowly, it feels so good as it kicks in. If you're forced into it, it feels absolutely awful. But it feels great doing it this way for Beastie, who's in an absolute cruise control at this point. Really comfortable. He just has to not lose a shit ton of workers to a raid that he doesn't see coming. And this one here, he couldn't have more defenses around, really. Beastie reacts half a second late, so is going to lose 1 villager. May lose... No, there should be enough space here. Is there a body block? Not really. They all get inside. And all these villagers, they were just on garrison command, which is why they ran over here, because there's a little bit of space left. But Beastie sees it and runs away. Doesn't have a lot of units here. Okay, there's more units coming across now. But the army from Beastie is going to the one spot of eco that Numidan has on this gold, on these deer. The deer are mostly taken, but oh no, and a nice little wraparound on these villagers means so much more eco damage than Numidan was able to do on the other side. Up to 10 villager kills on to the side of Beastie here. And this is another big eco swing, and it's going to be able to kill these Springle Towers as well. They don't have fortifications, so they do die pretty easily to even a handful of torches. Not able to get any more damage here as we looked away. Still 3 villager kills total for Numidan, so he's not going to be able to create anything more there. The army, the veteran Yumi and the Mountain Samurai are going to try to come out the other way. We shift attention to the other dare pack, which was completely fresh. So there's going to be an ability to pick all of those up, which stalls, I guess, a little bit. We're getting a couple of farms added in now. Some towers at home, worried about the dive. And it's going to be a counterattack the other way. I mean, Numidan has to do damage. It's a little bit, I don't want to say a Hail Mary, but it's a little bit, like, risky or ill-advised normally. And obviously, Beasty sees us a mile away with the Imperial Palace. So, it's not really something I'm sure that Numidan expects. This is a good play, but it's one he feels he has to make to give himself any chance in the remainder of this game. It is still game 1 in the set, at least. That's one thing that Numidan can hold on to. Yumi against crossbows is always a nice trade, but there is still a Lancer in the mix and more Lancers coming out. These mounted Samurai being able actually free reign. The crossbows aren't targeting them, which means that there's at least, as far as the fight goes, best case scenario, but the Lancers come through on the other side. 21 kills as far as this goes, and Beasty is still winning this fight with those Yumi dealing with the... sorry, Numidan is still winning this fight with the Yumi dealing with the crossbows and the Mounted Samurai surviving, but the defensive advantage very much at play, and there's no eco damage coming out here for Numidan, whereas, yes, Beasty got up to 31 kills, I saw at the end there, on the villagers while all that was happening. So a valiant effort there to try to bring something back, but yeah, unfortunately for Numidan, I think he would understand as well that game was lost a long time ago, but well played nonetheless. GG's. Beasty looking really strong, man. Really strong. It's not an uncommon thing to say, don't get me wrong. He looks strong far more often than not. But I've watched a lot of his games so far this tournament, this weekend, and he's been the one that I've seen that looks the sharpest. I haven't seen all the players. I haven't seen like Puppy or Wham or even Marine Lord yet. But of the players I have seen, he is looking the sharpest. Reading the situations, understanding the matchups and the maps very, very, very well. Let's go have a quick look at what we're going into for game 2. It is going to be Mountain Clearing, very, very fun map. Numidan is going to be on Macedonian, and Beasty is going to be on Jushi's Legacy for Mountain Clearing. I actually think I favor Jushi here. Let's have a look at what was sniped out. Okay. Ooh. So both players picked the English variants? And both were sniped out? I don't know if there's like a short bow rush cheese that people are worried about, or it's just that like, because why would the House of Lancaster be that much of a problem? But Macedonian against Jushi's Legacy, two very, very strong civilizations. Jushi's Legacy, particularly on this map, because of that strong feudal timing with the Zhangnan Tower, and just the raw amount of units you do get out of them. And then Macedonian, a very, very, very strong civ that we haven't seen get through very often at all. Even if it makes it through the draft into the picks, it's being sniped out more often than not. So a very interesting one. Matchup that we end up here. All his practice has been paying off. He's really on form. Yeah, I think he's fucking cooking. For a guy that like obviously wasn't expecting to get much happen at Homestead. We've got 1 minute delay yet left, by the way. And then was thinking about not playing in this tournament at all. He's looking great. Definitely put in the work in, even if he plays Heroes of Might and Magic half the time. Numidan 3-1 against Lucifron? I think so. This is the thing. Yeah, Numidan 3-1 against Lucifron, yeah. Yesterday. That was we watched that one actually. It was a really, really good set. Numidan played great. He held on really, really well. As we get into our game, which I think is about to load. 24 seconds, excuse me. My understanding of a minute is terrible. But Lucifron, since that series, has brought it back. He's bet Puppy Paw and he's bet MSN today. And he plays B again later today. But Numidan, I think, is the one to look out for. He's bet Lucifron has bet Corvinus. And then, unfortunately, lost 3-1 against, for him at least, 3-1 against Puppy Paw. Alright, let's crack into it. So we're going to have... Actually, let me get the scores right and then we'll jump in. Beasty 1-0, right? Yes. Okay, game 2, as we already see action going underway. Let's get cracking. In the red on Macedonian, it's Numidan. And on the right-hand side, in the yellow on Jushi's Legacy, it's Beasty. And these guys are coming out to the boar straight away. Now, last time I saw Beasty do this on the boar, and he lost the villager, but then went on to win the game. That boar is still targeting the villager, but only a couple of times, and now we'll come back and target the scout. Much cleaner out of Numidan here, and is going to pick that up. Beasty on the flip side, not going to contest or challenge, and understandably, and this also makes sense now that I'm thinking about it, why you're banning out Lancaster in English. I was thinking like longbow cheese on like the food or something, or sorry, the gold or something, but it's just to contest the boar in the middle, right? Whereas obviously English and Lancaster get that shit for free. Now, Beasty very cleverly is going to be denied the boar, but means that the scout wasn't scouting around the base, and Beasty is going to go pick up all the sheep he can, and doesn't have to worry about too much garrison in the TC, so he doesn't worry about it getting sniped off either. These are the kind of little like reads that I think Beasty's really good at. If something happens, like if you get punched with like the left hook, he knows like where you can then, where you're then like vulnerable, right? Like he's he can take one and dish one back out no matter what happens. I'm really impressed. Can't watch much sadly, but I can't stop thinking about AoE in my vacations. I even dream about it. Is that normal? If you're watching or playing a lot of it, then it's very normal, dude. I dream about Age of Empires all the time, and I didn't used to. But now that I do much more of it, ever since I moved to the UK pretty much, I dream about it all the time. And I also catch myself like in the shower or like daydreaming, thinking about the game. Which, is it normal? Yes. Is it healthy? Fuck if I know, dude, but it's fun. Also, if you are on vacation, there's probably the one time that you should, probably the one time when you should probably try to put it aside. Because the Age of Empires will still be there when you get back. But I understand also, like, the tournament is now. So it's like, yeah, it's a tough little battle. I'm definitely someone that, like, will watch sports scores and watch Age of Empires when I'm on the road. So I get it, I get it. It's just a really fun game, man. Like, we've had so few RTS games since StarCraft 2 came out, basically. Which was, like, July 2010. 2010. It's 2020 fucking 6. And like, there've been some good RTS games that have been fun for different... Bro, Beasty! Fun for different reasons. A lot of good single-player games. A lot of, you know, PvE type games. Survival games. But there's not been a lot of good, like, straight-up, like old school, but modern RTS PvP games. And this is the best one since StarCraft 2, hands down. And it took until 2021? Was it late 2021? It was like October, November, right? Yeah, that's right, yeah. To come out, and I've been in love with it ever since, man. I play a lot more of it now than I used to, but I did play since release, and it's it's just an amazing game, man. People talk shit about it, even like, you know, even people that love it and play it a lot talk shit about it, and I actually find myself struggling to talk too much smack about the game because I like it that much. It's got its quirks, it's got its janks, and a terrible release, but it's just so fun to play. Team games, 1v1. Crucible, co-op Crucible. Oh my god, I just remembered. I just re-remembered from the fucking DLC thing. Vikings and Scots both look so sick. I wanna love Scots, but I think playstyle wise, they're probably less my style, and Vikings are right up my alley. But the Vikings look so fucking cool. I'm just beyond excited for Age of Empires, and it comes out this year. 4/4. It's not that far away, man. I've never wanted to speedrun a summer before, but let's get through that shit. You know, I want this DLC. And I'm still enjoying Jin. Like, I haven't even, like, I'm not even over Jin, man. I'm still loving the shit out of them. They're like my second favorite civ. It's fucking crazy. What's going on in this game, by the way? Junglan Tower, as expected. There, as expected. And yeah, Numidan was able to get the boar, and of course is going for the Imperial Hippodrome. A lot of bronze players in the chat. Hell yeah, guys. Honestly, the best league to be in? Oh, maybe silver's better. Gold is the worst place to be, and then everywhere else is better. And then, like, I guess if you're in Conk, that's kind of cool. But being anywhere else is probably more fun. I guess actually team game matchmaking kind of fucks you up if you're too low ranks, right? I can sympathize there. My team matchmaking fucks me up because I try to play with my brother who's a gold player, and then we get 2v2s against semi-pros. But it's my own fault because then sometimes I play with Nuggy, who I'm not sure if he's still here. And then he carries me and then we win against semi-pros. So I kind of, you know, dig in my own grave there. I should really just play on 2 different accounts, but I'm an idiot. Water rework coming? Bro, I don't think you can rework water. I think what they've done with it is the best they can do based on how it was at release. I think just get that shit out of my competitive games. Honestly. Get it out of here, man. One game from Diamond now, just dropping close to player 1. Bro, Calf, you've been playing since May, right? Dude, the fact that you're anywhere near Diamond is really impressive if you were playing so recently. Once school's over, I can make it to Bronze too. Hell yeah, brother. Don't set your aspirations too high, though. And focus on them studies, eh? April, May? Bro, very well done. Conk on the horizon, dude. Actually, Calf, did you end up going through with finding a coach? Or you parked that for now? Charlotte Monks are out. I didn't even see the Castle Age come in, by the way. That's how much I'm paying attention. And it's going to be Stable's follow-up for the Lancers. Let's keep an eye on the relics. As Nubidan is going to do his best to try to deny it while go Castle Age himself. Trying to finish my Masters in a year. Oof. The advice I was going to give for studying and playing video games is, but it doesn't really apply if you're going through doing postgrad, is try to get a job, which you need to get a degree for. Like a good job that like is pretty chill, like you never have to take home with you, you know? Oh, these guys are so cool. Like you just leave at work. Like you do your 9 to 5, 8 to 4, whatever it is. You work your 40 hours a week. No work phone. You don't have to think about work or take it home or like answer emails outside of hours. And then you can just switch your brain off and then focus on doing your other things with life. But still make like a decent salary so you can get joy. Get joy elsewhere. Golden Horn Tower is actually going to be able to go up in the middle of the map. I don't think these guys are going to be able to deny anything here, which is quite nice from Numidan. We'll see if we get some fast and bullshit. I'll be very surprised, but no, you can't do fast and bullshit on this map because there's not enough mining to get, is there? He's going to continue diving. I guess it does have a ways to go. The Lancer does so much damage there. He's going to get 1 villager kill. There's 2 relics are in, but we'll look back at villager kills now. 2 relics are in for Beasty at this time. He's going to move them away as the Golden Horn Tower goes up, and it does so much damage. So much damage. Yeah, the is this what you're talking about, Nanashi? Is that what you're going to say? Yeah, Beasty, yeah. So being able to make it under the Jungnan to get the bonus is really nice. It doesn't give you more though, does it? Is it proportional to anything? Is it just each unit? Each building plus each unit? Or another kill there for Beasty? Or do monks give you more? Or do more expensive units give you more, like, Jungnan XP? I don't think they do, but I've actually never questioned that. Oh my god, and Beasty's getting the 4th and 5th relic first, and then the 3rd relic, it's right on the edge of the range. Maybe it's possible if he sends a few in at once. A few units there. Numidan now going out onto the next gold, which is not really secured up from anything. He's still got his first one there though. Maybe just looking to split the attention as the units, yeah, the units from Beasty are on the bottom side of the map. But this is everything's sort of going Beasty's way. This is another really nice read from him in the matchup, basically, of what he can get away with. And then to get that Castle Age timing pretty safely, and then to be able to get those Shaolin monks out while still making use of the effect of the Jungnan Tower, even if he's not committing to that hard and fast feudal, which I really expected him to, on this map and in this matchup, to kind of prevent Macedonian running away and getting to that Radari power spike. Oh, yes, does get away. Oh, even gets the charge somehow. Like magic through the wall. And does get another kill. Beasty just picking up little picks here and there. Adds up to 5 in the game already, which is really nice. Picks up the horseman kill there. Man's onto it. He's paying attention everywhere as Beasty. Goes in again to pick up the scout and then walks away. He's just getting every little bit of damage he can. Really impressive stuff. Beasty's fucking on fire, man. Man's cooking. If you, honestly, if you just leave the man to have the house to himself, It's amazing what he can do. But not over yet for Numidan. He still is on Macedonian, an amazing civ. Not yet to pick up this sacred site. And yo, he does get it out. That is 5 relics. Going. Wait, why? Shallow monks don't show us +1, by the way? Question mark? Okay. Blame? But is going to come through. Boy, how you doing, my dude? Sybil! What a sneaky relic steal. Hi, Sybil, mate. How you doing? Sorry, Nanashi, what were you saying? Oh my god, I'll tab some, so sorry. Matt, just count for the bonus. Okay. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm trying to read chat while playing and I can't do 2 things at once. Actually, I got it on my phone, don't I? Calf, you said, oh, you're just watching replays? Yeah, dude, I think when you're still early on, you've still got so much to learn fundamentally. It's probably a good shout, to be honest. And watching replays is a great way to get stuck in. Plus, if you've already got like a sort of natural ability for it, if you're finding yourself in like plat going on diamond when you're so new to the game. So yeah, I'd give yourself some time, mate. Boy, I haven't done it yet, dude, but I need to put your picture up. Remind me after this game to show everybody the picture, because I only showed it to you when it was just you and me. But I want to show everybody your ass. You heard me. Alright, Lance is coming in, but at least Numidan does have the wall up now. He's getting the, oh, this is just a +1 damage. Oh, even just the charges, man. Really nice micro to get just another couple, or 1 HP on those ones. Let's pick up one of them. Another 3 kills. From a raid that comes through Numidan's units and around this long wall. Just, I mean, even if he loses these lances, it's still so good. And he's, oh, no, he's not going to extra commit there. In the middle, okay, so Numidan does pick up the Sacred Side timer. So he does have to, it's kind of annoying because, well, not annoying, it's fucking a lot more than annoying for Numidan. He's having to make that to try to get that as his win condition when he isn't able to pick up any of the relics. 5-0 in favor of Beasty, but he does need to make that commitment to at least be able to get onto the Sacred Site and have that ticking. The Golden Horn Tower is so hard to push, and there is a bit of a timer, but Beasty already well onto it, mate. Sacred Site timer starts ticking, and as it starts ticking, there are already 2 counterweight trebs knocking down this Golden Horn Tower, and it's already half dead. I mean, honestly, it's a masterclass, to be honest. Like, I think if you wanted to, like, study solid Age of Empires 4 on what's a really, like, fucking weird map, too, this is a great way to see it. Like, how to get your castle age, what to do with your castle age, how to raid, how to keep your eco safe, how to keep pressure on the other side, and then how to take out positions. This is going to be a chance. So the Vidari and the free crossbows are very, very strong. +1 in ranged attack. We only got +1 armor on the Vidari though, which means these crossbows are actually going to shred them. They only have that little bit extra HP. And yeah, GG is going to be called. That's not enough to take the fight. Not enough to get anything done. And Beasty picks him apart. And even though he's still holding the middle, there's really nothing that he's holding at all. GG is called. Beasty's going to go 2-0 up against Numidan in that series. Very, very well played by Beasty. Like, that was just absolutely clinical. I don't even think Numidan was doing anything particularly bad. I think just Beasty just played fucking amazing. The map is Mountain Clearing, by the way, Calf. It is, sometimes does make its way into ranked ladder. But it's kind of a cheesy map. Matchup like Socotra? Yeah, for sure. Who gets the ball? Huge advantage. Yep. Beasty's turning over the relics, making Numidan gold idol. Yeah, for sure. I mean, once he got to that point, it was all over, right? Beasty did such a good job with that. Even though Numidan got the ball. Which feels like such a huge advantage. Like, when you do get the ball, it feels like you're on top of the world. And you can do whatever you want. Like, you can fast castle, you can be aggressive and just spam units, especially horsemen. It's just like, it feels good. But not for Beasty. Not going to let you have it. Even then, eco-wise, like, Numidan is a hit here. And keep in mind, like, the graph is kind of skewed because things balloon later in the game. But Numidan is, like, decently ahead here economically. But then it does switch in, like, late feudal to Beasty's favor, which is kind of crazy. The boar only lasts for so long. But yeah, it's very much like Socotra. It's kind of the original Socotra. I think it's better. I don't like the water shit on Socotra. I don't think we need to, like, mess with I don't think we need to overcomplicate maps. Does that make sense? I feel like there's enough going on with the games. Alright, they are into game 3. And it is going to be a water map. We are going to have 4 lakes. And Numedan is going to be on Jeanne d'Arc. And Beasty is going to be on KT. Which honestly is one of his favorite water maps. Let's go have a look at the civs. I'm showing you all the behind the scenes secrets. It was... Oh, Mongols got sniped. And Roos got sniped. I understand sniping Roos a little bit. I think they are quite strong on 4 lakes. Ever since B showed it off in Homestead Cup. Against Beasty, actually. He won Roos against KT. Maybe that's Beasty doesn't want to repeat of that one. JD very strong as well. I'm a little bit surprised to see Mongol sniped out instead of Knights Templar. I think Knights Templar are like very strong on water still. Maybe they're a little bit weaker on 4 lakes because their docks cost so much and you need to make a few of them. But Mongols... I mean, Mongols is a little bit like dice rolly because you're kind of playing a little bit of game of like rock, paper, scissors. It's like whether they do make the barracks or not. Or whether they make their own dock. Or whether they go fast feudal or whatever. Like it's a strange one. Oh yeah, what was you did mention something about Sengoku Nanashi that I thought was interesting. What did you say? If you get 3 Hojo, the daimyo, right? Spearman, Samurai, and Konobu get the Afflictive Armor, yes. But Iko Iki only gets the HP bonus? Oh, because they're infantry? I've never even thought of them as being infantry, to be honest. I wouldn't have thought, if you asked me without looking, I wouldn't have thought they got anything. Alright, let's jump the heck in. So Beastie 2-0 up, match point. I'm going to guess that Beastie's on the left. On the right. It still counts for Hojo? That's interesting, I didn't know that. If you haven't seen it, by the way, there was a game in a Beastie series against, was it Corvinus? Yes, Beastie is on the right. Where he went for Hojo and got the level 2 Yumi upgrade. It was sick. It made me want to play Sengoku again. And I haven't played them for like 6 months because they've been OP. Okay, alright. Game 3 of the series. Jumping in here on 4 lakes on the top left of that map in the red on Jeanne d'Arc. The madam herself. It is Numedan. And in the bottom right of the map in his trademarked yellow. Although I guess a lot of players have trademarked yellow, including myself. It is going to be on the Knights Templar. A civ he likes to play on this map a lot. To success or not. It is Beastie. I think that Roos game probably still haunts him a little bit. I think it haunts a lot of us. That if anyone can remember that ooh, we are going to see barracks out of Beastie and hiding it too. Really not wanting Numedan to see it. And Numedan is, well, we'll keep an eye out to see if he is going to see us. Elias Ingvo Grimes, thanks for following, dude. And I'm terribly sorry if I butchered that name. Okay, so Numedan with JD is going to go straight onto the dock. Very standard opening. Nothing crazy here. Everything that you would expect. For Beastie, we're going to go into the Dark Age Rex. Now, KT do like going Dark Age Spearman. It really works well with your wood economy. And you can quite easily get into this and then also open dock as well if you would so choose. This works. We talked about like rock, paper, scissors. This works if your opponent opens dock. It is really awful if they don't. In this case, okay, we don't have to see if Numedan sees it. He sees it right now. And we'll see what the reaction is. It is going to be to wall. And we have seen this not necessarily be the most successful in previous games. Can you just delete the corner there? Yes, okay. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, no. It didn't quite make it enough. Why is it? Oh, he's having... He just needs to get rid of the post. Is that possible? No, the post comes through. Okay, right. I forgot they made that change like 3 years ago. Okay, he's going to try to get the wall off. Is he pulling another villager? No, doesn't feel he needs it. But the spearman is close. He's going to get the quick wall in there, which will keep him safe. Okay, so he is going to get this in. But Beastie is going to full commit to this He's got 3 spearmen and he's going to make more. And one of the best things about KT as well is you don't have to worry about running out of straggler trees because they don't need a lumber camp to drop off. They are... Oh, he got in! What? No, how'd you get in? Where's the gap? There? That's the gap? No fucking way. That's not a gap. That's insane. What? This doesn't help. Numidan, this doesn't help. I guess you can stop more coming in. Are you going to make your own barracks or something? Oh no, what a terrible way to go. JD now stuck in there fighting 1v1 against the spearman. She's going to lock it up. She's going to lock herself in there? It does have to connect to the gold, yeah, but it means that one bit of wall wasn't enough to connect it. So when you draw it, right, you press the button and you just draw it across. It does it automatically, but you don't see the blueprint for these little bits which connect. So I don't blame Nubidan for not knowing. Bro, that fucking sucks. And this isn't even gonna stay out. I think Nubidan is like, dude, I would be tilted off the face of the earth. I would probably, his tournament life is on the line with this game, and I would already be done. There's no way. No fucking way. And with this, 9 spearmen, I mean, he didn't even need 9 spearmen, really, to be honest with you. That's how super committed he is. And he's gone water, so he's going to be a harbor. 250 wood has just come in. It's going to be his own harbor in the Dark Age. School of Cavalry is coming up. The only thing Nubidan can hope for is to send spearmen on the other side of the map. But if I click on his gold, is he going to have spearmen there already? No. But he can bring spearmen there whenever he wants. It's just so awful of a position for Numidan to be in, man. I think this is GG, to be honest. But we're gonna believe, okay? We're going to channel all our support and optimism for Nubidan to make a comeback. You know, I talked about it ever so briefly, talking about Beasty on this map. He plays Knights Templar on this map. He lost against B, who played Roos, which Beasty sniped out in this matchup. And Beasty threw that game. He was super far ahead. Everyone thought he was going to GG. I was casting it with Crackety. Crackety stood up from the chair to get ready for the camera to cut to us. He was that sure Beasty had won the game. B brings it back. Beasty army goes across the map, wins the game. Beasty from a seemingly unlosable position loses that game on this map with this Civ, and then comes out asking people like, why did we lose? What happened? What went wrong? What am I missing? So there's a chance, is what I'm saying. Nuggy, you set up the fucking commands, please. No, don't. You're not a mod to do work, brother. You sit and do whatever you want. You talk your shit as well. There are no real moderators here. I made Cal moderator here, actually. Yeah, he can do it. I made a Cal moderator here because it just looks weird seeing him without the green thing next to his name. Oh no, Numidan's trying to come out here. There are 2 spearmen left. Okay, here we go. Horseman, of course, he's got no gold. But there is 1 spearman there, and the villagers fight back. Not going to be a super successful one. That villager has to run back. I'm trying to get the dock up. These archers, oh, even loses an archer here to the spearman. They do run fast in the archers with their charge. Beasty's got to commit. He's trying to get this villager. I don't think he's going to be successful, even without a wheelbarrow. But another archer goes down as well. And Nubidan will hold this, don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of aggression out of Beasty here. I mean, I don't think he's done enough damage, to be honest with you. If anything, you should leave him alone. But, oh my gosh. You have 4 fishing boats now out for Beasty on 2 ponds. You're going to go around to secure this up at the very least. And I'm sure Beasty will actually do the same on this side as well. That is a spearman, not a villager, but I would not be surprised to see him do that as well. Archers coming through, pushing back everything. Now, the same brave villager, Numidan, is finally going to get his own dock up. But at what cost? The eco difference is kind of nuts. 6 fishing ships in as well. And just, there wasn't even a scouting issue for Numenor. Like, he actually did run his scout here just as the barracks was finishing. Oh, and then Beasty actually does do a great job to scout. In the inverse, the dock come down. Why did he know he was going to go there, not here? How did he know that? Is that just mind games? Because there's deep sea fish there. Anyway, again, not really going Numenor's way. Got an archer up here to try to prevent the counter docking, but no. Beasty playing it safe. When you're ahead, get more ahead. And Beasty's going to double dock both of his ponds on both sides. So these lakes, she called them lakes, not ponds, right? It is called 4 lakes. Both of these lakes can be secured up and there's no risk of being counter docked. You can eco up as much as you want. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go castle. And then, yeah, he's sitting in the driver's seat for sure. Really rough situation for Numenor. I mean, he's a Jeanne d'Arc player as well, who's not even making knights, right? He made a horse. He hasn't made a single knight, really, has he? Because he made horsemen, and now he's got archers and even made a barracks for some spears. Is JD still a villager? It's almost 9 minutes into the game, bro. She's actually not even that close. Oh, man. This is the saddest Jeanne d'Arc has ever been since her real life. Second dock on this pond. This dock did go up. And like Numenor just has to be super greedy, right? Yeah, Nanashi, he didn't buy it back, right? He couldn't. So she was dead for a while. I have no idea how long JD takes to come back alive as a villager, by the way. I don't think I've ever lost her as a villager. Bro, she's a trooper. There we go. Woman at arms. She's the most valiant warrior in all the French kingdom. So let's get a handful of spears to fight back the horseman pressure. Pressure should really be in air quotes because Beasty is just going to go castle age. Honestly, if you watch Beasty play, like, he does kind of have like a flow chart, right? And he plays so safe and so secure, and it's really, really tough to beat him. Even if some of these games, it might take him 10 more minutes to close out the game than another player who's a bit more aggressive. He's just so clinical. He's gonna make his walls. He's gonna get his castle age. He's not gonna try to feudal oil on you, even if it might work. Oof. She died, remember? Yes. Didn't resurrect because he was poor. Such a funny sentence to say, by the way. Of course she didn't resurrect. Well, he was poor. Yeah, I'm actually, after this game, I might go look at the stats of what JD is actually like in Dark Age. How much it costs. Was it 125 to buy it back? Which is a lot early game. Oh my god. The walls are trolling Numenor hard, by the way, because I'll tell you what, when you make this wall, you put the hotkey, excuse me, and you just drag and click, and for whatever fucking stupid reason, one of the villagers, or multiple villagers sometimes, like to go around to the other side to build it. Even though they're walking from here to here, and that villager paid the price with their life because of that reason. And there's no easy way to micro around it. It's really, really finicky. And these, oh my gosh, look how much food he's still got at the backside of aging up. And it is going to be heavy spearman spam, which heavy spearmen are so strong early castle age, as the only counter to them is crossbows. And Numenor, I mean, he's got the read, right? He's like, okay, I need to go castle age. He's got 22 fishing boats, which is not bad, although Beasty does have 30. But it's going to be really tough to fight against heavy spearmen early, because he's spamming them out, and you need a lot of crossbows to deal with them. Is it a bug? I mean, it's probably unintended, like behavior. That they do that, but it probably is like a I don't know, with this pathing issue of the villagers when they're all grouped up trying to get to the wall or something. But it's probably a difficult thing to fix as well. But it is very frustrating. Here we go. Small win. Denying 111 gold times 2. Templar Brothers coming at us now, even willing to spend the extra gold on those. And if Beasty does get a lot of gold in, okay, the wall's paying dividends now. If Beasty can get in a lot of these relics and sacred sites and get up a lot of this gold income as KT, it feels so good. You can then go and make the fortresses easy by spending your sending your villagers onto stone instead. You can make Templar Brothers, which are tankier knights, not really any stronger than knights at this stage of the game, other than having extra health, but they cost a lot of gold to produce, which is a real nightmare. Beasty really opting for a little bit of extra micro here to right-click onto archers, which just has these heavy spearmen doing bugger all, which is going to be a little bit of experience that goes JD's way, and she's going to take absolutely anything she can get. We'll keep an eye on relics here as we go through. The first one has been picked up by Beasty. Yeah, every little bit of experience is big, but it's so hard to kill these heavy spearmen unless you have crossbows through. These units coming through, of course, they are not castle age yet. In fact, there's no upgrades coming through from Numidan. He's got veteran royal knights, so upgraded knights, but they're not going to do anything against these heavy spearmen. JD, of course, she is the hero of the battle, and Arbs coming in, which are going to be the biggest deterrent of these heavy spears. But the thing is, it's really not that big of a commitment for a Beasty either to go into these heavy spears, because he can just switch into normal spearmen or go into horsemen to counter the crossbows, and it's really no issue, no trouble at all for him. It's a bit of like I think Beasty just throwing away units or pressure to take the map control in this situation, really looking to try and get everything he can on the map, those relics in particular, and probably the sacred sites as well. And then we haven't seen him go out to stone yet, but this is the move out right there. Saw one villager on stone and 6 more join her. It is going to be 7 onto the stone, and we're going to see our first fortress coming up not too distant future. I think Nanashi, I think Royal Institute is a bait, because you can't really afford royal bloodlines. You can't play into heavy spearmen even with royal bloodlines, and it's still so expensive. I mean, there's no discount on the upgrade. You just can get it in Castle Age, and more importantly, the guild hall is the thing that's going to scale the best. And if Numidan is going to win this game, he needs this to be another 20 minutes long. So I can understand the choice, even if Royal Institute is a little bit better, I think, for JD than for French, because you have the extra upgrades there for Jean, the influence, and of course the companions upgrade. 3 relics are now in for Beasty. There's the one on Numidan's side, which actually the relic, the monk is going to try to contest the one in the middle. It's going to push these back. Let's have a look at the villager. Still just 3 for Beasty. But the heavy spearmen are just causing trouble. They're just running around being a nuisance, even if they're not getting a lot of damage done. Those ones do go down. They are forcing reaction now, Numidan, and keeping him off the map. But this is a nice little win. Being able to secure 2 relics, if he can, Numidan, with the start that he had, would be pretty big. Sacred sites being picked up for Beasty is a nice little take, but they might not stay there forever. We've just about coming in to the first fortress amounts, and honestly JD is getting quite a lot of experience. And her damage, what is this, 20 damage on this thing, does quite a bit of work into these heavy spearmen, and especially with the ARPs behind you. See how much damage the ARPs did. That just tank damage, or did I miss see that? I thought he just took tanked a bunch of shots. Maybe it was the archer arrows, without taking damage, I mean. Anyway, JD getting a lot of experience, almost level 3, which not as big of a problem. It's not the biggest power spike when it's in Castle Age, and you don't have and you do have counter units. Oh my god, but she does die. She throws up her heal, does die, doesn't get up there, still 50 experience short, and of course she gets stuck in her idle animation. She has to stand there to cast a heal while she is a woman at arms. She only gets to move while she is mounted, and it's a lot of army that gets cleaned up there. And this is actually the gist of basically all of Numidan's army. While Beasty, with an army of 1.5 times the size of Numidan, is pushing out while going imp behind it with the Kingdom of Poland. That's the Schlachter cavalry behind it, which is basically another win now button. And he's got almost enough stone to put up 2 fortresses. Galley comes out, but actually those Castle Age archers don't really give a shit. That thing's going to go down just as quickly as it comes up. Nubian has got no eco of his own. Wheelbarrow now coming in. That's going to feel like nothing except, I guess, for when you're running your villagers away. Doc potentially even going down. Not actually a big deal at this point, but there's just any damage he can get, he'll try to get. Okay, so 1 fortress on this side, another fortress on this side. Poland comes in. Nubian taps out. 3-0. It's all over. Another game, honestly, just like last game, where everything goes right for Beasty. He makes all the right calls, reacts perfectly, and is able to take it out really comfortably and really cleanly. The biggest difference between that game and this game was, of course, that Dark Age and that wall situation, which, hey, credit Nubian, honestly, even for just staying in the freaking game. I don't know how you can keep your head on your shoulders when something like that happens to you. What an absolute tilter. I was secondhand tilted for him. And credit Nubian for hanging in there. So 3-0 it is. Beasty takes it. GG's. But well played from Nubian. And I want to go look at the bracket very quickly, or the results very quickly, because I want to give a bit of a shout out to Nubian, who, even though this is so ugly, even though fuck me, even though he lost that series, Nubian yesterday beat Lucifron 3-1. Huge result. Then beat Corvinus very comfortably 3-0. And unfortunately hasn't had the same result today, both against Puppy and against Beasty. But, you know, still, 1 day from 2 is pretty fantastic. And I think, honestly, I really do think Nubian is a player to watch out for. I think he's doing really well. And has a good chance to get somewhere in this tournament. Let's have a look at the other results then. I haven't really been looking at Group A. Group A too much. Marine Lord, wait, everyone on the left just wins? Why do we even bother playing the games? That's crazy. Ben? Nanashi. Do you remember that one House of Kocha game? I don't remember who it was against BC, but it was French and the person went Royal Institute to hold a big push. No, I don't. I think this game was a lost cause, though, because, I mean, no matter what Nubian, like, the landmark didn't even really come into effect. Nothing Nubian did came into effect. It wasn't even holding a push. It was just slowly dying. He lost. He ended up losing the fight, right? Where, like, fucking Beasty went imp behind it with 2 fortresses. That is 2,400 resources plus 1,200. So it's 3,600 resources to age up, plus another 900 each to make the fortresses. All of that could have been an army, and Beasty didn't have that in army. He had that in in other things, and he still went in and rolled with a 1.5 times strength army, which is pretty crazy. Okay. So these scores are usually not up to date, by the way. So let me just, I'm not showing it right. Yep. Let me go and look in game as to what we have, and then we can have a look at in-game results to see where we're up to in respect of the series currently going on. Okay, B and Anatan are both in games. So B must be playing his last set against Lucifron already. And Anatan is playing against Kiljadi on Coastal Cliffs. What game is that going to be then? It's game 3. Kiljadi is 2-0 up, and they're 18 minutes in. Let's go have a quick look, yeah? So what is this? Anatan, Kiljadi. Oh, but B's just started. B Lucifron. Should we do that one as the last set of the day? Which ones have been casted? Vortix Wham is the last one on stream, on mainstream. So Anatan, Gully, Puppy, Corv, B Lucy. Okay, B Lucy is a repeat of the final, right? Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Bear with. Hi, Simon. B Lucy. Okay, it's going to be Sengoku vs Byzantine to start us off on Dry Arabia. And I found the draft as well. Okay, we got 2 minutes 50. So let's have a look at the drafts real quick. Okay, this is the map draft. Dry Arabia is our first map. And then we've got Lipany, Hellendale, gross. Okay. Boardland and Lakeside. So just one hybrid map, and it's only like semi-semi. Oh, let me change the title. Fuck me. Sorry. Apologies. I'm a terrible streamer. Bear with. Okay. Yeah, Lakeside, which I actually thought was kind of fun. I've only seen one game so far. That was the Beasty Loue game, but cool nonetheless. Okay. Let's look at the drafts very quickly. B banned. Oh, Ottoman, French, and Mali banned across the board. It's so interesting to see that the respective bands. Anyway, Biz first pick Macedonian. Sourcing Goku Prio for B. And we still got 2 minutes left on delay, by the way. Jushi, Sengoku, and Jean d'Arc. So prioritizing the French again and a U-bid. So it makes sense. And then just, yeah, last sort of picks HRE and Order of the Dragon. Kind of whatevers. Biz, China, Golden Horde. Very nice. Knights Templar, but it's not really any like true hybrid map here, right? Lancaster, which Lucifron seems to believe in, but I'm not so sure about that one. Delhi and Mongol. Love the Mongol, but okay, we'll see. So, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's an interesting one. And we actually get to see Byzantine here, which is interesting. So what was sniped? Jushi was sniped, so Sengoku gets through. And then China sniped out, so Byzantine gets through. Biz Sengoku. I feel like this is decent for Biz, no? No? I guess we'll find out. And it is on Dry Arabia. So maybe that is a bit more like of a Sengoku map. And China, I feel like, is stronger in that situation. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we're almost there. Let me reset the scores. This is going to be game 1. I am excited. Kiljadi's on mainstream. Oh, thank you for that. Oh yeah, Simon, it's your morning. Good morning. Nanashi, went to check that 1 hour Scotch game. It was Beasty as Chinese versus Anatan. Ah. Link me, Nanashi. Link me. Okay. I think Biz has advantage too. Sengoku too slow to attack Biz. We'll find out. Alright. We all agree that we think Biz has the advantage. But who do we think has the advantage out of Lucifron and B? Because Homestead Cup, it was B. I love both these players, man. I can't root for one of them. They're both fantastic. All right, let's get the heck in there. Ooh, baby. Okay, game 1 of the Homestead Cup Finals rematch. Starting off on Dry Arabia. It is on the right-hand side of the map in the color green. It is 3DB playing Sengoku Daimyo. And on the far left of the map in the color yellow on the Byzantines, we have Lucifron. Now, it really wasn't that long ago that we saw this matchup in the Homestead Cup Finals, and it was a great series, but ultimately B came out on top in that one, but both were fantastic. In this case, we do have an early Dark Age barracks from Byzantine. The fuck? Send me on Twitch, DM. Thank you, Nanashi. Appreciate you. Okay. Interesting one. Did we get the scout in on it? Not yet? Okay. So one of the things, by the way, this is in EGC Dry Arabia as well as normal Dry Arabia on ladder, is because you have the sheep around your base, you do a little loop-de-loop, and then you get on your bike, which means you're not often scouting your opponent early on. And I think in this situation, I don't blame B for doing that, because you're not really going to expect your opponent to be opening, or your Byzantine opponent to be opening up Dark Age Spearmen. In this case, though, we've got a little bit of like a double-edged sword, right? A poison chalice, if you will, where we've got an awesome Matsuri placement to be able to be against the wood and the gold. No choices have to be made there, but it's outside of the range of the TC. So I wonder if Lucifron is going to like really commit to this and try to get things going. Are you modding, Simon? My hero, dude. I've never had a prediction in my channel. I don't even know how it works. Thank you, my moderator. Okay. Very, very different. Now, If you didn't see it before, he sees it now. And the berries are going to have to pull back. No, actually, these first 3 berries are in range. And it is going to be straight into the barracks. So the wood that was coming in from the Matsuri that was going to be traded, it's not going to be traded anymore. It's going to turn into a barracks. And it's going to be challenging the Limitane with the Dark Age Spearman in return. And of course, the one thing about the Matsuri being here, it can be targeted down by the Spearman, yes, with the torches. But it can also be repaired safely under TC range. Which means it shouldn't go down as long as B has the wood to contest. Or to continue repairing. The barracks is going to be fine to come up as well. I think this is going to be, yeah, it's going to be plenty safe. Just getting a little love tap on the side there. Ooh, a bit more than a love tap coming the other way though. And it is going to be making, yes, Spearman. I guess there is no gold to play with, is there? But B is going to have to secure this up. Even if he keeps the Matsuri alive, it really doesn't matter if he keeps it alive, if he can't get any gold to get up. So he is forced to go into these Spearmen. The only one good thing for B though, he's got the 2 Yatai out, didn't quite get the 3rd, but that's because that wood went into the barracks instead, is those 2 Yatai are safely out on the map. This one on the board, this one on the deer. Not as great being on the deer, but still pretty good. And these Spearmen being here means they aren't going to be there. And actually, Lucifron pulling back, he's going to want to burn down the barracks. The barracks is greedily far... No, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about then. Okay. He decides to leave, which means that B can just get back on gold if he chooses, or he could just continue on wood and then sell it. Lucifron's going to opt... Okay, he finds it with the scout, and he's going to opt to pick up the Yatai. Feels that this is more damage. Now, with the nerfs, this thing does actually die. So we'll see if he's able to pinch it against the wood line. It's looking good so far. A lot of damage coming in. About a 1/5 of the life already done. The body block is pretty consistent, to be honest with you. And there are a lot of pokes coming in. Not necessarily pinching against the wood, but not needing to. There are 5 Spearmen out for B, but they're not going to be able to come out here to contest. The Wolves being a little bit annoying. Pretty rude, to be honest with you. But ultimately, the Yatai is going to go down. Didn't really get to produce much at all. And that is the good one. The one on the boar, which is what Lucy goes for right away. 38 per minute only from quite a big Dark Age investment is pretty crazy. He does make another Yatai actually, so not too worried about how much he gets in, and he's going to send it back out there as well. Does Lucifron see this? No, he's not going to see that. The scout is going the other way with the army as well. And the Spearman turned to go the other way actually, so forced off the gold, but he does get enough and to go up. We see a couple little love taps on these villages, so they were still out there when they arrived, but ultimately it's not going to be that much damage coming in. And the TC is going to protect, the first couple berries at least as well. So nothing too big. A lot of commitment, a lot of action to start things off. Not necessarily what you expect from a Byzantine game, but it's working out for Lucifron. Is having a look at this Yatai down here, but I think probably too close to the base to be able to get much done. And actually, the repair is coming out on both of these buildings. Oh, we saw a little bit of dive there. Nope. Too much. Is going to get a kill? Nope, not quite. But the Matsuri does look like it might go down. Actually, no, it's going to turn to the Yatai. Decides, nope, I wasn't going to kill it after all. There was enough wood in the bank to repair that. Whereas this one, on the flip side, Lucifron is sitting in that village. You've got to be careful because he's going to stop. Nope, he's going to go home. And the lumber camp does go down. Oh, that is a full surround. And there's going to be the second Yatai going down. And Lucifron gets to Castle Edge so much faster. Well, so much faster. Half faster. The Ryokan is halfway up. But there's another Yatai that goes down. Lucifron, he's one of the players with the best micro in the business. And yeah, he's got that unit control down. Great job to pick up 2 Yatai. Something, a lot of, well, maybe what I was going to say was unfair. I was going to say probably what a lot of players on Reddit will tell you was impossible to do, but that was pre-nerf, wasn't it? In this case, making the difference, those changes, and there's a lot more damage that Lucifron's able to pull out. Be greeting again with the buildings. Going to have to sacrifice idle time and extra wood to repair this up. He's got 3 on gold, which is at least something for him. The Spearmen do come back, but the upgrade's not in for either of them, actually. Lucifron's upgrade was not particularly quick either. He needed to get out to gold himself. Oh, it just comes in. Damn, they look cool. And B should notice this. I mean, he's even got the fewer actual Spearmen in total. They're going to have to run away to the Ryokan to heal themselves up. But that healing is not super quick. Another thing which was nerfed. That healing rate is a lot less. I think it's like 4 every 5 seconds now, which is actually really not that fast. Ben, can you check upper neutral market? Absolutely. Sipahi And arbs. Why is it got the upgrade icon instead of just the arb icon? It's kind of weird. Anyway, maybe because he's in feudal age. Is that why? But ooh, imagine making Sipahi. Honestly, arbs are very good too. We'll see if he does commit in that direction, but there's plenty more going on until then. We're going to get Western Mercenary contracts, so it is going to be the longbows coming in. Ooh, Lucifron feeling a little bit like, the little torch throw. Not a big deal, though. Not a big deal. But he is going to have to walk away now as the first of the Yumi Ashigaru make their way out of the archery range, and that'll see the rest, or the last, of that Spearman aggression, or Limitane aggression, which is not something I think I've ever said before, at least in the Dark Age. Pretty cool. Daimyo coming out. Which Daimyo was it? Takeda? No, it's Yari. I'm an idiot. We're not up to Daimyos yet. I'm getting ahead of myself because we had such an extended Dark Age. And it is going to be from bits. How many assistants are we rocking now? We've got the third one coming in now. We've still got 3 on stone. Remember the cistern buff for is quite nice there for Byzantine. You can kind of get it much more quickly and easily. You don't have to commit so much. And yeah, the Grand Winery paying dividends as well. Even though there were those spearmen aggressing, it's not quite like a Dark Age Tower Rush or the like. There's no full denial there. You still get out there and get all of the olive oil you need and get up your mercenaries. In this case, long bows. So feeling pretty good. Pretty good for Lucifron in this situation. I don't really know, you know, would expect to see Byzantine aggression pay off so well, or for B to necessarily understand what the best response is going to be in that situation. But I thought he probably did the best he could, other than maybe a couple of the building placements. And obviously losing the Yatai is a bit crap. But he comes out of it, I think, definitely behind. But not, obviously not game over. The Yari Cavalry, the Yumi, and the Spearmen now sitting pretty. But I think the tables turn a little bit as the 4th cistern is coming up here for Lucifron, who is going to look to play things a little bit more defensively, playing into the advantages of the longbows and the spearmen, and of course needing to worry about the Yari cavalry, the fastest cavalry in the east, 1.88 movement speed before you even get a daimyo upgrade, which is pretty crazy for them to be able to come in and get as much rating, damage, and potential as they can. But that is going to be, yeah, that is number 4 on the cisterns, which is really nice, and actually already a shit ton of stone. Yeah, no longer mining it as well, so there's just a building stone that's going to be coming in now, which is actually already quite a lot. There's a lot of things going on for Byzantine now. They just feel like, I haven't played a lot of them, to be fair, but just by watching them, they do feel like they've leveled up a bit. Now, Yatai back on the field for the boar, and yeah, going out onto the map, trying to get make the most of those resources. Onto the deer, no, just a Yatai down there. We are at 4 out of 4 Yatai now. And they are, obviously, with no map presence on the field for Lucifron, they are going to survive and give as much as they can, given post-nerf not being quite as much as they were before. The extra stone is going to go to Aeroslet, so a very nice sort of quality of life there for Lucifron and the Byzantines. That extra stone you do get that was previously would have likely been spent on cisterns can now go very nicely into... Ooh, 1 kill was picked up. Was that just picked up then? Yes, it was! Oof, didn't quite make its way inside the tower. And actually, this is a decent amount of idle time. I think probably worried much more about the Yari, which he does lose 1 of. And those longbows do a lot of damage. Yumi pushing this back. There are no upgrades in, which means that these longbows are going to do a much better job to start with, as they do have +1/+1. And of course, you can get the shield wall out here now, but there's just so many of them, which makes it very, very scary. And actually, well, they do turn. But there's a lot more Limitane going down than there are Yari. Oh no, the shield wall is still up as well, which means that they are, even though they take less damage, the slowness means that these Yumi, which are faster than normal archers, 1.38, are going to catch up to them so quickly. And the entire Spearman mass is getting destroyed for nothing out of Lucifron. And just when it was looking good for the man, it all turns to crumble. He gets the one kill. It all turns to crumble. Is that what I just said? It's been a long day, man. These Yumi Ashigari now knocking at the door, This Grand Winery is in the front, which means these olive groves, which are looking to go up, there's no way these are actually going to complete, are they? No, Lucifron is pulling the villages away. That is not going to be the case. They're going to have to be built, unfortunately, not under the Grand Winery, as these Yuumi can deny this all day. And not only that, but you can continue to make Yari because you killed so much of their limited A count. And in fact, behind this, double stable. It's going to be a horseman switch. No hippodrome, keep in mind. Horseman switch against Yari Cavalry, which are not only faster and have more health and have heroic and healing, but they also have a +2 damage against cavalry as a bit of a bonus because, of course, you know, Sengoku didn't have enough without all the other bonuses. You see the Yuumi that sort of two-shot the longbows, which is enough, and importantly, the one-shotting the limit Sine. And this is, again, without any daimyo on the field, but they are still doing it with, yeah, they do have +1 attack, no +1 range defense yet, but the longbow count's not that high. And I think, more importantly, there's no spearman here at all. It is going to be horseman longbow for Lucifron instead, valuing the mobility, I think, maybe thinking that was the problem which he was having, and it might look to be the case as B is moving away now, but especially as the daimyo does eventually come in, and it's going to be Oda clan coming through. So this is actually the archery one, and it's going to see the extra, yeah, the extra damage to Yuumi Ashigaru, which is the better one when you do have a lot of Yuumi. The equivalent from the Takeda is you get the movement speed, which you don't really need because Yari already so fast. It doesn't really start paying off until you get the extra increases from multiple daimyo, which you can always just go for later, particularly when you get castle and you're going to go into those mounted samurai. But for now, the +1 damage is essentially like having the Uma Bannerman? No, what's it called? The Yuumi Bannerman on the original Japanese civilization. Ooh, this Yatai did not move. It had a little bit of a wiggle and decides that's about enough. Lucifron, perfect surround there. The spearmen are coming through. Oh, you cheek! So nice from Lucifron. Pulls one away. Little sacrificial horse there to sort of pull the spears away. B doesn't really fall for it, to be fair. Didn't really make a difference, but nice little bit of micro. With this, B's got a heck ton of Yuumi following this up, but there's a lot of horsemen actually, and he's got to be careful if he's going to look to go Castle Age, but he's going to keep all of his Yuumi on the field with all these horsemen. But actually, what the fuck do I know? Because Lucifron also going up to Castle Age, didn't see that one, and with that, he's still got so few units compared to B, who's got full map control and feels confident to be out there, even though he himself is aging. Golden Horn Tower. Okay, where's it? Oh, it's going to say where's it going to be. This ain't Macedonian, brother. It is going to be tucked away nicely. Plenty of longbows here, but like compared to how many Yuumi B has and can make, plus obviously Yari just so good, man, at dealing with any of those range units. So basically getting around the field at all. Sengoku's B still showing Sengoku's strength even after all of the nerfs, and even after what is probably a pretty rough start. Fortified outpost coming in now, looking to secure things up, which is very nice. For Lucifron from a defensive point of view, and the scaling from Byzantine does still go crazy hard. Actually, no upgrades here yet though. Ooh, one goes down. Two goes down. That arrow has some curve on it. That's a wanted arrow. 2-1 now on the counts. Villager kill counts. Horseman coming in on the side, not getting any damage, just seeing what's going on. But the Yari, man, they're so much faster. No, they're not faster. They are both 1.88. He doesn't have the upgrade. No, he does have the upgrade. What the fuck? No, this is Oda. I'm so stupid. It's a long day. I'm seeing things. Range upgrades coming in for both players. Lucifron again pulling off one horseman to pull away the danger. Yuumi upgrade not in yet either. Gold is in for B. I'm sure it'll come very soon. Oh, these berries about to dry up, and I guess there's the deer to go onto, but not too much else wanting. Ranged damage coming in. Any relics on the field? We do have monks coming in, or at least for Lucifron. This one's still running away, doing a very good job. Getting some vision off as well. Walls are up there for B to secure a little bit. And now the mounted samurai are joining the fray for B, which does make things a bit difficult, but one super knight is met with another, with the cataphracts out in force. Again, no hippodrome, so they're not going to have that problem associated with them, but still Still very, very fearsome, those cataphracts. Actually, they got nerfed a little bit as well. A lot of changes sort of coming to the fore in this matchup, which is interesting. Both civilizations. Still a huge, scary army for B, but not anything to scoff at from Lucifron either. As Lucifron is actually, this is the second relic he's picking up. He got the one close to his base, no? Where's... Oh, Bees is over there, okay. So he picked up his safe one, and now he's looking to contest the ones in the middle. Does get one of those to come back now. There's the one right at the top side of the map and at the bottom side of the map, which is still the very much to be contested. The Landsknecht's coming through just from Golden Horn Tower. I always get excited when I see the icon, but alas, there's not anything to worry about too much. Now, there's no spearmen here or anything, so the charge is on. If these mounted samurai... Oh, they do so much damage, even to the cataphracts. There's no way loose. Okay, there's no way B sits in this. Okay, he does pull out, and he's going to come back in. The Yumi are catching up, but the longbows are getting free reign here, but they're actually not doing too much damage, at least against the mounted samurai. They're doing actually a pretty good job against the Yari cavalry, which I'm not even sure are upgraded. In fact, no, they aren't upgraded, so they are dying pretty quickly. But the Yumi are... Ooh, very nice trample to get through onto multiple Yumi Eshigaru. And actually not a bad fight for Lucifron, making the most of the extra range there from the longbows and just how much damage they're doing. Unfortunately, they are sort of only killing one unit at a time here, which is not quite as efficient. But the Yumi aren't actually doing that much damage in reply. But it's the cavalry which is the biggest problem here. Oh, longbow's actually doing quite a... Oh! Boy, he's got +2 range defense as well. Longbows ain't so bad, huh? Good unit. This Iki monk is going to pick up the top relic. I think Lucifron... No, it's still there. Hasn't pulled its back, so 2 relics apiece at the minute, and this one is all to play for. Longbows maybe a little bit out of position here. 5 samurai, including the daimyo. A couple of cataphracts here. Some Landsknecht in the mix if they want to make their way over. And the longbows do a lot of damage against the mounted samurai, but honestly... Yeah, okay, they do push them back. 15 of the bad boys, but he just needs so many more. I think when you just, like, have this huge mass of longbows and cataphract, it is still very difficult to stop. But Lucifron's getting some bad RNG, man. 2 Landsknechts in a row? What the heck? Turn this thing back off and on again, man. He needs longbows pumping out of this thing. Landsknecht do nothing in this situation. But it is, ooh. Is he going to get it? He is going to get it. Very nice pickup. There are still 2 Iki monks, and actually, B is continuing to produce them. Maybe sees some value in the continued production of them. Oh, the Landsknecht. They look so cool at the very least. But it's going to, yeah, continues. Cataphract, longbow. I mean, it's a really, really good composition if you can afford it. The eco-wise, I mean, it does still looking... Oh, actually, scratch that. Let's get into the fight. We've got Tanegashima Eshigarus coming into it now. Those are the gun crossbow unit replacement for the Sengoku Daimyo, which don't really feel as good as crossbows, but we have actually seen a lot of success out of them. They still counter those heavy units, regardless of whether they're slightly better or worse than the crossbows. And actually, this big counter mounted samurai is getting on top of everything. At some point, not being able to produce longbows like non-stop or as fast as like an English would be able to, does have its hang-up, and this perhaps is a big impact of the nerfs to the olive oil from groves. Not being able to spam through as many. There's still one little berry bush here that didn't get any love, but after the berries dry up, the olive oil count not quite as much. Although I'm sure we still are adding groves. Yes, there's a bunch there in the back as well. So, and we have +1 for horticulture upgrade as well, which is at least something to help that coming in. 400 a minute though, which is honestly not that much. Where's the mercenary house? Hello, which is 420. So roughly one batch a minute. I guess that's not too bad actually, but it just doesn't feel like a lot of crossbows. Maybe because this thing keeps pumping out fucking Landsknecht, which I think are going to make all the difference from a DPS perspective. But actually, at this point, longbows aren't going to make the difference at all. There's way too many mounted samurai for these longbows to really have any say against. In the end, it is going to be B that picks up that final relic. Did it make its way home? No, here it is, just hanging out at the front. Well, the mounted samurai do jump in and just get a couple of kills there, or at least one of those kills. And they are on top of it. You see the longbows. They do a lot of damage, but they do take a long time. The cataphracts are here. They do a good job if they can get the fights, But these mounted samurai just running through 1.94 or 1.62. Okay, it was a charging movement speed there. But there's a lot of damage going down. 15 villager kills, a lot of idle time. He's losing, you know, a decent amount of these mounted samurai in reply, or some in the back as well. But it's still just so much damage. 17 go down. The economy, 11 villagers down. Which, ignore the traders, by the way. That is just the Matsuri traders, the Yatai traders, which make its way to the Matsuri, which look like traders. But it is still an 11 villager lead. And it's just 17 to 1 count. And Lucifron, the only villager he got was that one at the front here yonks ago. It feels like forever. Oh my gosh, even on the boar now, B, he's kind of got full reign of this map, doesn't he? Everything that he wants, he's kind of getting at the minute. And it's all behind his mounted samurai. More and more longbows are coming through. That count really is climbing now. As these Langschnicks fucking off, they sure are. That's going to be a nice little victory. But the cataphracts aren't really as dangerous. Are they? I think, oop, that's just a, how you going, Wallalo? Another mounted samurai in here. Getting, oh no, yes! Got him. I hate it when they sort of don't do what you want them to. But the villager does walk back into the path, walks himself through the sword to his death. But actually, we missed the fight. The cataphract running through there. I see some Landschnick did at the front. Was that longbows? No shit, it is longbows. There's a lot of longbows dying here. As the battle switch off, the mounted samurai chase the cataphract back. The Yumi Eshigaru chase the longbows back. And that's worst case scenario here for Lucifron. These guys are just going to ring around the rosy for as long as they like, which means there's a straight up battle up here. The cataphracts coming in here make a huge difference, but the Yumi just need to keep that longbow count down. If those longbow count doesn't get high enough to really make good work of the mounted samurai, then they're not going to be very impactful at all, and the Yumi trade out so cost efficiently once they can get up there, even with the cataphracts knocking on their door. The mounted samurai are going to be enough to deal with these guys. There's just a one-on-one in the back. We can leave them alone. The mounted samurai are going to overwhelm, and if they get through here, all these mounted samurai means they are going to be able to get on top of the gold villagers, which could be it for the first game of the series. Mounted samurai are finally breaking through. The last cataphract is there, and yep, it is going to be it. We thought Byzantines maybe they had the win here over Sengoku, and I thought after that early start from Lucifron, it was going to be favored for the Byzantines, but B showing why he won the final, why he's our Homestead Cup champion, why he deserves to take out this game and potentially go on to take out this set. GG! Sengoku OP? Nerf them more? Yatai losing Yatai doesn't matter? No. Honestly, B played that really, really well. I was incredibly impressed what he was able to do with his castle timing, and once those mounted samurai got on the field, man, it was GG's. He did so well to run around with those and just take good fights, man. Really well played. Elias, dude, your sentiment is exactly how I feel. That's the second game of Sengoku I've seen today, and that just makes me want to play them. They look so much more fun when you're not just spamming mounted samurai. Like he even made some Tanegashima. We got to see like a little bit more interaction with the Yatai. We got to see like a lot more like Yumi play, different daimyo. The previous game with Beasty, we actually saw the Hojo daimyo and the Yumi on the samurai. Like there's just so much more going on with the Civ now that it's not a one-trick pony, ironically enough. But yeah, GG's, man. Really, like, oh, even look at resources gathered, man. Lucifron is ahead for most of this game. But mounted samurai are still too good. Believe it. If Lucifron went to check neutral market, got arbs, he maybe would have won. Other than longbows? I don't know, eh? Maybe you just let your mercenary house just build the one over there and you just get arbs? I'm not sure. Not sure. Alright, they are into the next game. It is going to be Lipany, and it's going to be B on a U-Bits and Lucifron on China. Let's go have a look at what the draft was. Okay, so the picks put forward, B put forward a U-Bit and Macedonian. Macedonian sniped out, makes sense. Remember, this is Lipany. And Lucifron put forward Delhi and China, and Delhi sniped out? I guess B likes the Ubid China matchup because he would have known he was going to get a Ubid here. 2.5 minutes on the delay, by the way. Oh, sorry, Simon. I didn't see your goodbye. I'm talking to no one now, but hope you enjoyed yourself. What did I want to look up before while we have this? It was I wanted to look up Jeanne d'Arc, right? Spell wiki wrong, doesn't matter. As a villager? So Jeanne d'Arc hero. Okay, so when she dies, because remember Numidan lost her in Dark Age, and then it took ages for her to come back. And then when she came back, he had like no experience. Can you tell me about experience, please? There are a lot of information here. Experience. Okay. One per 2 seconds. Okay, yeah, whatever. While gathering, and then while building is more. So then death. Okay, when she dies, it takes 100 gold. It's always 2 minutes. Wow. 100 gold's quite a lot though, no? Okay, China Ubid. Let's go look at the game. Why am I getting pinged? Hello? Am I not do not disturb on this thing? Oh, I put myself idle instead of do not disturb. Bro, I'm the worst fucking streamer to ever do it. Actually, even calling myself a streamer is a bit much. Okay, 15 seconds. We're about to go in. I'm guessing that Lucifron is on the left, so B is going to be on the right. Lipany, Ayubid, China. Let's go. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, team. It is 1-0 to 3DB. All right. As we spawn in on Lipany, let's say hello to our players. In the top left, in the green on the Ayubids, it is 3DB coming into this map with a 1-0 advantage, but not to be dissuaded. In the bottom right on the Chinese in the color yellow, it is Lucifron, who I have full faith in bringing back this set. I think we could see 5 games here. I'm not sure we've seen... Well, actually, I at least haven't seen 5 games once. Excuse me. Sorry, my phone packing a sad. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think, I mean, there was a really close series at Homestead Cup Finals, and I think both these players kind of have their ups and downs. Like, maybe not as consistent as some other players, but can play absolutely at the very highest level. And I think that makes for a great series. So in a lot of ways, I'm kind of rooting for Lucifron to tie this one up, and I think it's not a terrible matchup for China here. In fact, I would say it's pretty much China favored. But at the same time, never count out Ayubids. They've had a pretty good time, I think, in this tournament so far, right? Ayubid? I don't know the win rates or anything, but it's by the eye test or by the memory test, I feel like they have had a pretty good time. And yeah, I wouldn't ever count out B either. So always love it when it's a little bit up in the air. But we'll see what comes through. Oh no, Simon left, so I didn't pay out the prediction. Dude, I don't know how to do predictions. How do I, is there a way I can do it? Bro. Nope. I'm not even going to try. Sorry, team. That is well beyond my Twitch knowledge. Well beyond. Okay. What do we see? Okay, so China Imperial Academy coming up with 5? Okay, well, this is crazy. Lucifron doing something way wilder. So he's going up with 5 with the Imperial Academy, and we've got 2 still on gold, which would suggest Pro Scouts. Unless he pulls them away soon. But I don't know the reason why you go up with 5. Normally you're going up with just a couple. Or a few. But it is what it is. And yeah, he's going to stay over there. And then we're on to wood. Okay, interesting build there. Whereas on the flip side for B, the House of Wisdom comes in a little bit late. Did it not come in? Was that not created a little bit late? Don't want to critique our man B coming off a big win. It's going to be Culture Wing Logistics. So the 2 Dervish coming out for our Russian man. You need like 7 to 8 to continuously produce. Okay, there he goes. The drop off comes in and everything's fine. And it probably is going to be Pro Scouts then if he is leaving those workers on gold. Whereas for the UBID, we do see 5 still on gold, which does suggest that we might have that fast castle coming right out of the gates, rather than looking to contest the what am I trying to say? Hello, Pro Scouts. However, what we have seen with the UBID sometimes is that because you get the Dervish, you want to make the most of them in feudal age before you get to castle. So you might make a stable early on so that you can get 1 Desert Raider out and go harass with that Desert Raider, which is basically unkillable with 2 Dervish at his side. And then that stable can be used for Camel Lancers once you do get up into the castle age. Probably with that military wing or potentially the industry wing as well. So plenty of options available to a UBID that make a fast castle a little bit safer and a little bit stronger, excuse me, than some other civs. It's probably not going to be the growth wing coming next because we are eating up all of the berries. It's fine because everyone predicted the same thing, so the payout was nothing. I'll learn how to do it, man. I got to learn how to do all this shit. I've always been kind of like opposed to being too like, I don't know what it is, like getting too invested with like Twitch stuff or streaming stuff or whatever, or even like production and stuff. Like, I don't know why, like, not like I'm above it. It's just like, I don't know why it doesn't appeal to me. Maybe it's because I put it on the too hard basket, or the I don't care basket, but I should do it. Especially if it is something that's like a little bit of fun for the chat, you know? The UBIT is 6 to 13 based on Wikipedia game counts of this tournament? Bro, that's fucking crazy. I would have thought it's the opposite. I wonder how many words you've spoken today. Must be a record. Dude, I can't believe I haven't lost my voice. When I play a football game, like I'm very vocal when I play football, like 11-a-side outdoor, and I lose my voice in a half. I guess it's yelling as opposed to just speaking. But I do feel like I'm losing my mind for sure. It's been 6 hours? Bro, I am losing my mind. Holy shit. And I'm sure Grace is losing her mind too, because she's probably been listening to me through the wall. I'm going to see how she feels about this when I get off later. This might be the last time I do it. Depending on what she says, man. We'll see, we'll see. It's been a lot of fun for me. But it might not be a lot of fun for her. We'll see how we go. And did we see anything? Okay, no. So we didn't get anything else. Full naked FC. But the units are now coming out from Lucifron. Did we get a Pro Scouts? Again, not looking at all. Why can't I click the mill? Yeah, we did get Pro Scouts. Okay. Well, I could just look at the 5 scouts on the map. That would probably be helpful. Or that they were just picking up all the scouts. Forgive me, guys. It's a long day. Who is Grace? My partner? Yes, my partner. My amazing girlfriend who I live with. Been together 6 years? 7 years? 6 years. And she is everything. I think, who was it said? Elias, was it you saying it before about like fast castles? It was an interesting development out of Homestead Cup that basically every single fast castle got punished. And you couldn't just do it naked or greedily. But I feel like now we're seeing it happen a lot differently. And I think it is more matchup dependent and map dependent. Like this is not really an ability. Like this is not easy for Lucifron to deny, right? And B knows it's coming. With the industry wing coming, he knows he's just got to get up as much gold as he can to turn into units before it gets denied. And honestly, it looks like he's going to be pretty okay doing that. He might even be able to go into a market to turn it into something more. Actually, oh, now going into an outpost, that's probably going to be too late as the units are going to come in. The archer, more than anything, is going to be what denies it. But actually, with the 2 dervish there, yeah, you're going to be able to survive until it is a massive unit that comes across from Lucifron to be able to do enough to go through that healing, which is a lot less now. Because they only get that half healing as they count as in combat when they are getting attacked while gathering. Ooh, a little bit of a micro situation there, but as long as B does micro these villages, actually doing a really good job to pick up those villages manually when they are behind the tower. I don't know if he's rotating his screen or he's just got very precise fingers, but very nice there from B to actually micro that situation. As somebody that has tried that many times, it is not easy at all. All right, industry wing comes in, blah, 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 1 million wood and 400 gold, and we are going to get the market. Presumably, we're going to sell that wood, sell that stone, and we can turn that into more units. And it's actually going to be double barracks, so Gulam is the answer of the day. Another barracks coming in, and what is this, a blacksmith? Okay, so triple barracks, market, and blacksmith. That's a good use of the industry wing right there. And we're still going to be able to be on gold for a little bit here. In fact, food is going to be our biggest problem as... Switching to bees, we've got 14 sheep total, including carcasses. 1 dervish picks this up, is not going to be able to get away with it, but actually, at the same time, shouldn't die as long as it drops it. Not really bringing it back home, really bringing it away from home more than anything. Lucifron looks to come in, but B does read it and pulls those villagers away. Actually, dude, this thing is... Why does it heal itself? That's so stupid. Anyway, it is getting itself away. But it will need to drop it if it wants to survive. But I guess he can drop it when he's much closer to home. Oh, one of the spear hits does come in, which means he's being a little bit greedy. Is he just going to bring it the whole way and sacrifice its ass? Bro, no, you're crazy. Why did that screen do that? Who cares? This is kind of nuts. He might end up losing both of these for that. It is going to be a big commitment. Even if he kills them, I mean, killing the dervish is the big thing. You're not denying the relics. The relics will get up eventually. But it is all about killing the dervish. Oh, no, it's not. B pulls out the villagers and then brings the dervishes inside with the relics. Makes no sense, but they do get out again. And then the villagers can go back inside and they drop them off at the monastery. And how many of those horsemen were dead? I don't know, but that is a really clean play. And I doubted B, and I would never doubt him again. Really nice. And now all of a sudden, there's a 33-8 military count in favor of Lucifron, but it is the Gulams which are pushing away the army of Lucifron. And getting 2 relics back when you still have your 1 sitting outside your base. Lucifron is still a ways away from Castle Age. Really nice here from B to make that castle transition with not having too much going on for yourself and making it nice and clean. Both on the gold, not losing anything, and then also getting back 2 relics with those dervish when your opponent has a full feudal army, which should be able to deny you the map. Now, B even turning to denying some of the pro scouting. Well, I guess he's pro scouting his there, which is a put looking to put some pressure on the map, I should say. These Gulams now coming through and chasing. +1 range defense is already in. +1 melee defense coming in now for B, which will make these do a lot better against the Horseman Spearman mass, which actually does have a good impact. That melee armor, melee damage can sometimes feel like not very impactful upgrades, but in situations like this where it's low damage but a lot of mass coming through, that melee armor gets the most value it's ever going to get. Horsemen split off and we might see the first villager killed. B does react very quickly, very nice, and sends those horsemen packing and picks one up for trouble too. Actually, Spring Order placement in there is just huge to be able to defend that wood line and that gold. In fact, that really shores things up for B back home, and very slowly, but it is happening, B is able to bring back this military deficit in terms of counts. And as Lucifron now ticks up into the Castle Age, he's actually going to be in a pretty good spot. As I assume, yes, Lucifron is going to go straight into those Lancers and get his Castle Age Archer upgrade as well. So we're going to see that Lancer Archer composition. The tried and true of many civilizations, but particularly China is very nice. And B sees it, sees the Castle Age comes in, knows that it's going to be Knights coming the other way, which means, or Lancers coming the other way, which means it's going to be Camel Lancers. And he's actually already got the first 2 on the field. It's a very nice play there from B. But honestly, the Camel Lancers, they do a good job, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're the hard counter to Lancers as they might feel. These Gulams also not particularly the most daring in this situation, as they die so quickly to even just a couple of Lancers, really. And that is actually a decent amount of loss. I mean, he couldn't have run them away, don't get me wrong. It's not like he was just wasting them. But they aren't going to get much for it. And yeah, there's only one poor Gulam, this young lad, which is alive to save the day. Is this a rally across the map? What was he on about? Maybe he was sitting on a scouting mission. But he is going to go down. And it is going to be the cavalry archer coming out from Lucifron. And as things settle down for B, it is going to be Camel Lancer Mass pretty much entirely at the moment. And then perhaps we get Desert Raiders in behind. No, it is going to be Archers in behind as the Veteran C and Steeled Arrow coming in to start with. And then we will see Camel Lancer Archer against Lancer Archer. So, yeah, pretty like straight up Age of Empires or Castle Age of Empires, I guess. Make your Knights and make your Archer. Ooh, Camel Lancers, though, they do take a lot of damage, actually. 210 HP, nothing to scoff at, don't get me wrong. 20 less than a Lancer. But not really having much luck. And 2 Knights just for a scouting mission is probably not what you want. And B, all of a sudden, losing the Gulams and, yeah, potentially about to lose a couple of Camel. Yep, both to go down, basically, simultaneously. Losing both of those and all the Gulams now means that the military count is very much in Lucifron's favor. The Horsemen and the Spearmen aren't going to have the greatest value. Of course, they don't need to be upgraded. But it still is a lot of light or a lot of lances and a decent amount of archers there behind. But Lucifron's still very much focusing on just spamming lances, not really respecting the camel lances very much at all. And so far, it seems to be like the right play. Still got some upgrades to get in as well, so maybe not too worried about the archers in this situation. Be a little bit risky now having to come all the way out to more food on the map to take those berries on the far side. Not opting, well, I gotta say not opting to go for the deer, as a lot of these deer are actually getting pro scouted away anyway. These ones, there's only 5 left. 2 of them did get yoinked. This has only got 1 left, or 2, I guess, dead carcasses there. 1 attempted to get pro scouted. Only a short distance, but the other ones did largely make their way home. Crossbows coming in now for the U-bid, which I think that's a sign of, I think, respect that the Lancers are going to be a problem. It's not easy enough to just go mass Camel Lancer here. Even though, I was going to say, even though Lucifron isn't making spares, but I take that back. He is going to start making that triple composition, which is going to be that Knight or Lancer, Archer, Spearman comp. Once he gets enough food to do so, I should say. I mean, he's got heaps of deer left still, doesn't he? These 2 have brought it in, not much. Did we drop it off here? No, do we have no deer left? I guess when you're yoinking the very far away deer, by the time they get back, they actually don't have much left in the tank anyway. And as a result, there's Lucifron's army is going for the map, but there's still Camel Lancer raids coming in. There's not a lot of damage B's been able to pick up, but it is still 4 eco kills, which makes things even across the board. Does that mean we got idle time? No, we don't have idle time there. It's just the difference in production time, is it? Let's not try to think about things when with this late in the day. But oh, Lucifron sees it or knows about it. But this has Springwood upgrade and fortifications on both, and it is going to be a second Springwood upgrade as well, and there's only 10 there. So I said it was a bit risky, but really, B knew what he's doing. He might lose a second one. Nice micro there to body block from Lucifron. But with all of these units, and even Spearman in here as well, there's a lot of Castle Age torch damage there. 17. The armor is 5, which you get from the fortification, and the units are going to come across. Ooh, nope. I thought there were going to be more kills there. I was wrong. Still just 5 on the board. I thought I saw more bodies going down, and I was wrong. These villagers come out to try to repair. These villagers come out to try to repair as the army comes through from B. Very nice timing there, and actually, the tower is going to survive. 1 Lancer sticks around. Is he going to get it? Oh my god, he switched targets onto the Gulam at the very last second, which means that villager is going to survive. The unit's going in, which is very risky here from Lucifron, actually, because he are still a lot of these Camel Lancers left. There are 2 Springwood emplacements here, and that villager does go down. Very valiant effort to get the repairs in, but actually, no, the crossbowmen, ooh, they're not microing anymore. The dervish are coming in for a little bit of healing. Probably won't make too much of a difference, and that's mostly because they are dead. And not only are they dead, Lucifron is dead. That was the last of his chance. 2-0. 2-0 for B. And yeah, definitely a sort of relatively even game there. Lucifron, look, you see you got the resources gathered advantage, the income advantage with the pro scouting. But once, you know, if we look at total resources count, like you see when it comes in and you get the industry wing, and then you just sort of spend it all. And then how does the military like count? This will be interesting with the Gulams as well. Lucifron is so much, even in Castle Age, he's got so much more, so much more, so much more. And then even with this dip being the throwing away of the Gulams, and then this dip was losing a few of the what do you call it? Camel Lancers. It just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. And then when it came to the end of it, B was able to take out everything. And then where's the villager count? Yeah, not even that bad, but I mean, oh, the count 60 killed to 30. Well played from B. I didn't think it was going to be looking that bad for Lucifron, honestly. I was wrong. Happy to admit it. Happy to admit it. But yeah, very well played from B in both games. Very well played. A lot of really like intricate micro and stuff there as well. Quick reactions, good decision making. Those crossbows did a great job once they came through. And then there wasn't like an archer count or anything. It was all fully on the lances from Lucifron to be able to make a difference, and it just wasn't really the case. Aeobids are elite or what? Hard to play. They're very, very strong civilization if you can get to Castle Age with them. But they've got all the tools to allow you to do that. And I've got a bunch of different like things up their sleeve too, whether it's like leaning into Desert Raiders or just Camel Lancers or even Manganiques or the Gulams or whatever. They've got plenty of tools. And these days their age ups are almost all good as well, like growth, industry, logistics, which is the Dervish one, military, the reinforcements with the Desert Raiders. Master Smiths actually saw a lot of play at Homestead Cup, which is kind of crazy, even if it didn't have that much success. And what's the other one that I'm forgetting? The one that got buffed, Advancement Wing, which got buffed so it's even cheaper to age up should you desire it. So yeah, pretty crazy actually. Okay, our next matchup, something of an old classic on not a classic map. It is going to be Lakeside, so my second time seeing it, but it was a fun time seeing it the first time. And it's going to be B on Holy Roman Empire, and it's going to be Lucifron on Mongols. Two pocket picks, I'd say. But I'm not sure if they're great picks. Let's have a look at what was picked. Lucifron B. HRE Order the Dragon. Okay, so B has a plan, right? He's got something that he wants. A minute delay on the observer, by the way. Observer delay before we get into the game. So he wants it either HRE or Order the Dragon. And actually, Order the Dragon is the one that gets sniped out. Lucifron doesn't want to play against that. And then Mongols, Knights Templar. And Knights Templar are the one that gets told to send it packing. Interesting one. I don't know if Mongols is any good on this map. I don't even want to try to predict what's going on with Lakeside. And if you're not familiar with the map, I'll have another look around once we get in, because it's weird. It's not like other hybrid maps, okay? It's different. It's pick me. I'm going to predict B's on the left. It's a very pick me map. Oh my gosh. It's 9:30. If this game goes to 5 games, Grace is going to kill me. Okay, we're in. No, we're not. Yes, we are. And B is on the left. Okay, are we going across? Okay, we are going to go barracks off the bat. All right. Let's get into game 3 of this best of 5 between the Homestead Cup finalists. In that game, it was B, in that series, it was B taking it all out for the trophy, his first ST tournament. But his rival Lucifron is back for vengeance in the group stages of the EGC Classic. Now, Elite Classic? What's it called? Doesn't matter. Because on the left, on Lakeside, we have in the green, on the HRE, spawning, here is B. And on the south side of the map, in his beloved color yellow, on the Mongols, it is Lucifron. Alright, let's see what's going on, because a lot happens really quick. Uvu, start. We'll see if this turns into a dock or if this turns into a barracks. We also need to see if Lucifron is going to scout B side of the base or not, but it is going to be the barracks opener. Now, barracks opener is great if Lucifron goes for a dock. He went for a dock. Okay. So, assuming you can walk around here. Oh, can you not walk around here? Oh. You have to go around? Okay, I was going to tell you about the map, but it turns out I'm learning about the map all the same. Okay, so B, he knows he can't go through there, right? He's learning now. He's running home. He's giving up. He's still making a third spearman. Okay, we'll talk about the map in a second, guys. I promise. I'm not lying. I just need to understand what's going on. Okay. What do you do with these? You at least go for the Uvu? No? We're just hanging out? He's still on wood. You're going to go for a dock, right? We're going to tower. No? We're going to make a dock here? No, this doesn't make sense. B, what are we doing? Why? Why? Why here and not here for the deep sea fish? Okay. Calf, see you later, mate. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it as always. Go have your vacation. Alright. Alright. Okay. This map is weird because it's a hybrid map, but what I mean by like, it's not like other hybrid maps, is that there's only one deep sea fish, and you have 3 shoreline, and oftentimes you have to delete one of them by putting down the dock anyway. Which, yes, Lucifron has had to do. So only 2 shoreline fish and 1 deep water fish. If you win water, and you can maybe get a dock on the other side, then you can take a second deep water fish, which is what we saw Beasty do in a previous game. On this shoreline, there are 2 shoreline fish, and that's it. Really, really not that much. And actually, now it's starting to make sense. I was very confused about what the heck B was doing, and so why he would make this here. It all makes sense. This man is so much smarter than I am, and this is why he's not only the Homestead Cup S-Tier Tournament champion, but he is winning this series 2-0, as he is pitting these bad boys in the ship, and we're going to go knock on the door of poor old Lucifron. Now, like I said, it's kind of like plays out a little bit of like this counters that, this counters that. Rock, paper, scissors, if you will, with these sort of openings. Dark Age Barracks tends to do very well against a dock opening. If you commit enough, which is usually like 4 to 5 spearmen, then you can burn the dock before Feudal Age ticks in, and they're able to get a archer ship, or any ship really, out in time to stop you from doing so. Whether this is still in time or not, I guess TBD, we'll find out together. So, yeah, he's going to rush up this age up with 9 as fast as he can, but he's still going to need a lot of wood. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to leave a couple on food here. Get enough on wood to produce that archer ship once it comes in. 150 for that light junk. Actually, one of these spearmen getting pulled away is quite a big deal. I'm not sure this is going to go down in time. I think Lucifron's going to get this up. And it's going to be a big deal because, yeah, he rushed us up with 2 vills, so the idle time plus coming out. Still, they get the shoreline fish, so it's not all wasted. But B is, actually, no, he's got a lot on gold here, so he's going to be okay to get, yeah, pretty good age up timing in his own right. But yeah, he's going to get their stones in really quick. See you, Steve, mate. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out, mate. This is going to come up pretty quick. That junk. So Deer Stones is going to finish. 150 wood in the bank. It's a very, very well done from Lucifron. From a macro perspective, the junk gets queued up. Now, if B does get this burning, that's something, but I think I'm not sure he's even going to be able to get that done. Because if he does get a burning, it still means that there has to be a villager that comes across, which is going to be tough to do. But I think he might have this coming out now. Yeah, it's such a long way to go, actually. So this is pretty bad start for B, I think. And I had no idea. I don't know if this is always the case that, yeah, very nice there from Lucifron, that your TC precludes you from getting through. I think it does, right? Because it's very obvious on this side. And it is the case on this side as well. Although it is a Mongol TC, I should say, isn't it? It's not a Golden Horde TC. So he could have put this down in a position which didn't cover it. But fortunately, chose to go here, not here. Oh, that's so smart. I didn't even see that. Okay, so Lucifron, if you're playing a normal map you would have put your TC here, big woodline in gold, or here, big woodline in stone. 100,000,000%. He puts it here, next to this woodline, not even adjacent this gold, so it blocks this position. Oh my gosh. Bro, either it's like just so late and I can't think more than one step ahead, or these players are actually geniuses. Really, really nice. I mean, it's probably a lot to do with the practice, and they've played this map a bunch of times, and they've seen it before, they know what they're doing. But that's still super clever. And it's just literally like one tile in it, right? Yeah, like it's really, really close. Okay, so now that B's and Feudal as well, they're contesting the water. Transport ship here, just trying to hide. Demo ship coming out. Ooh, 2 villagers are going to go down. Nope, misses. Doesn't quite get the last villager. Demo ship just hanging out. Luckily, for Lucifron, there is no archer ship on the field yet for B to deny that. But there's no archer ship here for Lucifron. He has one. Where is it? Oh, it's over here, of course. Trying to deny this villager, which now Lucifron has to pull the archer ship to deal with the demo, which means B is going to get that dock up, which is a nice little bit of something. This won't kill it, I think, with just 40 health gone, and now it's healing. It definitely won't kill it. But still, if they can time it, yep. Next 2 shots, yes, they do get it. Very well done. Lovely micro from Lucifron there. If you don't time that well enough, you'll have a little bit of health left from the healing. And then it can be a little bit difficult to kill it, especially wait, she's got no fishing ships here to do any repair. Oh, nice split off. This one will go down, but he's going to survive with 1 war junk anyway, and the light junk is alive as well. Although this dock, of course, did get up, which means that's double military ship production, and it is only fishing now for Lucifron. 3 fishing ships on the field. This one is going to come out. The junk doing its best. Not doing a great job, but this won't die on this health. 418. Yep, it is going to survive with 23, which means it could just go home and recoup its losses. 2 docks apiece now on either side. And it does look like Lucifron is having a good shout on water. And you can see him going into Keshiks now too. The first 2 Keshiks are on the field, which are going to be coming across, which could be a bit of a problem at the front of the base there as well. Although there are still just a single spearman, 1 18 HP spearman. Yeah, which is could be a little bit dangerous actually for B, who has 1,000 food in the bank and 12 on gold. Definitely looking for Castlage here, but if he doesn't make any units, he might be in trouble to even just a couple of Keshiks. 4 on the field and more in the queue. I'm assuming that's going to be double production as well, as there's plenty of stone in the bank. Here they are coming through. First one comes in. Big. I mean, you can just kill that. Yep, absolutely. Get that little bit of health too. The woodline is now free. It's 3 total eco kills. That includes on water. Trying to keep an eye on water as well, by the way, as Lucifron uses the distraction to dive in. The light junk does go down, which means there is no light junks at all for Lucifron. And these demo ships are coming in. This one is going to go down, no doubt about it. This one will go very low, but will be able to get back and survive. It's just a galley on the other side. 6 now have been killed as the TC fires away, and a lot of idle time there on the land eco from B as well. So very nice again from Lucifron. And B getting a little bit run around. This is kind of the power of Mongols, trying to play these 2 fronts. And of course, with the heavy cavalry, it's makes it even harder to deal with. Losing those spearmen is really bad. Definitely needs a bunch of those to be able to deal with the Keshiks, and especially when there's more coming. It was double production. The 5th and 6th ones are on the field. One does die. Another one might die here as well. But it's still plenty of damage and plenty of idle time. Oh, the Khan goes down. But not a bad place to be for Lucifron at this stage. And getting into the back where the gold was as well. Couldn't get on the gold in the front. Still really wants that Castle HB. And does actually technically get just enough gold to go up. But that's not going to be enough food either. Having to go on the berries for that. No fishing again. So it's going to be the case that everything kind of not going B's way on this one after that start. Not being able to get the dock. Valiant effort to use the transport ship, but yeah, not ideal. Nice micro there to pull away 1 Keshik. And oh no, it is going to pull away this. No, good job from B to read it quickly. Other Keshiks coming in on the front. 11 kills now. Most of these are on land actually. And yeah, GG call, easy peasy. It wasn't going to happen for B. I think you knew already from the start that Dark Age that it was always going to be an uphill battle, and Lucifron brings it back to make the series 2-1. Can't blame the plan there from B, but I think with the way that those TCs work, he was kind of gambling as to whether it was going to be able to get there in time to deal with that dock with the Dark Age spears, and it just wasn't going to be the case. I'm sure he'd want to have that one back. But alas, not going to have that one back. We're going to have to try again going into game number 4, which is fucking great for us. Less great for B. Okay, let's go see what they're up to and then go have a look at the draft. Anatan bit Kiljadi? Oh man, I love Anatans, but I really want to see Kiljadi get some wins, man. Where does that pick Kiljadi on the in his group? 1-2. Who did Kiljadi beat? Gully, yeah, nice. 3-1 against Wham. 3-0 lost to Marine Lord, and 3-2. Oh, went to 5 as well. Bugger. That's a good showing from Kiljadi. He'll be pissed to not have made that one count. That would be huge for his chances of qualifying. Alright, let's go have a look at the draft here. B is in, B and Lucifron, sorry. Hillendale is going to be the map, and it's going to be Macedonian for B and Lancaster for Lucifron. Alright, we're doing crazy shit here. What do they pick? B picked Macedonian and Jushi, and Jushi on Hillendale was banned? And in House of Lancaster, Golden Horde and Golden Horde was banned. Okay, I understand that one. Why on Hillendale would Jushi be a problem? Isn't it a weaker map for them? Maybe they're a lot stronger than I think. I sort of see them as this like big feudal all-in civ. But maybe they've got a lot more going on than I understand. Okay, 2 minutes. And then we jump in. What is left on the draft? Not this one. Oh, what's the last map, actually? We had Lipany, right? Borderland, Lakeside. Wait, have we had Borderland? It's one of those. It's either Lipany or Borderland. I think we had Lipany, didn't we? Or was that last set? Okay, so what have we had? We've had HRE, which is a loss. Order of the Dragon, not yet. The Ubid was a win. Jeanne d'Arc, not yet. Jushi now been picked. No, not picked. Macedonian picked. Biz was somehow a loss. China lost against the Ubid. Golden Horde now... Nope. House Lancaster now in. Mongols won. KT get played? Dude, I'm having an absolute... How many games we had? 1, 2... Yeah, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And Ottoman, French, Mali were banned across the board. Interesting ones. Ottoman and Mali make... and I think French are just being so good. But the other ones we've seen banned are... Biz, China, and Macedonian. No one's quite at the... Oh, Enjushi actually has seen banned as well. No one's quite willing to ban like Golden Horde. That seems to kind of be like the cutoff for civilizations. All right, let's go have a look. It's 2-1, yeah? So let's change this one. Who's the best player in your opinion? I think realistically, even after Homestead Cup performance, not quite going his way, I think Marine Lord is still the best player. I think Beasty is probably, with how he's been playing these last 2 days, I think there's always a toss-up as to whether he's in that sort of top 2 conversation or whether he's maybe, you know, sort of top 4. But I would put him probably second from watching him. And he's just so consistent too. I'm not going to count him out. And then from then, I think it's a little bit more of a toss-up. I think all of Puppy, Wham, Vortix, Lucifron B are really fantastic. Which is such a good place for the game to be, man. Yeah, Beast 2-1 up. Perfect. Okay, game 4 of the series. This is a best of 5. We are coming in on Hill and Dale in the green on the top left of our screens. On Macedonian Dynasty, it is 3DB. And on the bottom right in the yellow, House of Lancaster, of all things, it is Lucifron. Very nice. Okay, so Macedonian dynasty was allowed through, and Jushi was banned, which I thought was quite interesting in this one. And for House of Lancaster, it was the oh, I have to alt tab because it's going to do my head in. Golden Horde, which was banned out, which does make sense to me. So House of Lancaster is an interesting one because we've seen people give it some love. Actually, Lucifron was the one that played last time, right? And he went 2TC and he lost to MSN with a really strong Chinese push. He just couldn't secure gold, really. And MSN was able to do enough damage to just, yeah, put him on his ass, really. In this case, we'll be interested to see if he goes for the same thing, 2TC, and whether there's multiple manas. It kind of depends on spawn as to whether you go for that 1 or 2 manas with the build. Macedonian Dynasty is an interesting one because, and some people swear this is completely OP, but it's a fast imp strat, which relies on you getting your Golden Horn Tower up on a big gold or a big stone, maybe in this case both, and just mining up as much as you can, trading to get your imp age, and then just using all of that silver to produce cataphracts. Out of the, is it Palatine School? Whatever, or foreign something company? Whatever the landmark is that produces the cataphracts. Which I have had some top players say is actually OP, and it's not just a meme. I've not heard a pro player say that, but we'll see if that is something that maybe B can make work here, or whether it's just going to be your normal straight up and down Age of Empires 4 Macedonian Castle Age into a bunch of Radari that is also incredibly strong. Pick your poison when it comes to Macedonian. And a big reason why they're still seen as so strong, even though they've probably got, was it three nerfs in a row? Did Lucifron go and get all his sheep? He's got 17 to 15 here. Just want to quickly look at his vision. Lucifron has not left his base to scout. Remember, a lot of the changes for maps, and especially this is EGC Hellendale, is one of the big changes is putting the sheep around your TC so that you don't need to go out to get a lot of sheep initially. There are still going to be some neutral sheep on the map, but just a handful. And in this case, Lucifron values those not, and instead values pushing in the early deer. And like I say, he's literally not left his base. He doesn't even know what the outskirts of his own base look like. Whereas for B, he has gone and checked half one side of the map. We're so close to the end of the day. I'm on Struggle Street, but I'm having a blast. Hippodrome coming up. Interestingly, it's still 17 sheep apiece, but that is because Lancaster get an extra 3 out of their TC. Is it 3 or is it more than that? Is it 4? I'm not sure, but that's where the extra ones come from for Lancaster, even though he hasn't scouted. And these extra ones on the map will probably make up that difference, which is a little bit of a catch-22, or maybe that's the wrong word, because it's always going to be good and bad for you as Lancaster, because you want more sheep because you gather them more quickly, so they are more efficient food source. So if you can get a higher sheep count that you might otherwise would by not scouting, it kind of feels a bit crap. But by pushing and taking this time to push in the deer, you already have plenty of sheep, and then the deer are even higher gather rate food source than sheep. So whether this is worth or not, I'm not sure, but I think particularly when you factor in mana, and this probably meaning he only has to go 1 mana, right? So he can go 2 TC 1 mana. This is actually potentially a lot more impactful than if you had the sheep. But then the sheep would also be under the TC as well. So maybe the math works out. Probably does. I trust Lucifron more than I would ever trust my own analysis. Alright, it's enough talking about deer. Out of Lucifron, or out of B, excuse me, I think the biggest call is going to be whether he's going to go up to castle quickly or wants to put on a little bit of aggression, particularly as it is going to be that second TC coming out from Lucifron. And we do see the scout is there to confirm that. It's not going to be huge mana spam like Lancaster once pulled out as a party trick. It is very much going to be that second TC. Deer getting gathered up normally from B at the front there, and actually pretty nice and cozy there too. The second TC is going to go at the front, so not making the same mistake that he made last time. Well, maybe him making a mistake is a bit unfair. I don't think he could actually have secured up that TC at the front in that MSN game. But in this one, he definitely can. We're just going to have that gold nice and secured, along with the Abbey Kings at the front with the healing as well. Means it is going to be a bit of a better situation for the man. And if Lucifron wants to then secure himself up, 2TC White Tower, it's like he's playing English. But arguably a better version, or a version that's maybe got a little bit more going on for themselves. I'm not so sure, but we'll see what is able to come out from the man. Just horsemen so far, but actually Bogmadere coming out now of the... Is it just one? Yeah, one Varangian stronghold. Still plenty on wood here, and just the one on... No, it's going to be 3 on gold. The Varangian Arsenal coming in now. So it is going to be a decent amount of feudal age commitment, which I'm a little bit surprised to see from B. I thought this might have been the gap he needed to go fast imp, but maybe not valuing it as highly as some others may. But I thought maybe the fast imp would have been on the cards. It's good on this map, and also I think, yeah, if you get allowed the time, that's when you can pull it out. But maybe not seen as the legitimate strategy that it is on the ladder. But it's not going to be fast anything from B. It's going to be the fast castle from Lucifron, though. Plenty on gold at the front. Wanting to secure himself up as best he can. So he's only horseman, so he's going to make that wall at the front. But Bogmadere are going to come along as well. Or at least 3 of them, wherever they are, coming across the map now. Let's try to put some of that pressure on this gold mine, and see if he can delay some of that coming out of Lucifron. There's still plenty of time before he does potentially click that age up button, and there's still plenty of time therefore for B to get stuff done. And he's gone for a full committal, man. I'm kind of surprised to see this. You don't see it often against 2TCs out of like English, for example, with their sort of king equivalent. And this is very much the same thing from a defensive standpoint. So this could definitely backfire for B, but Macedonian do have a very strong feudal age army, especially when you factor in the extra reinforcements, the extra silver upgrades, the reinforcements from the Varangian war camp, extra silver upgrades, and of course a lot of potential production. And the Karasaphons have that extra distance, which is, they make them expensive, but they do kind of make them good rams in this situation for dealing with potential villages which are trying to burn them down or destroy them, as opposed to units. Although the Lords of Lancaster, they are coming right at the front, straight off the bat. Horsemen trying to get some damage down on them, but again, if they don't kill them, they're going to be able to heal back up. The White Tower is coming up now with every single villager under the sun is going to be trying to get that. Yes, horsemen are diving in, but there's actually not that many. Bogmadere in there now as well, just ignoring the Lords. Just want to get as many villager kills as possible. 1 is how many we've got so far. The Karasaphon is at the front, which can reach even through the wall onto the TC, which is a nice little touch. Would not be possible with the Rams, but not a lot really seems possible here. 2 villagers go down, 4 villagers now going down into these horsemen. 5 is the count. The Lord does go down. These horsemen are actually staying alive pretty well. Lucifron prioritizing getting this up rather than having villagers in the TC. 1 Lord is still there surviving. All the villagers come out, but they are taking a lot of fire damage actually, but it does go down. And the White Tower does come up, and B does have to walk away. 10 villages is actually a hell of a lot. But the Castle Age does come in. Is B going to double down here? I feel like he almost has to double down and try to make something happen, at least on the second TC. But he's going to have a big military advantage, yes, as he's getting a +1 ranged attack. But Earl's Guard and Lords of Lancaster, is there any... Oh, stables are going to come in, and there's going to be knights coming out. Which are going to put, yeah, basically a damper on everything that B has. He's got a very short timing window here to be able to get anything done. And yeah, Lucifron straight back out to get as much gold under the belt as possible. And every single bit of gold he can get there can turn directly into knights. 100 gold a night. He's already got 1 in the queue. Yeah, force drop off there to get another 1 in the queue. And that's already maybe enough, combined with the Lord of Lancaster and the TC White Tower and Abbey of Kings healing. It's going to be a tough one for B to break, but he is committing. We might end up at a game 5 sooner rather than later, which I think on a Helen Dower you'd love to see not too long games, to be honest with you. The Karasifan is in. It's going to do good damage there against the TC from afar as well, and there's not really an ability for Lucifron to just dive in on that. The extra torch damage in from the Hippodrome Scout is really nice as well, which means those horsemen are going to do a little bit more. But the Lord's tanky, the Earl's Guard are tanky, and of course the Knights are very tanky. And there's not really a hell of a lot that B has to do damage to these units. Earl's Guard just standing and fighting, but the villagers now are going to turn and shoot at the horsemen. The Knights are still alive. Yes, the hero of the fight, the Hippodrome Radari, he has been nerfed, but he is still incredibly powerful as a Castle Age Knight, that Radari. He does so much damage against these Knights. If he can stay alive, it is going to be a big difference maker for him. And actually, look at this, Knights dying, the biggest difference. It's so much of a difference between this going well and this going wrong, is that Radari coming out. These Knights literally could have cleaned up everything out of B's army, but instead this one Hippodrome Radari, which has 29 plus 2 attack, it's 24. What the fuck? Why does it do so much? And 260 HP. Why does it do so much? This does 24. This is 29 plus 2. And that plus 2 is from the Hippodrome Champion, not from anything else. So this little horseman gives plus 2 to the nearby Cav. 31 damage? No extra upgrades? This guy does 24. What the frick? That's crazy. Lucifron no longer on the goal, not trying to sneak up anymore. This could be a good time to go get that, buddy. But I guess not prioritizing that. So looking to go into what else? What are you looking to go next then, Lucifron? I trust this is a conscious decision. I just don't understand it on the face of it. Not to be getting this gold when you've got time. B backing up 600 gold in the bank, by the way. Nothing to spend on himself. He's going to look to defend himself. I'm worried about the Knights being able to go get out and raid him now that there's a bit of a lull in the aggression. Lucifron up to 50 workers on the 49, even though he has lost 11. And the armies go home, and B is just going to age up. He moved everything across to food. Farms around the base. Okay, not believing in the aggression. Okay, now Lucifron does go out to gold. Does see this back up. Is going to go into farms himself. Just as to get it underneath the mana. But he's going to pick up the berries as well. And now all of that, we have all this all-out aggression. And then we just fall back. Take it easy. And then see what happens next. I'm a bit surprised by that, to be honest. I thought there was going to be a genuine all-in from B. And it might be a bit of trouble in the other direction. The Hippodrome Radari does still make a huge difference, though. And the plus 2 damage can't be understated either. As it's not going to die. There's nothing here that actually does damage against the heavy of the Hippodrome. One Lord of Lancaster goes down. The Spearmen as well are going to deal with the Knights, even though they are Feudal Age Spearmen. Another Lord goes down. The Hippodrome Radari is getting low. Is he going to focus it? No, there still are Spearmen here, actually. And oh, maybe he's going to kill the Hippodrome Radari. He does, which makes a huge difference. Hello? B bringing 14 villages from constructing the wall? Is that it? Really feeling like it's this or it's all over. Market is going to come in as well. This is wild from B. And then 3 villages going down. The Knights are able to run pretty much rampant. It's just the plus 1 damage feudal archers which are returning the damage. Lords go down. That's going to see the last of the front line gone. Knights are going to be able to run around. That is going to be blocked off. 1 spearman chasing them. The Golden Horn is going to come down in the front. Okay, so that's what the villages at the front were for. They just needed a little bit of breathing room. Now, if Lucifron denies this, it's all over. Or if he kills most of these villages, it's all over. There's not very much there for B. He's got 5 Atgemada. But actually looks to be pushing things away a little bit. There's 9 Lancers on the field. I guess there's 3 weak ones in the base there. But where are the rest of them? They are slowly coming out. They can't be raiding or doing anything else. And it looks like this is going to go up largely untouched, which is a huge win for B to not only be able to secure the Golden Horn Tower, but also this big gold which Lucifron is going to have to go out onto his next gold sooner rather than later. We only have 1,200 left on that gold mine. 3 archery ranges coming in, so it's going to be the crossbowman switch. I mean, this is respect of the Castle Age Radari, which will be coming in, which understandable. And actually, maybe even yeomen to start with against these spearmen. And it does get up, and nothing lost. No, it is going to be crossbowman off the jump. A little bit, honestly, like worrisome here for Lucifron not be able to turn that into more, but he's got such an eco lead. He does still have the 2 TC ticking about. Did you see this? Maybe not. Maybe the vision wasn't quite there on the Lancers, Knights rather. And they are going to get taken care of. Monastery coming out now. I think Lucifron, let's go switch across to Relics. Oh, I thought he picked one up already, but no, he's going out to pick them up, I guess. Is this a... Nope, that's not a monk. That's not a monk. He's got a monk that lives. Where's it going? Oh, going down the guts. Not sure about this one. No, he does bring it back. Not quite believing in himself. Doesn't have the grace of God to quite walk under the whole Macedonian army. But yeah, some knights positioned out here to try to deny these relics. And there is still a decent military bunch from both players. But I think Lucifron with the crossbowmen and the knights is going to be a bit scary against these weaker units until the Radari come onto the field. But crossbowmen... Oh no, this is the Golden Horn Tower crossbowmen, of course, which is going to be coming out. Otherwise, just spearmen, actually. From B until he has the money, I guess, to produce some Radari. Or perhaps maybe not looking to go into them at all. Actually, Lucifron does a great job. He does pick this up, man. He does pick this up. Which is very nice under the nose of B's army. Which is really nice. And it's just going to be the Battle of the Relics to start with. I can't believe how, like, settled this game got after what was such a hectic, I thought, all-in. I kept calling it an all-in, but I guess B has turned it around in a way. It's not quite all-in, but is very much still behind in this situation. But it's hard to ever count Macedonian out when they're always going to have such strong military. Still kind of want to see if he's going to sneak an Imperial Age or something, but that might be wishful thinking at this point. Treb coming out, so actually does want to deal with the Golden Horn Tower. I mean, if you can deny the gold, you can absolutely potentially push that through to just straight up winning. Taking this position knows, okay, B knows 100% that this is the case, that the gold in the base has run out. This is the only gold that Lucifron is going to be able to get onto. Let's switch back and see the villager kills here as they are going up quite quickly. 12 to 4 now. The crossbowmen are getting dealt with a little bit by the Bog Madeira, but they are just feudal age, don't forget. Crossbowmen in the mix as well, but they do come through free, which is nice. Now, Radari Champion coming back on the field. We are going to see a little bit of a raid in the back. Ooh, 3 knights in there. It's very nice from Lucifron. Very nice from Lucifron there. And actually cleaning all of this up quite comfortably. It is just... Yeah, okay. Never mind. I was going to say, it is just feudal age spearmen and archers. It looks like a lot more than it was. And yeah, no Radari managed to come on the field. Couldn't even get the champion Radari back. And it is going to be GG. The power of the House of Lancaster. Never doubted it. Never doubted it. I thought they were going to win from the very start. I said it. Rolled the tape. Patrick, what's up, brother? How you doing? Ooh la la, we go to game 5. My first game 5 of the day, and unfortunately, it's probably the one game 5 that I didn't want to see going into 10 o'clock. I'm going to be right back because I need to go talk to Grace because I was definitely supposed to be finished by now. But I'll go see what she's up to. Just give me uno momento, but before we do that, we'll see what game 5 is, and that way you can get hyped. And we'll be on a observer delay anyway, so you're not missing anything yet. I will be right back. JD Golden Horde. All right, one more game. One more game. Emerson! Or don't make me get my Arsenal shit out right now. Dude, MSN, I missed your first couple series, but then I made sure that I was going to be able to cast the next ones. I want to go back and watch your set against B. I was also very unprofessional with casting your set. I made sure to say at the start of every game that I was very biased in your favor. And I had 20-second observer delay. Okay. I had no problem being biased. Alright, let's get the fuck into it. I need to go to bed. One more game. One more game. Let's do it. Alrighty. 2-2. Game 5. Decider. It's basically Game 7 of Homestead Cup Finals. Brought to you again here on EGC. What? I keep forgetting what the freaking name of the thing is. Because the Elite Classic? That's right. The Elite Classic 4? It's such a long day for me, man. I'm not cut out for this. Ooh, I forgot the rally point. Okay, anyway. B. It is in the green on Jeanne d'Arc. On the right-hand side of the map, it is 3DB, who's playing great, by the way. And on the left-hand side of the map, in the Golden Horde, a Civ which he rates very, very highly. In the color yellow, it is Lucifron. Heck yeah, brother. Let's go. Game 5. I'm super excited. I would be so much more excited if I wasn't so tired and it wasn't so late and I need to go to bed. But nothing is going to stop me from watching a Game 5 between these two players. I had the pleasure of meeting both of these guys, and they're both so, so lovely. B with his family was amazing. B, even though he's like Russian and like doesn't, you know, speak a lot of English. Well, his English is pretty good, but like, obviously not a first language. He still grew up listening to the same like emo music from like the 2000s that I did. So it was fucking amazing. Like listening to him like do karaoke and all these songs and shit, which is like fucking Evanescence and like Linkin Park and shit. Amazing. Love that guy. So cute, so wholesome. To see him with his family there as well. And Lucifron, just a really, really, really nice guy. Super friendly, welcoming, happy to talk to anybody about anything. Just sort of happy to be there. It's always nice to be around really positive people, you know? Lovely, lovely guy. Alright. But no love lost on the battlefield, especially when you already played one final against each other. So what were the... I know I literally just looked at it, but what were the snipes? Delhi sniped away from Lucifron in favor of Golden Horde. That's crazy. And then Jushi sniped away of Bees in favor of Jeanne d'Arc. What is it about Delhi that's so scary? I guess Borderlands is a good map for them, but that seems pretty wild. Golden Horde, I guess, is not a pro scouting civilization. Jeanne d'Arc, I guess time will tell to see whether that is or not. But I think JD's been getting a lot of love recently. Having success too, but I still don't really... I play a lot of JD and I still don't really get it. But it's kind of just like, even if it's looked at as a budget French is so good, a budget version is still really, really powerful. And Golden Horde is a civ which has received like a good handful of nerfs back to back to back. And each time, even the first time, I was like, oh, this might be enough to kind of like knock them off their pedestal. And I was wrong. And I was wrong the second time. And I was wrong this most recent time, as they still have been having a hell of a lot of success. Really, really powerful civilization. And one of the greatest sort of linear scaling, but really strong scaling civilizations that can do a great job at punishing fast castles, punishing 2TCs, and just really still ramping up and having a huge, really strong army. Even with all the nerfs to all of the aspects of the civ, basically. Torgood being the last recipients, as well as the stockyard price, but still super, super strong. And we've seen them have, yeah, a lot of success. Even with all that. Okay, 4 up on the School of Cavalry. So basically the very, very fast age up. And into fast knights out here for B. Golden Horde, I don't think I've seen do anything different so far this weekend. It's all been maybe a couple of vills split different, but it's all Khan and Torgood. It's all trying to go and set up a onto the deer, get the second Uvu, set up on the deer, get your production going, later add your fortified outpost, make a bunch of units, and eventually get Castle Age behind it. Or with a huge feudal age army, get a lot of damage on your opponent who's trying to sneak a good Castle Age timing, or even a 2TC timing if that's their poison of choice. Wheelbarrow coming through for Golden Horde, specialized pick coming in for Jeanne d'Arc, and the first knight is out and on its way. The Khan will be replying soon. Ooh, why are we coming back? Okay, nope, we're not. We're going across the map. The Scouting Falcon comes in for Lucifron, who is going to see... Well, it doesn't actually see the goals, so it doesn't see how many are on there, but there's not really too much to see from a Jeanne d'Arc at this point anyway. There's no second production building, there's no archery range or anything like that coming in straight away, so it is going to be just the fear of the knights. But of course, with Jeanne d'Arc, you get the Khan out right away and the Torgoods to follow. So it's kind of just, you know, a little bit of battle of the cavalry and whether there's any damage that can get done. First decision that comes through is it is going to be the Hunter Jeanne d'Arc, the ranged version, as 8 villagers get pulled to go onto the boar. We're going to go all the way south. We did get wheelbarrow. This is a little bit risky. There are no knights here. The Khan sees it. He shoots him. He says hello. Dives in. Doesn't see the villagers there, actually. There's no scout. Where's the scout? On this side. So no. Unless the Khan sees the villagers, he's not actually going to know he's going out to boar yet. And seeing JD go down to boar might just be thinking he's going there for experience. Maybe not sending the whole squad. And not just sending 5. No, sending 8. Interestingly enough. Kind of surprised not to send 10. And just put up 2 towers and take the deer as well. But I guess it's not really that big of a deal. The knights now do come back to secure things up. Yeah, it does pull the boar into the deer. Very nice. And we'll get a nice pickup here. Yeah, Jeanne d'Arc can solo that nice and easy. Now, Lucifron will be able to see it through the fog of war that both the deer and the boar are dying. So the deer dying should be a little bit of a tip. Ooh, Khan and Torgood's coming in. They don't do a lot of damage, but they still do enough to force you off gold. More vision coming through. Again, seeing nothing because there's nothing to see. But actually, no, he sees the villagers. He sees only 10 villagers on food. So he knows he must be somewhere. He knows he can't just... He's not going to be in berries. And there's only 10 villagers there. They're going to be somewhere. Is he going to be in the back? Or is he going to be down on the boar? I think Lucifron, you know, unless he's tired or, you know, sort of not on his game, is going to know... Ooh, a little poke in there. Is going to know something's up. That there are villagers that aren't in the base. And denying gold is enough to feel like a win here for him as well. This is actually something that, does he miss him? Denied Lucifron's gold in a couple of games, which really were the kind of like the big sucker punch to Lucifron's demise in those games. So definitely no stranger to the damage that losing out on your gold can deal you, especially as that French or French variant civilization. Knights coming in now, 4 knights just in the field, and it's a lot of Torgood. And his spears are the follow-up, still sitting at home, waiting to be revealed or find something to commit to. Actually has gone into a stockyard already, so not wanting to go onto the map for deer at all. Where is the fortified outpost in? No, anyway, nowhere. It's just going to be at the gold when it does finally get made. But for now, happy enough to just have the production up and running. And it is just the knights on the field. We don't see any more production. Outpost coming up. No, it is second stable. Okay. Do we have anything consecrated? Actually, it's consecrating the TC ahead of the stables. Or the School of Cavalry. So I guess not even thinking really that there's going to be non-stop knight production. Because it is better on the School of Cavalry if you are non-stop producing knights. But it's not bad on this. It's just 13 as opposed to what's 140 minus 25%? I have no idea. We can look when we see it. Torgood coming in again. Oh, Keshiks are the play for Lucifron. I always find it interesting. Ooh, Torgood do so little damage, man. Keshiks would have killed that. On the flip side, Knights, they do a lot more damage with their charge. That's one going down. Oh, two more charges come through, which means a nice, easy, quick kills. Quick 3 kills. The spears kill the scalp, but that is, mate, it's not the order of operations you want. 4 do go down. In the meanwhile, the Torgoods dive. But yeah, you see the difference in the damage, man. Lucifron sending it in is going to get 1. Yep, dies in the middle of the TC. So 3 to 4 split there. The spearmen do come out, but B does a good job to micro those away. Torgood fighting the spearmen at the front to micro those away. Very, very nice from both players, to be honest with you. 3-4 split on the eco, but a nice little... It's JD just hiding in the corner. Oh, nice little pickup. Coming around from the trees. Robin Hood, baby. Picks them up. Absolute sniper. Good job, Jean. Completely untouched on these deer and boar, by the way, which is a really nice position for B to be in. Food-wise, he's just, with so few villages, he's getting so much out of it, which means he's happy to put all those extra villages onto gold, which feels really nice as Jean d'Arc or French, just for your night production, especially if you are making them out of double stables. But he sees all of the spearmen now. There's a hell of a lot. JD obviously does a great job at picking off individuals, but it's not everything. And okay, we do see it is the switch. We already had 1 archery range. A 3rd stables was already up, and a 2nd archery range is now going to come in. No blacksmith? 3 stables, but no blacksmith? Okay, B's crazy. But I think he will get 1 at some point. Is he going to add more to wood? There's only 7. He's rallying wood. Okay. I don't think he's going to go blacksmith anytime soon. Unless these guys are... No, they're off gold. And they're going into food. Okay. I don't know anything about macro. It's huge army, though, for Golden Horde. And this is where things get in trouble. Because basically B, he's got to be able to fight it. So he needs a lot of archers to be able to fight it. He can't go castle. And if you try to go castle when a Golden Horde is already ramping up, they just literally fucking A-move your base and kill you with the extra Karash armor. And obviously all the heavy cav makes a huge, huge difference. And a lot of torch damage in there as well. Something of an advantage where you go when you go spear cav like you do up against these knight civilizations. Ooh, little posturing there from B, but no, he's taking care of his army. He's not flustered, not concerned at all. No chivalry yet either, which is an interesting one. It's not that expensive. But he moved a lot of his villages off gold. So wasn't prioritizing it at all. I get so scared every time he charges. And obviously his food eco is still sitting pretty. As he has the boar is almost done, but all the deer there as well. Do we got 5 archers coming in now. Did we get a blacksmith yet? No. Is there armor coming in? No. No blacksmith for either player. Do you have a blacksmith? We do have blacksmith. Okay. Ranged and attack. Cool. Okay, so the upgrades do come out. I was going to say, am I losing my mind? Blacksmith's so good. Oh, huge charge there. That's really nice for B, actually. Picking up Torgood damage. And there's Keshiks in the mix as well, not to be forgotten. But this makes, even though the military count is obviously in Lucifron's favor, once the archer count ramps up, knight count plus archer count, it is honestly really scary. Nope, that's not a blacksmith either. Where are we going with this? Gold off the back. Okay, that's nice. But I think as an enjoyer of both of these civilizations, I do prefer when I get in this position as Golden Horde more so than JD, as I think the scaling just feels like it's good with all the heavy cav, of course, but the spearmen with the extra armor from the Karash, and of course the Khan arrow giving that extra 10% damage is really nice as well. Hello? Click on you? Yeah, 10% weapon damage can feel like you just get a lot of buffs compared to your opponent, even against a a French player, which has arguably the strongest sort of feudal force in the game. The only thing you would love to be able to see with Golden Horde is like some kind of place where you can really pressure and dive, because you do have all that extra range armor in particular. Oof. And a lot of torch damage if there are any towers in your way. Or any unsuspecting buildings like houses and things which you can get little bits of damage out of. But in this case, it's really not too much else other than just massing up armies. And yeah, no, there's no way B can go in on this. He's now on the... he doesn't have double broadaxe either. I think that is an oversight. I think that is an oversight. Not to have a double broadaxe. He got specialized pick super early. But with 18 on wood and not having double broadaxe, that does actually make quite a big difference. Oh, he sees it now. I mean, he must have seen this ages ago, no? Deciding this is the time to go? I mean, he should have seen it through the fog of war. If you thought the ball was just Jeanne d'Arc, you definitely knew the deer was more than that. There were villages there from that, but it's going to walk away. Doesn't actually get anything in the way of damage, but now that it's seen, be not risking it. He knows that army is too big and too scary. The production out of Golden Horde is crazy. And okay, these are nerfed in price. That is 5 stockyards. It's 20 villages on food that are going to be able to sit there forever. And Lucifron has exactly 0. He's now getting... I'm sorry, B has exactly 0. He's now getting... Oh, got a market before. And he's now getting a blacksmith, which is interesting. A lot of players getting markets early these days, by the way. Interesting little observation. It's something I do as well, but it's something I do because I can't macro for shit. Ooh, knights do charge in. Spearmen are there to wait. Now the archers are being able to fire away, but this means Jeanne d'Arc is a lot more exposed than she might want to be. And there's no more shooting at the spearmen when all the rest of the units get on top of them. It's so dangerous. And as a result, the knights are going to have to go in. More experience going on to Jeanne d'Arc. Oh, but she's not getting pulled away. It's so hard to keep her alive. Oh, she just get level 3. Oh, no, she healed. Okay, and now she gets out. She is level 3. She's summoning... Oh, summoning the champions in the mix of it. No, oh, nice micro there from B to bring her away. Okay, she is going to be able to survive from this position, which is huge. The heal did go off already, and the champions are called. So they are... Actually, they're mostly dead now anyway, but they do such a good job against the spearmen, and level 3 makes such a big difference, man. I wasn't even keeping an eye, really, on the experience at all, but that's so big. Oh, dude, the spearmen now. The spearmen count is next to 0, and B has just wiped it. Oh my gosh, I really thought that was going to be closer, and then in one fell swoop, it is all she wrote. Let me check out that military count. What the fuck? Level 3 JD, crazy. Great charge. Able to keep the archers alive. Able to keep JD alive just, by the way. She almost died at level 2 when he popped heal and then popped to level up. Oh my days, dude. Oh my days. But GG. GGB does take it. Oh, look at the resources gathered as well. Oh, it's got to feel pretty rough as Lucifron. Honestly, going into that fight, I would have picked Golden Horde to win. That's crazy. So much money. Look how much killed. That's actually kind of crazy. Alright. 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 GG's. 3-2 to B. Oof. Actually, let's look at results and then I'm going to bed. It's well past my bedtime. Ba, 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 ba. Simon, you're not even a sports guy, are you? Maybe I've just made an assumption there. Don't read into that. Okay. Let's have a look at the reporting of the standings so far. Nope, that's ugly. We go back out. Okay. So, Lucifron... Oh, but dude, nothing's been updated. B over Lucifron now. Puppy, Corvinus, I don't know, but I'm going to assume Puppy's probably brought that one home. We did hear that Kiljardi lost to Anatand. And then Vortix, Wham, and Anatand Gully is the other one going on? Let me have a look in game. See if we can find some results that way. Bam, 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 bam. Anatan's last games were against Kiljadi. So maybe he hasn't even played the series yet. And then Wham Vortix? Bum, bum, bum. Bam, 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 bam. Ah. Vortix has played Wham. Or is playing Wham, looks like. I think he's down 0-2 as Vortix. As much as I would love to watch those games, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Anyway. Amazing games today. A lot of fun. I need to go back and watch some of those series from previously. Definitely MSNs. And then most of the ones in Group A, actually. I didn't really pick which group I was looking at, but I think I watched almost exclusively Group A. Or maybe actually exclusively Group A. I mean B. Dude, I can't think. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If anyone is still here that was from watching from earlier, that's insane. What a long day. For me, at least. All my days. I'm so tired. Really, really fun. Whether I do this again, I mean, I think I want to, but I might do not as long. That was too long. 7.5 hours on my own, just yapping. It's not really fair to Grace either. So, we'll see. Oh, thanks, Simon, brother. Have a good day, mate. Have a good day. I'll catch y'all later. GG's. Have a good day, evening, afternoon, whatever it is for the rest of you. And, yeah, catch you another time. Cheers, y'all. Bye.